Vous avez perdu. Ladies and gentlemen, we come over now to the east of Gauteng in Willomo Park, Benoni, for the final game of this New Zealand A and South Africa A tour. It is the second of the unofficial test matches, and we are at the toss with our match official, Mr. Gerrie Pienaar, and our two captains, Marcus Ackerman of South Africa A and Joe Carter of New Zealand A. Marcus is going to toss the coin, and Joe from New Zealand is going to call.
Heads.
Heads.
Heads it is.
Heads is the call, and heads win the toss again. What are we electing to do, and for what reason?
We're batting first again today. I think we use this wicket during the it looks like it might over the 4 days, so yeah.
Fantastic. And any changes to the side from the emphatic wind down in the northwest?
We had Mohammed Abbas come in and Bevan Jacobs as well, so and Ben Lister. Yeah.
Okay, so it's three changes to the side, and now the expectation with such a big win that you guys had, how are you still looking to close it off here today?
We've sort of moved past that. It's different conditions again. We do have a bit of experience from the one-day game, so we're looking forward to a new challenge, and I'm sure they've got some changes as well. So, yeah.
Thank you so very much, Joe. Marcus, what would have been your decision, and for what reason?
Yeah, I think a pretty similar reason. We were probably about it first. Like I said, there's been a couple of games on the strip already, so yeah, we were probably going to dry out a little bit throughout the innings again. But I mean, not overly disappointed by bowling first. I mean, in the one-day games, bowling on this wicket, so maybe there is a bit of something for us in the first innings.
And speaking of that now, what changes have you guys brought into the side coming here?
Yeah, so we've got a couple of fresh legs coming in. We've got Mpongwana coming in.
So those are all seam bowlers coming into the side, very different from what we saw in Northwest. So what's the expectation with that change coming into the surface?
Well, obviously, like I said, it's been quite a long tour. Games have been quite on top of each other, and yeah, like I said, bowling first maybe it's not a bad thing with some fresh legs, and Cody's coming back from international duty, so it's nice to have a bit of experience back, and he's a busty character, so hopefully we can get a couple of early wickets this morning.
Marcus, thank you so much. Have a good one. Blessings. Toss is completed. New Zealand have won it again, and they have chose to bat first. And down earlier in the toss, New Zealand have won and elected to bat first, just like they did in the Northwest Province. We'll be bringing you ball-by-ball commentary up here at the top. With myself, Mpendulo Makubane, we'll be joined by Mr. Colin Qowa of the Easterns Cricket Union. But next to me, it's my co-commentator, Mr. Kamva Nyakane.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect conditions out here. Exciting game which you have at play this morning. Beautiful conditions. A tinge of green on the pitch. May work for the seamers. As we see Cody Yusuf getting ready there. One of the 4 changes that South Africa has made in this team. We have the likes of Mihlali Mpongwana coming in. The seamer, medium pace. Tian van Vuren. And as I mentioned, Cody Yusuf and Okuhle with one of the changes that are coming with the 4 seamers. Makes sense with the pitch we've seen.
And Cody Yusuf will be bowling to the double centurion, Rees Mariu, to start the game off. And Cody Yusuf coming back from England, landing it on the mark to start off. Rees Mariu, 249, a man of the match performance in Potchefstroom. He does not have his partner in Dale Phillips, who also scored 103. He takes a rest after back-to-back centuries. Curtis Heafy is batting with Rees Mariu. One of 3 changes. Simon Keane and Matt Fisher take a seat. Matt Fisher was fantastic, wasn't he? Took 6 innings wickets alongside 2 more. 8 wickets in the match, Matt Fisher. He takes a break. He'll be replaced by Ben Lister. And then Simon Keane, he'll also be resting. Dale Phillips rests too.
Talk about Rees Mariu. What an innings. What a performance he had in the first game. First official 4-day game.
And when we were downstairs, we saw that grass, as you spoke of. It's going to be something that these gentlemen will have to deal with. And Rees is in good form, played well in the Plunket Shield last season. Let's see how it's going to come in and close off this tour of his.
Interesting how he's going to close off this tour. He's facing a different set of bowlers now, in the likes of Cody Yusuf, man that performed really well last season in the domestic league. He's started really well this morning, bowling consistent lines. Not easy to play off the front foot nor the back foot, quite tight.
It's a good leave. Starting a little bit wider, Cody Yusuf, but Mariu is not tempted to drive at those deliveries. Very much aware of those 3 slips and a gully that South Africa A have employed. Love that ball from Cody Yusuf, just sneaking it in a little bit closer, trying to draw a stroke from Mariu. Finally, some bat on ball. Cody Yusuf starting off with a plum. It's no run scored so far after the first over.
Good first over we've seen. Good carry that we've seen in this first over. The pitch is really responding to the pace of Cody Yusuf. Will be interesting to see how it plays for the rest of the morning. Haven't seen much movement, but we've seen consistent bowling as well from Cody Yusuf. Something that we didn't see too often last week, where South Africa didn't really start too well. But this week we're seeing the consistency of Cody Yusuf, something that they missed last week.
Only going with 2 seamers in Potchefstroom. Tapu Moreki and Tristan Lees, both of which take a seat here today. So much load, so much work that they put in Potchefstroom. Rightfully taking a break. Tsepo Moreki has been sensational for South Africa A all of 2025. And he's been replaced by Okuhle, who will come charging down the chalet end. Of the Dolphins, Okuhle bowling to Curtis Heafy of the Central Districts. He opened in the second innings, Curtis Heafy. Very attacking, doesn't mind playing his strokes.
Indeed, aggressive batsman. Interesting how he plays this morning. Maybe a bit more watchful to start off with. And then as his innings progresses, he might pull out these strokes, more attacking strokes. And yes, it makes a lot of sense why there's been a bowling change. A bowling change for South Africa with all their seamers. They had a lot of workload last week. We have Tsepo Moreki bowling 20 overs. We had Tristan Lewis, also 20 overs. So they had a lot of workload, 128 overs in the field last week. So it was important for South Africa to have a fresh set of batsmen, bowlers rather, bowling in here to give them the best chance in these conditions.
Additionally to that, you're spreading the opportunity to play the game. Great take from Snetemba Qeshile, very clean. That ball was moving away from him. Love the enactment from Zubair Hamza.
Having a joke there with the take from Snetemba Qeshile.
Oh, starts. A good start from Okuhle. The ball rocketing into the pads of Heafy. It was a double appeal. First for the LBW. Senokwane takes the catch at gully. He asks if there was a bat on it. Nothing there.
Close call there. You see the ball nipping back in. Ooh, that's close. Just maybe sliding down leg.
So the ball hooped. The ball before Qeshile went to his left. Good movement for Cele. It did just like that. So it's going to force him to start just slightly outside that line of the stumps, so that when the ball trails back into the right-handed Heafy, it's in line with at least the leg stump, so that he can have a much more convincing appeal. So it's starting off just a little bit too straight here, Okuhle. He'll want to widen that line.
Talking about Snetemba Qeshile with that early take on the leg side. He's taken the gloves this week from Rivaldo Munsami. A man that has done a great job last week as well with the keeping. Nice follow-up delivery there by Okuhle. Good start by South Africa. As we come to the end of the second over with no runs on the board at the moment. 2 maiden overs to start off with. Good consistent bowling for South Africa.
It's exactly to your point here, Kamva, that the way that they're starting here is slightly different from how they started in Potchefstroom. Potchefstroom, they were guilty of bowling the incorrect lengths. They'll go a bit short, and in compensation, they'll return and be a bit full. But the biggest crime from Potchefstroom was the line, where they were a bit too wide for often and a bit too straight. So just allowing those square shots to happen so frequently for the New Zealanders. Hence that 607 in the first innings. But here, Cody Yusuf has been under good control alongside Cele.
Yes, indeed. The South African bowlers of Tsepo Moreki and Tishanlus were guilty of bowling a bit loose deliveries. At times they went searching, they bowled a bit wider, and they were punished dearly by the two openers which were Dale Phillips and Reece Maru in the first unofficial Test match. So yeah, this week we are seeing a bit different approach to their bowling. A lot more consistency, something that we're begging for and asking for in the first game. With South Africa, they had the good balls, they didn't bowl them in the right areas, and we saw that immediately when New Zealand came in to bowl rather, and you could see that as soon as they bowled more consistent lines and asked more questions, it was a bit difficult, as you saw the results of how South Africa batted.
It's going to be crucial here. Even though the surface looks lush and looks healthy for pace bowling, it's going to be very crucial that South Africa keep those lengths, keep those lines in. Man, just in your picture, one of the men who needs to ensure it, Tiaan van Vuren, one of the changes in the team. But Cody Yusuf of the Lions from the Wanderers doing pretty well here.
But wide-ish there. But Cody Yusuf asking the batsman maybe to reach out for the ball.
Exactly seems to be the plan here from Cody Yusuf. Big gap through the covers, as you'd expect in an early morning where there's good grass coverage, new ball and clouds in the sky. It's no surprise that you have 3 slips. There's a gully just out of your picture, so these wide deliveries from Cody Yusuf trying to get Mario into a stroke. But Mario is simply not budging.
We definitely won't see any budging from Mario. He's a man in good touch. Played really well in the previous game. Great performance from him. Score over 200. So he'll be a difficult man to dismiss this morning. You could see last week where beautiful shot there by Reece Maru. Behind backward point. Goes for 4. First runs of the day. First boundary of the day as well.
Patience from Reece Maru. Eventually Cody Yusuf gave him one that he can work with. Slightly wide. It's been wide the whole day. I think the issue with that particular delivery was the length from Yusuf. Just pulled it back a little bit too short. It allowed Reece Maru to just cut through the ball. And right between the gap of backward point and gully. Spoils what has been a good over from Cody Yusuf and what has been a good start. Goes for the first runs of the day. But it's a clear plan here from South Africa. It's 4 for no loss after 3.
That backward point region is a region that Reece Maru targeted a lot last week. Obviously provided with the bowling, South Africa gave him those deliveries that are wide. Nice movement there by Kuhleqele. Back of a length delivery. A little bit of nip on the pitch.
It's really good from Qele. He just needs to be careful from those 2 deliveries that he bowled in the previous over, which went behind Curtis Heafy's back. It asked for a lot from Qeshile, the wicketkeeper. He was up to the task, diving to his left. And so if he just continues in that particular line, starting outside slightly that off stump, it will allow the ball to straighten in a very threatening area. Something along those lines. He's pulled the length back though, pushing the bat onto the back foot. But notice how he's making the batter play on the line of the stumps. I think that's where he just needs to continue more, but slightly at a fuller length.
Yes, indeed. I agree with you, Mbendulo. I'd like to see him bowl a little bit fuller, especially early on in the early overs of this game. You want to test the batsman front foot, his defensive strokes. Back foot strokes are usually a little bit easier to play, especially when the ball is moving.
Curtis Heafy only had 4 centuries last season. for the Central Districts in the Plunkett Shield. Had a decent outing versus Bangladesh A, scoring 71 runs in Mirpur. It's the game that was drawn, the second match. And so he was opening in that game with Rees Mariu. Faced an incredible 203 deliveries. It was a marathon innings. So we wouldn't be shocked if he decides to leave the ball like that and is patient, just like he's been for a long time, and just allow the conditions to be a bit better to score runs.
Man that knows how to build up his innings. And it's important for South Africa to stick to their plans. I see their plans them this morning has been to bowl the back of a length delivery, not looking to bowl too full, maybe afraid that they might be attacked in that area. But it's important, if they are going that back of a length delivery, it has to be tight on the batsman.
It's a good ball from Gleda. Practicing what you preach. And that ball coming in, just squeezing the room for Curtis Heafy, but it does get two through the square leg.
What I've picked up with the morning's plans this morning with South Africa, Kuhle and Cody Yusuf, is that you've seen them, they've bowled the back of a length delivery, but that odd delivery that will be a bit fuller, where they're just targeting the pads, but generally they're putting in that back of a length delivery where it's a bit harder to score, and then they have that surprise delivery that jags back into the pads. Lovely carry there. Something that we did see a bit of bounce in the previous game in the JB Marks over, but today it seems like it's pushing a bit more. It looks a bit quicker, not as spongier.
The grasses are slightly more livelier at the back of a length here at the Willamore Park. This is the surface that we played in the third 50-over game when New Zealand won. Dale Phillips scoring that beautiful 147. Jordan Herman getting 186 in that game. So there's runs on this particular surface, but groundsman Stamlaba did say that he's just left a lot of grass up there so that it can hold up for the rest of the day. But he does believe that it's going to crack up as the match goes by, and it'll be easier to use your spin in day 3 and 4. So it's full capitalization of the new ball here in day number 1, because tomorrow it might quicken up as the grass slowly fades away.
So with it quickening up tomorrow and the pitch getting better, it's going to be important for South Africa to really utilize the conditions right now. And with saying that, it's not just in terms of picking up wickets, but drying up the runs and applying the pressure, something that didn't happen often enough. Something that didn't happen often enough in the previous game. Indecision there. Marcus Ackerman has the ball in his hands, waiting patiently for that mistake to happen. Yes, so it's going to be important for South Africa to dry up those runs in these conditions, to bowl those tight lanes that will challenge the batsman and force the batsman to play that full stroke, something that we didn't see often. And this pitch, the way we're seeing it, there is a tad bit of movement, and the bowling has been good this morning, of which we're hoping to see that will respond in terms of wicket.
It's a great delivery from Cody Yusuf. Wonderful leave from Mario as well. Left that on length. Like we say, when you look at the pitch as Cody Yusuf is walking back up, the grass coverage is pretty healthy at the back of a length area, and it shaves off as you get fuller and fuller to the 5-meter line. So that's why when you see the ball being pitched on that back of a length, you're just seeing it have that extra kick, and you see it have that extra pace. It's because of that grass coverage in that area. Finally, Rees Mariu drives.
A shot that he shied away from this morning, where a lot of those deliveries he's left, but because it's fuller, it's made him think that maybe if it does move back or it does do something off the pitch, he might be in trouble. So, as you mentioned in the previous over, it is important for South Africa to maybe bowl a tad bit fuller to ask a bit more questions to get those cover drive strokes, those strokes, or looking him to play more front foot strokes rather than back foot strokes, was a bit easier to play.
It's exactly what he's doing. It's exactly what he's doing. Just played that, didn't lean into the shot, played it so easily, very compact in that shot, Reese Mario, but he can't get it past Tian van Vuren. But all of a sudden, here are the shots coming.
Typically, with the ball being fuller, generally you'd find batsmen wanting to play a bit more strokes. With the back of the length delivery, you've seen them to be more comfortable to defend on those deliveries.
Seems like only a matter of time until Cody Yusuf goes back to that wide line with Reese Mario slowly playing his strokes. He wants those slip fielders to be in action, and he wants Reese Mario to play the ball. It's good bowling from Yusuf. It's 6 for no loss after 5.
What's nice to see that with Reese Mario playing his strokes, he's still looking very balanced. He's looking in control of his shot. I think a concern for him would have been if he had been playing those strokes and been playing and missing, or playing the inside half of the bat. What we've seen this morning is that even though he's played his strokes, they've been coming out pretty much close to the middle of the bat, which is something that he can be happy with, where he can be more comfortable playing his strokes.
Playing within themselves here, the New Zealand players. And playing with the merits of the South African bowlers. Tian van Vuren, he'll be coming in with his left arm seamers to support the right arm pace of both Ogutlekele and Cody Yusuf. Mihlali Mpongwana will come in with his fast medium, the all-rounder. So a much quicker attack juxtaposed to what we saw in Potchefstroom. And an attack that seems a little bit more lethal. Much more fewer bad balls in these 5 overs.
A lot different from what we saw last week. Maybe a bit more better conditions for bowling as well. But irrespective, South Africa didn't bowl to what they would like to have bowled. The 2 seamers we had on display last week, they really didn't hit their lines in length, which allowed New Zealand to get a good start, get them comfortable, which pretty much set up the whole innings.
There's that back of a length extra bounce you'll get to see because of that grass. And Ogutlekele is using it very well and smartly, especially if it's got balls going to come back in. So it's good work here from the Durban man. But additionally to what you're saying here, with what these seamers are doing, it's going to be important when the change of pace comes in, the spin bowlers. The problem was in Potchefstroom, when the spin came in, Skalk Engelbrecht and Tsepondwandwa, particularly on day 1, they also went for runs. They couldn't support, they couldn't draw the run rate back. In a matter of fact, it exponentialized. So it's a whole bowling unit thing. Both pace and spin needs to work in tandem with what the surface gives you in order to limit the damage and to take the wickets.
I think what's going to be nice here for South Africa is that as much as the spin is going to be a factor in this game, but they have seamers, a lot more seamers to share the workload with which have different options for them as well. So they can always rotate them, have them fresh, bowling fresh, consistent line, short bursts, which will be helpful to apply that pressure.
It's what Joe Carter did impressively in Potchefstroom, handling Matt Fisher, Zach Falks, Simon Keane and Josh Clarkson, and using them very well. It allowed Matt Fisher to get so much rest, and whenever he came on, he just looked like he was going to get a wicket. That's why he was so threatening. Zach Falks could come in and bang in those short deliveries, ball in, ball out, ball in, ball out, because there's so much support and so many options that Joe Carter can use to rest his key bowlers, whilst your support staff.
Strike is that with the initial two bowlers, the Siemens that bowled really well, and they were backed up really well, and that's going to be important here. As we've seen a good start from South Africa, bowling tight lines and good lines and asking questions of the batsmen, it's going to be important for the change bowlers as well, the likes of Mihlali Mpongwana and Tian van Vuren, to come in and do a very similar job and bowl those tight, keep that pressure on. So the only way that plan can work, where you have you're rotating your bowlers with short bursts and really keeping them fresh, is by them backing each other up and bowling in partnership. Something which was very important last week that didn't work for South Africa, the partnership in terms of the bowling.
Starting with, 6 for no loss after 6. This battle between Yusuf and Mario is something to watch. It's really something to watch, looking to get on top of the ball. Reece Mario, lucky to go over Mihlali Mpongwana, but it's good intent shown. The first short ball of the game goes for 2.
Short ball, something that you didn't see from South Africa last week. Something that you saw a lot from the New Zealanders that put South Africa under pressure. Aggressive short bowling, a way that they picked up some wickets as well in the first innings. Aggressive. South Africa a lot of the time were short but wide, not to the batsman.
Wonderful stroke. He draws the drive, and Mario obliges with a blinding stroke through Cody Yusuf for 4. Beautiful batting.
A bit of overcorrection there by Cody Yusuf. After that short ball he had bowled, wanted to bowl a little bit fuller to ask to maybe correct his shorter ball, but met with a beautiful cover drive there by Reece Mario. Interesting battle we've seen here this morning between these two.
It's a shot of a man in confidence, unafraid to take it on. Beautiful response from Cody Yusuf. Like I said, this is a battle between Yusuf and Reece Mario.
Cody Yusuf bowling that delivery with great energy. You could see it zipped off the pitch. Something that Reece Mario didn't show comfortability with. You could see he was you could see his bat was a bit tentative there with that back of a length delivery. And we've already mentioned on that back of a length line, it is a bit greener, so that you are getting a bit more movement out of the back of a length.
Popped it up into the air. Lucky to get it past Tian van Vuren, looking to take Cody Yusuf on. It's going to be a chase here for the big fast bowler. He's able to retrieve it. It's going to go for 3. But Cody Yusuf cannot be too despondent about that shot. Really didn't get to the timing of the ball, almost popping into the hands. It's 15 for no loss.
You could see Curtis Heafy there really just punched that in the air, not showing much control with that shot. Something that you will want to correct, but Cody Yusuf will be pleased with that, having him chip that ball in the air. You'll want again to maybe mix it up, bow short, back of a length delivery, and then come back to the fuller delivery that maybe might just make him think a little bit different.
It's a good ball, and it's good batting. Excellent battle. This is first-class cricket happening at its finest. Cody Yusuf, coming back from England, had a good stint with Durham. Played pretty decently in the first class. Last memory will be the 400 that New Zealand scored. Every bowler there went aplenty. But his last first-class game took a couple of wickets versus Zimbabwe. And was his franchise, the Lions. He was the bowler of the season for the 4-day series, Cody Yusuf. So a class act who's doing a class job. It's 15 for no loss after 7. Going to be the first commentary change here at the top. Mr. Colin Glower is going to be with us for the rest of the day. Stumps to join us in commentary. Scores 15 for no loss after 7. Just issues with the landing area at the chalet end. Had the same problem in Butchofstrom at the JB Marks end. So hoping that it will land good. But a very balanced start here. Patience with the ball. Patience with the bat. Reward with the bats, but not yet with the ball. But South Africa are bowling well. New Zealand are bowling well. Interesting context here, Mr. Colin.
Yeah, on a beautiful Sunday morning here in the East.
Flashing drive. The slip cordon, they were interested. Reese Mariu was more interested in the runs. Goes for 4.
Yeah, and thanks again, Pendulo. Always a pleasure to sit here next to you and spend a lovely day of cricket. And not surprisingly, that New Zealand won the toss and decided to bat. And having looked at the prep of this pitch here, I think they got the best of it. The toss that they've won is very important. They'll get the best of this pitch in this first day or two. And this early morning is going to be the difficult part, and it looks like they're doing well so far.
I was speaking to Mr. Mlaba about the surface. Head groundsman here at Easterns. He says that it's going to be a bit slow. Starts off, and we've seen that ball pop up from Maurice Mario. But he says on day number 2, it's going to slightly quicken up, and it's going to be the best day to bat. So South Africa will want to make inroads quickly here to give themselves that advantage.
Yeah, no, definitely. And you can see the approach from the two batters. Slightly a bit cautious. Just looking as if... especially with the two new bowlers. Yeah, well bowled there by Curly. Yeah, so the two bowlers, they didn't face them in Poch. So they're also trying to play that situation to see what Cody Yusuf has got and Curly. But you could see a couple of strokes, especially from the men that scored lots of runs, 249 in Poch in that first inning. You could see a couple of good confident shots from him, just to show that he still backs himself. He still feels like he's still continuing from where he left off in Poch.
And you look at the end of his innings, you look at the statistics, 249. The strike rate is immaculate, 96. So he scored that 249 in next to no amount of deliveries. But when you look at the progression of his innings, he started off just like this. Good balls are shown respect. Bad deliveries are taken apart. And that's exactly what he's done here.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a sign of a good batter who knows himself that I know I can start off a bit slow, but I know I'll catch up later on. I mean, his strike rate was on 96. Amazing for a 4-day cricket game.
First time we've seen him really being squared up and troubled. Uhlekele has been using that back of a length beautifully.
Yeah, I think no disrespect to Tsepo Moreki and Tristan Lees, but there's a bit of experience in Clele, a bit of experience in Cody Yusuf, and these two batters will realize that. And as you mentioned, rightfully so, that a guy like Mario started slow and catched on later on. Similar situation now, but it also has to do here with a bit of good balls. There's a lot of good balls being bowled here.
And it's good shot making being produced by Reese Mariu.
I talk about commentators, Kes, just telling them about good balls being bowled here, and then he bowls a flop is just outside that off stump and beautifully cut for 4. Fantastic. And it takes that score to 23 after 8 overs with no wickets down.
Slightly wide and given a good punch from Reese Mario. It's really good batting. He's showing no signs of slowing down from where he left off. When you're coming down from that chalet end, the grass is a little bit more friendlier to you. It's getting that good bounce. First time he's misdirected it and gets punished. And it's going to be Curtis Heafy now who faces the music with Cody Youssef. Reece Murray has been handling it well. And he's asking all the correct questions.
Yeah, and as I said, I mean, Cody Youssef, very good bowler. We've seen what he's done for the Lions. We've seen what he's done at this level for SAA before. And, he's done even better, maybe even at senior level. But this Curtis Heafy, very, very impressed because last in Poch, he came in at 4, and then in the second innings, they got him to open the bet. Quite interesting. Quite interesting in terms of what his role is, because knowing a number 4 batter in any normal team, if I may put it that way, is a stroke player, and they changed him from being coming in at 4 because he had scored that 32 early on, and then in the second innings when, well, you could argue that they were not really under pressure because they had already a proper lead, then he scored a 36 of 43.
It was more of a case of just saving the legs of the bowlers. New Zealand A batting for the second time. Just getting South Africa more loads out there, more time on the field, just draining them ever so slightly. And the interesting thing is that if they didn't add those 126 runs, South Africa were batting as if they were going to chase those runs down. And if they weren't there, the likelihood is that South Africa were going to have a much bigger opportunity of winning that game. But it's a balanced start from Curtis Heafy and Reece Murray, and I think it's going to be important here for both Cody Youssef and Ogutlekele not to get bored of the work that they've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to a bit of your commentary last time. You mentioned boring, and boring sometimes is what you need as a bowler. Just get it out there and get the better, not to have much of it. But just coming back to your point, I think New Zealand batting again, I think was more technical and also thinking of this game. A bit of pace there. Yeah, no. I think they batted also for this game. They wanted to make sure that South Africa comes to this game, slightly, especially the bowlers, slightly a bit tired, because sometimes you know that you are about to win this game. So let's also influence somehow the game coming, because there's not much of a break in between by the time the bowlers come here. And that's now evident in that the people that they've changed in the team that played in Poch are the bowlers.
Goes in for the Yorker. It's going to be a quick single. Reece Murray must make his ground. That was going to be very close. Hands on heads for the South African fielders, but they make it home. 27 for no loss.
Yeah, good backing up there by Cele. Otherwise, it could have been 5 runs overall. But good awareness, good, nice and fresh, because he would not have played last, so he's nice and fresh, and good backing up from him. Good cricket, in fact, all round. It was a good ball.
The fielding part is going to be so important, and the running is also going to test that fielding. You don't ever want to just rely on boundaries being your means of scoring, because then you provide opportunities of losing your wickets. So even though it was a risky single, hopefully it breaks a seal for New Zealand to continuously score these 1s and 2s.
Yeah, talking of New Zealand, I thought of wearing my Springbok shirt this morning, but I thought let me not be that guy. But they'll be a bit sore from yesterday, but they'll want to pay revenge on this game here on the cricket field.
That's really good from Curtis Heafy. It's very good. Sneaking it into the pocket, getting a 1. And I guess if it was a strong win in Wellington yesterday for the Springboks, here New Zealand looking to do it in small jabs and in small punches, eking out the new ball and the new bowlers. And they'll be looking to get to this session with as minimal damage as possible.
Yes, definitely, Mpendulo. Definitely, 100 is spot on there. And the bit of field change there by the captain. But he still has those three men on the 6-3 field, basically, and with the three fielders on the leg side. And I must say, this Hifi, I was very impressed. Yes, he might have batted a short spell. And he's 36 in both innings, but you could see some talent there.
Good effort ball. Slightly tempted to do just that, Curtis, that Reece Mario. Just play it over the slip fielders. But there's still so much cricket to go. No need to risk that.
Yeah, no, early days for that. You don't want to get out now when you have now gotten a start and 27 runs for the team. And after about 9 overs, you would feel that we're slowly getting there. We're getting out of that danger zone of the game early on in the morning.
Oh, it's been put down. That was the chance to take the double centurion. It was a tough opportunity for Jason Smith, but it's been flawed.
Yeah, that would have been a great catch. A good effort there. And you could see that they wanted that. And he had taken that. I'm sure it would have lifted the spirits of South Africa that here we got the man that put a lot of pain in us in Port last week, and that would have been a brilliant catch.
That's why he was avoiding driving the ball earlier on in his innings. That's why they're leaving those balls alone, because that's what they draw. It's excellent bowling from Okuhle. It would have asked a lot of Jason Smith to get that. Oh, but it can't help but feel like if they got that, like you said, Mr. Colin, those are the moments that make the whole fielding side just come more alive. And then the bowler feels like he has wings on his back.
No, 100%. And Klele is bowling beautifully here. He's asking questions. He's tempting. And you could see even the ones that the batters are leaving, they're not quite 100% sure. So it's good. It's a good spell here from Klele.
That's the drive! It bounced on the floor. That's what the catcher was looking for. I thought that was going to be a revenge grab from Smith.
Yeah, good spectators catch that. Good fielding that as well. But unfortunately, it's not what South Africa, yes, saved runs, but they would have loved it to be a catch.
Very, very good fielding from Jason Smith. But it's always the case where you have an opportunity, you put it down, and then the ball just keeps fighting you, keeps coming to you. And then you keep remembering, why didn't I grab the one like that? But it's probing here from Klele. It's very good. He's keeping it consistent. He's keeping them breathing hard. 28 for no loss after 10 overs.
Yeah, and looking at that run rate, I mean, if I compare that just individual run rate of Mari, like you say, that he caught on later on, ended up in that 200. And even in his earlier one, his run rate seems to increase. And I mean, if you're going to score runs at a high run rate of about 96, you at this level of, a 4-day game, your strike rate is actually very, very good.
I'm just reading some of the comments on YouTube as well here. Some people are asking, didn't realize strike rate is so important in 4-day cricket. And the reason why that 96 strike rate is so important for a 249. Catch! Through Nokwane, diving to his left. So many opportunities being presented by Mario. Good bowling from South Africa. It's coming alive here.
Yeah, tough one that for Sinokwane, but a great attempt. It would have been a brilliant catch at that one stuck. But at that pace that Cody Yusuf is bowling, I'm sure those are coming through very quick there in that slip gully area. And it went so quick through the hands. In fact, it just went over his hands for Sinokwane. It would have been a brilliant catch.
And the thing is also, Mario flashed at that hard. He didn't let anything go, so the ball is going to travel. in a blink of an eye. But I think that's what Maurice needs to do. Look at that. He was catching up with those balls, 26 from 32, but I think he just needs to reel it back in here ever so slightly. It's 2 opportunities being presented in a space of less than an over. You don't want to give the bowling team momentum.
Now, sometimes the confidence can also be your downfall because of now the runs you've scored somewhere else. Now you bring that confidence and you think now this game is yours. You can play at anything and you deserve runs with any ball.
Just that he was looking for it. He thought about that. But he opted to let it go, and I think that's a smart move from Mario.
Yeah, because if you look at that previous one, it actually helped him that he had a go at it. If he had just played on it, maybe it would have been a simpler catch for Sinukwane. But because he flashed at it hard, it went over Sinukwane there for a boundary for 4 runs.
It's been such a wonderful battle between Cody Yusuf and Reese Mario ever since the start of the match. You just feel like something is going to give. Mario has been taking him on, looking to score out of him. We saw a pull shot that almost lingered to square leg. And now it's the edge. And now it's Cody Yusuf who gets the momentum back and is just controlling the bowling. It's beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned earlier, these 2 bowlers will test these batters, but they haven't really put them in a situation where you feel the batters are slightly on the back foot. And just like that, bowling it full, making it difficult for the batter to score. Those are the kinds of balls that Cody Yusuf and Kele should be looking at, especially for these 2 batters who are coming in with a bit of confidence, who are keen at playing everything. So you want to use that confidence against them.
And they'll be hoping to at least get a breakthrough because the batting lineup for New Zealand looks pretty serious and it's just waiting. Joe Carter scored a half century in the previous game, a good looking 57. Then after that, number 4, we have Bevan Jacobs. BJ, he had a fantastic Plunkett Shield, averaging nearly 60 runs. He's also new to the New Zealand A setup, so he wants to prove a point. And then Mohamed Abbas with his flashy stroke play. So it's a really strong team with Mitch Hay coming in at number 6. So it's a lot of batting for New Zealand, and South Africa are going to need to work. It's 32 for no loss after 11.
It's that kind of a lineup as bowlers. You think, well, now we're done with this batter, and another one comes in, and you get reminded of what they scored in Poch. And if you look at those runs, guys coming in at 6, scoring 71s and so on. And even in that second innings, they were still very, very confident that they would have swapped the batting around, maybe to give the other guys a knock and a chance. And it showed that they are capable of batting.
It was sensational stuff. But they didn't have a left arm seamer to face. Tiaan van Vuren. He comes in, running in to Curtis Heafy. Very good Tiaan van Vuren. Played for the Knights last season. Was a very handy player for them.
Tiaan van Vuren, still a young man, still learning in this game, but a very, very good cricket. A grey boy from PE. No, he played a lot of academy games for PE. He played in that under-19 team that won Kaya Majola in 2019.
So an array of talents for South Africa. But remember, New Zealand do have a left-arm seamer in themselves. Another tall left-arm spinner, seamer in Ben Lister, will be playing in this game. So in as much as they've never faced a left-arm spinner, the seamer from South Africa in this tour, they do know how to deal with it because they have one in their own.
It'll be interesting to see what Tian van Vuren's plan here is. Is he planning to bowl straight or just bowl slightly across the right-hander?
Starting a bit straighter than what I'd expect, especially given the fact that you have those two slips and you don't want them to be just easily whipping the ball off the pads for easy runs.
Yeah, especially because he's also got that 6-3 field, but his three, the two fielders are really in the circle, so he can't afford to be that straight, and fine leg is not that fine, so if he gets clipped, it might easily go for 4. So he'd want to go slightly across and use those two slip fielders in the gully.
And another thing he needs to be working on is going to be the length. That is exactly where he'd want to be. It's a good ball. And you want to give the ball enough time to also use the surface. If you move it away, you come in, you bring it back in. And we saw from that first ball, it actually moved away from the right-hander. And then the next couple have been coming back in. So it's a different types of skill sets that he's shown here. It's just going to need to find a working area that he can stick on.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's the line that we're talking about. That's the line he should be looking to bowl because there runs would be scarce. And if he does get or try to play those balls, then he's got a chance, Tian van Vuren. And another interesting part here is, I mean, we've only have 50 minutes of play, and there is now that first change with Van Vuren coming on from the south end. So New Zealand will be quite, the two batters will be quite happy to say at least we've seen off sort of the two opening pair, the two opening bowlers.
Hits it over the top, just over the head of Okuhle. It might not have the legs to reach the boundary. Okuhle cannot stop it though. It does have the legs. It's 4 runs for Reese Mariu.
Yeah, no, good 4 runs to finish off the over, and it will give something for Van Vuren to think about because he was bowling all right in that first over until, I mean, he only got 1 run in his first 5 overs, and they hit him for that 4 in the last over, and quite tempting there for Tlele. He wasn't quite sure. That run of his chasing that ball was quite of a stop-start, quite of a run, but eventually the ball won the race.
Mistimed that, Reese Mariu. Last couple of overs, last 3 overs. Hasn't really gotten the sweet connections that he did from the beginning of his innings. And so, slowly and slowly, South Africa feel like they might have a chance at him. Because if they don't utilize the opportunities he gives them, he can score big and he can score quickly. Second bowling change. Here comes Mihlali Mpongwana from the Ekurhuleni end. Starts off full, starts off straight. Curtis Heafy, he's going to accept that gift. Clips it away for 4 runs.
Starts off with a bad ball, bowling it down leg, bowling it full, and easy runs that for batters who are in good form, they'll welcome that any day. And Mpongwana would need to clean up that. That's exactly what they don't need at this stage. You need to keep that pressure, keep the momentum going. If you're not getting those wickets, at least let's dry out the runs, but let's keep the pressure, because that's key in cricket. You put pressure on a team, you will then get your wickets.
Especially since we've been complimenting the opening pair of Tlele and Yusuf so much. They started off, they were going at less than a run and over at some point. And so you're hoping that when you are bringing in those bowling changes, you're going to continue with that pressure. I don't think Tian van Vuren will mind the 4 that he conceded because it was such a shoddy stroke. But that first ball from Mihlali Mpongwana was definitely a ball that he can remove from his arsenal.
Yeah, no, that was poor. That first ball. That's why captains tell bowlers to warm up. So you have to. As a captain, I'll be very angry at you that you can't be using this ball to warm up. You have to warm up before, so that by the time you get in, you are on the money. Especially at this level, you cannot be expecting those kind of balls. You expect that with schoolboy cricket.
The truth cannot be put any harsher. But it is true, because sometimes when scouts are watching, it's the small things that matter.
There we want. That's what you want. And that's what Marcus Arkaman will be saying. That's where I want you to be bowling. That's where we need to be bowling and putting these guys, let them work for their runs. Let's not just give them easy runs. We've seen what they are capable of. We don't want to be in that situation again.
Also good shape from Bongwana there, the ball hooping back into the right-hander. And it just shows the benefits of hitting the correct lines and the correct lengths, especially for his pace. Not as quick as Tiaan van Vuren, so hitting it exactly there, allow the ball to do something, get the players playing, he might get some reward.
Yeah, no, definitely. Those are two good balls on the trot, and it puts the batter. It makes them think, because he knows that if he misses that, it's going to hit the wicket, and he's forced to play, because that's what we tell bowlers early on. Let's make the batter play.
I never understood that concept as a kid when my coach used to tell me, make the batter play. What do you mean? You want him to hit me? I never understood what he used to say. Make the batter play. Make him drive you. It's 41 for no loss after 13. And here I am thinking this man is making me want to get hit. I'm 14 years old at this time. But then as I grow and you understand the game more, you can't get a wicket if the batter doesn't engage the ball. If the batter is constantly leaving and you are not aiming at the stumps, there are very little chances of getting the batter's wicket.
Oh, definitely. The more they play, the chances of them, the chances of getting a batter out are more if they play. I mean, in playing cricket, in playing a ball, he can get caught, he can get LBW and all of that. But if he's gonna be leaving the ball the whole day, then we might as well just go home.
Charging in, Tiaan van Vuren will want to make a good impression, Van Vuren.
Yeah, no, definitely. And he would have learned his first over. He bowled 5 good balls and just got hit 4-4 in his last ball. So he knows what line he needs to bowl, just like the one he's just bowled now. So he knows that there's no runs. And if you look at his field placing, it tells you that he needs to be bowling it just slightly across that off stump or fourth stump line, and then let the batter go at it. And the two slip fielders and the gully are ready to catch.
Oh, Jaffa! Absolute beauty from Tiaan van Vuren. Bowling like absolute money. And he gets payment off the wickets of the danger man, Rees Mariu.
That's the line. That's the line that Van Vuren needs to bowl. And now he got rewarded for it. And he gets a big wicket. For them, for South Africa, this will be a big wicket. This is the man that stung them in Poch. And the young Van Vuren came in and bowled a beautiful line. And it forced the batter to play. It forced him to seriously play at it. And as you could see from the play, that he wasn't really sure if he should punch it or but he knew that he had to play it. And a beautiful catch as well.
Superb bowling from Tiaan van Vuren. It's what we exactly it's talking about. Making the batter play, or rather making him believe that he has to play at the ball. Rees Mariu was right tucked in to the safe zone. There's a little box under your eye line where you feel like you can play the ball with most control. And if he's troubling you in that area, he's doing a fantastic job. And deservedly so, the players now take a drinks. It's 41 for 1, and those drinks will taste a little bit sweeter for South Africa.
Yeah, after an hour in the sun, because the sun hits you early here in the east, and they'll need that drink. But they'll be more pumped out now. They've got the so-called danger men, or the men that, as I said, stung them a lot in Poch. So now they know that we've gotten that one out. Let's now push on, and that will give Van Vuuren a lot of confidence because he's very, very confident in his bowling. Yeah. Welcome back, and we are joined now. A commentary change upstairs here, and Kamva comes back. Nice to have you, Kamva. First time for me and you, but always good to explore. So thank you very much. And as you can see, the South Africa are one down because they just got a wicket from the previous over, and the score is 41 for 1 now after 13 overs. So let's see what you bring, Kamva. Maybe you're bringing some more wickets.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you for the welcome. Nice to be in com with you. First time. Great times. Good fun.
Yeah, Van Vuuren continue. Oh, Van Vuuren gets him. Second ball. Beautiful. Again, that line that we talked about, Kamva, earlier on. I was saying to Mpendulo that he needs to be bowling it at that fourth stump across based on the field placing, and he comes back with the second ball, and he gets the new batter out. Fantastic. The batter did not even bother with the scorers whatsoever.
Back-to-back wickets by Tiaan van Vuuren. What a delivery. One just nips a little back in the inside edge of the bat of BJ Jacobs. First ball duck, Tiaan van Vuuren on a hat-trick.
Yeah, beautiful bowling from the young man. Fantastic bowling. His tail will be up now, and South Africa will feel a bit more pumped up that now we've gotten two men back in the changing room. We've got a chance here. Let's squeeze and let's keep the pressure going.
What I love about this bowling from Tiaan van Vuuren is really cramping up the batsmen. He's not allowing them to play those cut shots that they were allowed to play last week. Bowling tight onto the body, squeezing them. As you can see, Reece Mario Ozil just nicking it there and tight on his body. He nicked it. That's the first wicket he picked up. Now second one, inside edge of the bat for BJ Jacobs, which brings out Mohammad Abbas to come through. All-rounder will be looking to be watching Tiaan van Vuuren very carefully as he comes in for his hat-trick. Exciting moment for the youngster, Tiaan van Vuuren.
Yeah, still not changing the line, still coming over the wickets to the right-hander, and Tiaan van Vuuren on a hat-trick and coming into bowl. Oh, he bows one. Just a good ball, but not much to trouble Abbas. Abbas deals with it confidently, defends it nicely.
Back of a length delivery there again to follow up from that for that hat-trick ball. Goes to the line that picked him up wickets already. Tiaan van Vuuren coming steaming in already now this morning. You can see the man is confident now. He's picked up 2 back-to-back wickets. You'll want to pick up another one. You'll want to put New Zealand under extreme pressure. You want to squeeze them at the moment. You can see the energy is coming with.
Yeah, no, great. And New Zealand will be quite wary because now it's bowlers they haven't faced. Tian van Vieren, that line again, beautiful. Just outside that off stump, but tempting the batter to play. And that one, although Abbas well handled it and just left it nicely.
You can see Tian van Vieren's plan here is to kind of bowl in the tight line, then pushes a bit wider just to attempt for you to just push at that delivery. And you can see that tighter line delivery is cramping up the batsman, which when he bowls it a bit wider, it then forces kind of gives that illusion to the batsman that he can play at the ball now because it's a little bit wide. It's not as tight to the body.
Yeah, and I see Abbas asking for a new guard there and maybe just trying to get slightly closer to that line of bowling. And this time around, Tian van Vieren just slightly bowling it a bit straighter. And I see they've got Sinokwane there under the helmet. But great over from van Vieren there to pick up the 2 wickets. Maiden wicket because no runs were taken off him. And it takes the score to 41 for 2 after 14 overs.
Brilliant over there by Tian van Vieren. Something now that's going to be very important for South Africa as they've picked up these 2 wickets, these 2 big wickets early on, is partnerships. Partnership. Something that was very important in terms of the batting for New Zealand in the previous game. And now also for South Africa for bowling as well. Partnerships are very important. And for Mihlali Mpongwana, didn't really start really well in the first 2 balls of his first over. Followed it up with better deliveries. Now it's going to be important for him to back up Tian van Vieren, bowl those tight deliveries, keep that pressure on because New Zealand are under extreme pressure now. 2 back-to-back wickets. They want to kind of bowl the partnership now. And South Africa can't allow them to get comfortable. They can't allow them to settle. They have to keep on asking those questions, bowling those right lines.
Yeah, Mpongwana slightly better ball this one compared to his first ball in the previous over. And as you say, Kamva, in his first over, that first 2 balls were bad, but recovered beautifully in the next with his next balls. But now it looks like he's starting off beautifully.
Mihlali Mpongwana, what I like about him is a lanky bowler, toe bowler where he can extract a lot of bounce out of this pitch. He's not the quickest, but you can definitely extract bounce out of this pitch with this height.
Yeah, that's slightly just outside, but full, but just slightly outside and getting or requiring the batter to fetch at it. But because of the previous wickets, you could see that he wasn't intending to hit it as normally as they would Hifi, but good bowling so far from Mpongwana. And what I also appreciate about Mpongwana is the fact that he can bat. He's a beautiful cricketer because he bowls and he bats as well.
He's one of the guys that have been wanted to be one of the next all-rounders for South Africa. Yes, South Africa have a lot of all-rounders at the moment. Marco Jansen, Vian Mulder. So it's going to be tough for him to get into that Proteas setup. But at the moment, he's really going to he has to put up his hand up in these type of games.
And Mpongwana bowls a straight one that's hit to the captain, Marcus Ackerman. And again, another dot ball. And that's exactly what they're looking for. Those dot balls, those pressure. And then it requires then a batsman normally now thinks, hey, we face so many dot balls, we need to get runs. And that's when they start making mistakes.
I think for Mihlali Mpongwana at the moment, what he can focus on this morning is that because he's got that height and the ball's going to be released quite high, he can afford to go a little bit fuller because he might get that ball to maybe just get a bounce a little bit more than the batsman expects. So he can tend to go a little bit fuller. Especially that we've seen the first 3 bowlers have gone for that back of a length delivery, but I don't think he has that pace to trouble the batsman on the back of a length delivery. And what's going to be important for him is that he just keeps on bowling that, not back of a length, maybe just a little bit fuller than the back of a length, maybe that 6-meter mark.
Again, just bowling slightly on the leg side and easy runs that for Hifi, but just one hitting it to the fielder, the Cody Yusuf. So he wouldn't want to bowl there, Mpongwana. That's the line that he didn't. He bowled that first ball in that first over, and that one was even more fuller. But he doesn't want to be. That's the line he doesn't want to be bowling.
Yes, indeed, and at least it didn't cost him a boundary, cost him a single. But still, it's important to apply the pressure because singles do release pressure. Because as soon as batsmen are able to rotate the strike, that really shares a responsibility of the pressure. And you want to keep the batsman on one end, make him think like he's not scoring any runs, and make him feel like he's maybe the scoreboard is not ticking. As soon as the scoreboard starts ticking and the runs are moving, batsmen usually feel like, oh, I'm okay, I'm feeling comfortable now. But when the runs are not moving and wickets are falling on the opposite end, you start thinking maybe I should play more shots. So pressure is a weird thing.
That's the line. That's the line that Mpongwana should be looking at. And there, he will make no mistake. It's basically that the batter is the one who must now have a plan. And to come back to the point you mentioned, the comfort, those taking of singles is very, very key. If you take a single as a batter, you get the chance to rethink or you know, on the non-strikers end in terms of the approach of how you're going to play the batter compared to when you are consistently facing ball. So rotating strike is also very, very important. Oh, good ball there from Pongwane. Good ball. That's a great ball to finish the over. Just missing that outside edge of the batter of Hifi. But great ball. Good over this from Pongwane.
Definitely good follow-up over there as it brings to the end of the 15th over with the score of 42 for 2 at the moment. And yes, good backup by Mhlani, exactly what we asked for after that 2-wicket over from Tian van Vuren, as he's going to come back now, steaming in. And he's going to want to really carry on where he left off in the previous over, keep on applying pressure to his right-hand batsman. As you see, his plans in the previous over was to bowl tighter to the batsman and towards the body, cramp up the batsman for shots. And then as you feel like you're feeling cramped up, he gives you the one a little bit wider. But as we mentioned, Pongwana, we really want him to be the backup bowler. Sometimes it's not a matter of if you have to pick up wickets the opposite end. It's about actually just applying the pressure and just backing up your fast bowler on the other end, which is something that is important in cricket with partnerships.
Now we're seeing a bit of a stop here, seeing the physio running in, and I wonder what is happening to the batters because they pretty much knew both these batters on to the crease, but there could be something, but we'll try and find out what's the problem.
Mr. Conan, since we have this break, maybe we can have a chance to actually dissect what we've seen in the first 15 overs of how the pitch is played, how the balls respond to the pitch. What's your thoughts regards to that? What's your thoughts regards to how the pitch is responding in terms of South Africa's bowling, how the ball is carried to the keeper, and how the runs have been scored this morning?
Yeah, look, knowing at this pitch, that's why I mentioned earlier on, I said New Zealand winning the toss and deciding to bat first was probably the best decision, purely because they'll get the best of the strip in these first 2 days. It tends to slow down and keep low day 3 and day 4. So you want to make the best of it now. And the approach, obviously, for New Zealand, you would have seen earlier on from Mario that there was some confident shot. I mean, he hit a beautiful straight drive for 4. And he cut one there for 4 towards third man. Confident shots, but as they also were slightly on the slower side because they were facing now bowlers that they didn't face in New Zealand. I mean, in Poch. So their approach was slightly on the cautious side of things. But at this stage, you'd feel that first hour, because as we were closing on towards that first hour, New Zealand was slightly on top, because I mentioned earlier on in the commentary that the two batters would have been happy because they've seen off the two bowlers. But immediately when Van Vuren came on, with Mpongwana, Van Vuren on the other side I think he came on at 10 to 11 and took quick wickets for the team. Now immediately changes the setup and the look. At 42 for 2, now you feel South Africa is on the driving seat.
Yes, you mentioned that it's new bowlers, and something that's going to be different for this game, for something New Zealand have to look at, it, that they haven't seen these four seamers in the previous game. So getting to experience these new seamers, it's a new challenge for them. Fresher bowlers that didn't bowl in the previous game, that had a lot of workload. And to have these new seamers with also a variation of a left arm seamer does bring a little bit of a difference. Something a little bit more to think about for South Africa, for New Zealand.
Yeah, and Van Vieren comes back and bowls a beautiful one, just leaving the batter just out, similar to the one that got out the batter Mario earlier on. Beautiful bowling from Van Vieren there.
Beautiful bowling indeed from Fury. The area has been hitting all morning. Just nips away from the right-hander. Oh, close. Very similar to how we dismissed Reece Maru.
Yeah, no, definitely. Looked similar and was quite unlucky that he didn't catch the outside edge of the bat of Hifi. And he follows up with another one. This time Hifi leaves it, but beautiful ball, and it turned to, you looked at it, because Kashila sort of went to go pick it up. It was swinging after it left the bat.
Again, Tian van Vuren being a handful this morning. Tian van Vuren bowling that line. Excuse me. Bowling that line that is quite tight to the off stump. And then again, he has that delivery that is also threatening, that goes a little bit wider to the batsman.
Yeah, and that one now he replies with a slightly straighter one, which is not the areas that he should be looking at. He's getting his wickets when he's bowling it at that fourth stump. When he's bowling it straighter, based on also the field that he's got, he can easily be clipped. Even if you miss-hit it, there's enough gap and enough space that it could roll on and go to the boundary.
But Tian van Vuren, he's been bowling to his field this morning. He's got 3 slips and a gully, waiting patiently for that outside edge, inside edge. He's even got a short leg in there, applying that pressure. Gives you the sense that there might be a short ball coming, keeping that batsman thinking.
Yeah, definitely, Kamva, definitely. And look at that, he comes back again with that line. And that line so far seems to be unplayable. When they do play, that's where he gets his wickets.
Yes, lovely bowling from Tian van Vuren. Again, that back of the length delivery. He's bowling with great pace, tight lines, not asking so much questions of the batsman. Not easy to see. His captain will be happy with his start this morning. He's only 2.4 overs in. Marcus Ackerman must be thinking to himself, where were you in Potch?
Yeah, beautiful. Another one that's just coming outside off. And Van Vieren just doing, there as a captain, I'm sure Marcus Ackerman will be saying to him, don't change anything. Just stick to that line. Let them be the ones that change. So far, you are bowling beautifully. If they're not looking to score some runs from you, then it's fine. We've got the wickets, and you've got a fantastic line.
You know, you yourself and Bendula mentioned an interesting point about boring. And it's going to be important for South Africa not to go searching now, as they've picked up these early wickets, where they have to just stay consistent, because New Zealand are the ones now that need to be chasing and try to get back on top in this game. They're under the ball game now.
Yeah, again, beautiful bowling from Tian. He's bowling fantastically this morning, and that ends that over for 42 runs, 2 wickets down, 16 overs gone.
Good over from Tian van Vuren. Will be followed up by Mihlali Mbongwana. As I mentioned in this previous over, that it's going to be important for South Africa to keep on being boring and bowl those tight lines, consistent lines, not to lose patience. But as soon as you lose patience, you tend to release pressure, and not to chase for those wickets, not to chase to pick up more wickets. Just keep on bowling it tight. Keep on asking those questions, and you'll force those mistakes. Draw up those runs, and you'll see something out of this pitch.
Yeah, 100% comeback. Good bowling there from Mpongwa. Now is Mpongwana, starting off his overs beautifully now. He's learned a lesson, I think, from that first ball. But you're quite right. The key now is to not become greedy, looking for a wicket every ball. And also what you've just mentioned, which is very, very important, that patience. Patience is very, very key. That you don't expect to be getting wickets every ball or every over. But you just stick to the plan and let the batters make that mistake. Mpongwane again to Hifi, and this time just slightly short, but not that short enough. And Hifi, because of what wickets do, they've gone slightly. Hifi's gone slightly into a shell. I mean, he's now faced 48 balls for his 12 runs.
Yes, and as much as Mpongwane hasn't really found his rhythm as of yet, or his areas as of yet, rather, at least he's not going for runs. And something that happened in the previous games, South Africa were searching for their rhythm and searching for their lines, and they went for runs.
Yeah, bowling again there from Mpongwane. Just that is the line that he needs to be bowling to Hifi. And Hifi will feel slightly under pressure in terms of he knows that he'll be tempted, but he'll look to stay on and not play loose shots. The 22-year-old Hifi from Manawatu.
Yes, indeed. And the way Mpongwane is bowling now with that fuller line that I've been asking him to bowl, which will work for him with his pace, it will now. If ever Mohammed Abbas or Curtis Hifi tries to play any strokes from that length and dares to mistime it, those slip catches are waiting.
Good bowling from Mpongwane. That's good patience bowling. That's what we're talking about, Kamba. Just getting it there and let the batter be the one that makes the mistake. Let's not look to try too many things. They've seen now, I'm sure, South Africa, what is now working for them, especially the other side of Van Vieren. And this side, what Mpongwane has been doing, he's been bowling it slightly fuller. He just needs to be careful that he doesn't bowl it towards that leg side, because that's easy runs. They just get clipped. There's enough space and enough gaps on the leg side. It's still that 6-3 field that is set for him. That's the line. That's the line we're talking about. And he's brilliant bowling. And so far he's bowled 5 balls in this over. And the batters haven't gotten a run yet.
And that's the length also I've been speaking about. I would like him to see him bowl. Yes, he's bowl that fuller one that asks questions, but that one that's in between the fuller length and the back of a length delivery, that is a bit more difficult to go forward to and to go back to. So if he can find that line and length with his pace and with what this pitch is doing this morning, not much movement, but a tad bit of movement, enough to keep the batsman guessing.
Yeah, and he bowls a straight one, and nice looking shot from Hifi, but not painful enough or not hard enough to get runs off it. Beautiful over, maiden over from Mpongwane, fantastic bowling, and the score is still 42 runs for 2 wickets down now after 17 overs.
Something that lacked in South Africa's bowling innings in the first innings in the previous game was maiden overs. And what maiden over does, ladies and gentlemen, is that it just applies that pressure. Even though as much as pressure has been applied already by picking up those 2 wickets, but it's important to be followed up by dry runs where they can't rotate strike. Batsmen are facing balls, 6 balls at a time, where they have to be manufacturing shots by themselves.
Oh, Van Vieren still coming on from the south end there, and it gets clipped by Abbas, and there's a chase there, but they're just going to get 2 runs from it.
Van Vieren, for the first time this morning, we've seen him go a tad bit fuller. He's really focused on that back of a length delivery. And I feel, yes, maybe I don't want to say he's searching for wickets, but I like him to stay on that line that he's been bowling. That boring conversation we've been having, they're saying, well, not boring conversation, but rather the discussion of South Africa staying boring. And it's important for him. He's picked up wickets in that back of a length delivery, and he must just keep going at that, and he will still get his results that he needs to get.
And the batsman pulls out there. There's always a disturbance when a batsman sees a little khochi or something flying on the pitch and they get stopped. But yeah, Mkamva, 100% right. Van Vieren, what has been working for him is that back of a length and that 4th stump, and that one was fuller, and that's why he was hit for 2 runs there. So he needs to go back to what's been working for him. And there is that length. There's that back of a length, and that's what you want. There is in the money, and there is what that ball there or that line is what will get him wickets, because a slight play from a Hiffy or the batsman there would looking for that outside edge.
And yes, with his pace and with the pitch being a tad bit greener in the back of a length line, it's going to be important for him to stick to that line. And because we've seen on this pitch, bowling fuller, it's not looks a little bit easier for batsmen to play with. That back of a length, it's showing a bit more challenges, giving more challenges for the batsmen.
Good one, good quick run there, but nothing harmful for the batters. The nice easy run, but that one also Kamva slightly a bit fuller. Managed for the batsman to go to the front foot and just block it into that space. And because there hasn't been a lot of ones, the fielders also get to go to sleep a bit, because they're not sort of expecting a run to be taken. But without also being harsh on the fielders, that was a run, and a safe run. That's again that back of a length, that line we've been talking about, and Van Vieren immediately goes back to that line that works for him. A bit of a swap in the field. Cody Yusuf, I don't know, maybe he would have said to Cele that you're a bit slow, let me come across. I'm a bit quicker than you, we don't know. But then again, it could just be swap of roles, because you know that Cody Yusuf is a good fielder, very, very quick on the ground as well. Oh, beautiful shot there by the batter through the gap, and everybody just stands and watch. Fantastic shot by the batter there, Abbas.
First runs for Mohammad Abbas this morning. A cover drive where he just really leant on it. Put his bat there quite nice, very well timed along the carpet of this beautiful outfield of Willamo Park. Just somewhat, just leans on it through the covers for 4.
Textbook style, the textbook cover drive, and did not even look to hit it hard. Just stroked it, and there's a big gap there in the covers, and it was a beautiful shot. And let's see what Van Vieren, what's Van Vieren's response. Oh, Bo's a good one. Bo's a beautiful ball, Van Vieren. Beautiful response there from the young man.
This over's really just given us a sense that what lines Van Vieren needs to stick to. As soon as his ball full, he's been punished or he's been scored for runs for. In the back of a length, you see that, exactly that, when he bowls the back of a length line. So it's going to be important for him to stick to that back of the length line that's worked for him all morning. Not to go searching for maybe that swing delivery that has shown that it's a bit easier to play. We've seen a boundary off it, we've seen a single, we've seen a cover drive or a straight drive that was pushed for 2. So it's that fuller line has bought runs. So maybe he just needs to stick to that back of the line length that he's bowled so well this morning. That's picked him up 2 wickets.
No, it works for him. It works for him. It's proven that it works for him. And even just that last ball showed that there was a chance there that they could get a wicket. And from the north end, or what is now normally known as the Kuruleni end, Mpongwane still to continue, and bowling to Hiffy. And immediately opens with a fuller one on the front foot for Hiffy, just outside that off stump. And that's the line that it's been working for Mpongwane. 2 different kind of approaches from Van Vieren on the other end, and Mpongwane from this side.
And yes, for sure, you will get 2 different approaches. Van Vieren, a bit of a quicker bowler. Mpongwane, a bit slower, medium pacer. Maybe a back of a length might not be the delivery he wants to bowl.
And he gets clipped because he just bowled it a touch too straight, and he gets clipped on the leg side in that open mid-wicket area, and they managed to get 2 runs there for Hiffy.
As much as Mpongwane needs to be bowling that fuller line, but as soon as you go on the legs, it will be either punished for a boundary, as we've seen already this morning, or to be runs, singles. It gives New Zealand a run scoring option, and I feel he just needs to stick to that fifth stump line, and a tad bit fuller, to be a bit tougher to play there.
That's the line you're talking about, Kamva. That's the place where he needs to be bowling. At that pace, if he just gets it a touch wrong and he bowls it on leg stump, he's easy to just get clipped. And as you mentioned earlier, you can get quickly clipped for 4 runs, and that would be easy runs for the batter. So he needs to be very, very careful of that line and be consistent about it. And like we mentioned, or we're consistently mentioning, don't get bored about it. Just keep doing, putting it there, be patient about it, and a wicket will come. If a wicket doesn't come, runs are being dry, pressure is being applied, and maybe your partner that side will be the one that benefits from your dot balls this side. Because the previous over from Pongwan was a maiden. And again, he just bowls it, but this one short of a length, but down leg, and it gets clipped to fine leg there to the fielder, the Cody Yusuf, who throws it back, and they manage to just pick up 1 run from that. I just feel in this over, so far, it's been 4 balls in this over, Kamva, that Mpongwan has been trying a lot of things. We've seen sort of like 4 different kind of balls, whereas what works for him is when, like we mentioned earlier, just that outside off stump, that 4th and 5th stump. That line there. That is the line that Mpongwan should be bowling.
And you've seen in the previous 2 overs prior to the over from Tien van Vuuren, the opposite end, and this over from McLean Bond, we had maiden overs where they bowled consistent lines. They bowled the lines that ask questions, which was for Tien van Vuuren the back of a length delivery, for Mhlani Bongwana the fuller delivery outside of off stump. And then previous over from Tien van Vuuren, he started searching, going a bit fuller, which released the pressure, and we saw run scoring, which was a 6-run over. And then we look at this over again, Mhlani Bongwana mixing it up and again releasing pressure. So it's important for South Africa to go back to those lines that apply pressure.
Oh, good shout there, but the bat umpire immediately shook up his head to say not out.
Might be sliding a tad bit down leg, and maybe a little bit of height on that delivery. The good delivery to finish the over from Mhlani Bongwana as it brings to the end of the 19th over.
Now, if we look at the replay there, the ball could have been just going down leg.
Yeah,
so good call there by the umpire.
Yeah, sliding down leg as we came to the end of the 19th over, 52 for 2. That is, with Curtis Heafy on 18 of 54 balls. A patient start from Curtis Heafy. And Muhammad Abbas, equally as patient, for 4 for 16 balls.
Yeah, and sticking on the south end, they're sticking with the bowler Van Vuuren, who's so far the man who's gotten wickets this morning, and they're sticking with him on that side. And again, he opens with that short of a length area, and bowling it just outside, and it's blocked to point to there.
Yeah, that's the line we were talking about in the previous over that he needs to stick to. You could see it wasn't as easy to play. As soon as he went to that back of the length delivery, tight to the body, not as easy to play, not as easy to either punch because it's tight on your body, or pull. It's not short enough to pull. It's not wide enough to cut. So it becomes a delivery that is very hard to score off on this pitch.
Yeah, that's that line. Maybe just a little bit closer, just to tempt the batter to play, because those ones are slightly easier for the batter to make a quick decision to say, I'll leave that. Especially now, you would have seen when they ran in to take that water, I'm sure they would have been told to say, just take us to lunch and we'll reassess at lunchtime.
But it seems it's been the plan for Tien van Vuuren this morning. Tight to the body a few times. few deliveries, and then you get him bowling that wider one.
Yeah, good ball. That one was slightly a bit straighter, but good enough to get the player to better to play. But again, no run from it. So at least Van Vieren, I think he's like we've mentioned, and you rightfully mentioned in terms of pace between the two, Mpongwane and Van Vieren. With Van Vieren a bit quicker, he's the one who's bowling it slightly back of a length and getting the batters on that back foot. And at some stage like that one, he wasn't really sure if he should be on the back or front foot. Good bowling. He's asking some good questions here. Tiaan van Vieren is asking some really, really good questions on Hiffy, because you could see there, even on the replay, he's slightly stuck in between.
You've seen the clear difference in this over. As soon as he's stuck to that back of a length delivery, which has been consistent with this over, you've seen that the troubles that New Zealand batsmen are having with that back of a length delivery, not as easy to score with. And it's going to be important again for Tiaan van Vieren not to, now since he's bowled 3 on the trot, 4 on the trot dot balls, to stick to that one again.
Oh, the first one that they pull, but just not that much, but he pulls it to that deep mid-wicket for 1 run.
First response we've seen from that back of a length delivery from the New Zealanders. We haven't seen much pull strokes that you've been seeing, but Curtis Heafy plays that one. He's like, I'm tired of seeing you bowl that same area over and over and over. Let me maybe attack you. Yeah. So South Africa will be happy with that shot, that you're getting a response and more of an attacking approach now from this tight line, which it shows that they want to maybe pick up the run rate or score off that delivery, not allow Tiaan van Vieren to settle into that length that is troubling them.
And then maybe also with the field now changing to, remember it was a 6-3 field. They've now got 4 guys on the leg side. Nearly. Got a hit there. Oh, missed it. He was gone. If that was hit, it was a direct hit. There's a bit of some frustration here, I don't know, with the New Zealand batters all of a sudden.
Missed opportunity there by South Africa. Let's see how tight that was. Really tight. That was a chance, South Africa. A chance to pick up another wicket. Just over the stumps, that throw. But unfortunately there for South Africa, missing that opportunity to pick up the 3rd wicket of Curtis Heafy, trying to push for a quick single. Or it might have been Muhammad Abbas that went for that single there. I beg your pardon.
An exciting over the Kamva, a bit of this and a bit of that, but definitely some action. 54 for 2 after 20 overs. There was a pull and there was nearly a run out and there was nearly a catch. So a bit of an exciting over. That's far that we've had. After the first 2 wickets, it sort of became like that kind of a boring game where the batters were not really keen on playing or hitting runs. And then Mpongwane continues again from the Ekurhuleni end, and he bowls that fuller one, 4th stump line, and he also, he still kept to his 6-3 field, still got 3 guys on the leg side and the other 6 on the offside with 2 slip fielders and a gully.
Just to see there, I think Mpongwane bowled a no ball there in that ball. You want to correct that? Maybe just maybe started off his run up off the wrong spot. Maybe
first no ball that we've had so far. And immediately responds with a slightly straighter one or slightly one that goes towards the leg side. They clip it to mid wicket, the Abbas to pick up his one.
Not to be harsh to South Africa or anything, but they've missed 2 opportunities this morning. Yes, the one opportunity they made up for it with the drop catch of Reece Mariu. But this one, again, another opportunity to pick up a wicket with a run out. I'd say it's a bit of an easier chance because he wasn't too far away from those stumps. He had all 3 stumps to aim at. And for him to miss out on that run out, maybe a tad bit of frustrating from the fielding coach.
Yeah, good ball there from Mpongwane. We're just now double checking. That's what a no ball does. It puts a bowler slightly in doubt now. As you are running in, you're constantly checking if you are on the line or so on, and it takes your concentration away from the real target, which is the bowling and the wicket.
Yeah, you just have to put that behind him. As much as it does get maybe distracting, but as a bowler that is at this level, you have to be able to put that behind you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. He's bowling a good recovery from Pongwane. Another dot ball.
Yeah, Bongwane has found his area. He's had his bowl. He has that threatening delivery that is kind of a back of a length delivery, and also he's got that one that is a tad bit fuller that we saw earlier in the over. It might have been this first over that he bowled the no ball with, where it was 4 on the first stump. That's slightly nipped away from the right hand batsman of Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah. So he's bowled half of his balls in this over. Let's see how he finishes off. He bowls a slightly one that gets clipped to fine leg there for 1 run by Abbas, or should I say by Hifi.
Lesego Sonongwane working hard on that ball, and Marcus Ackerman as well, working really hard. Something that you saw that they did a lot in the previous game, and yet again here, they want that ball to talk. They want that ball to swing, and it requires you to put in a lot of work in that ball to get it moving and talking.
Yeah, another dot ball, another good ball there by Mpongwane. Just to create that pressure, because the runs have not necessarily been coming that easy for New Zealand. I mean, overall, if we look at their current run rate that they've achieved, it's 2.7 runs and over. So that's what South Africa need to be focusing on. They need to be focusing on the fact that if we're not going to be getting those wickets, let's try and dry out the runs, because you've seen the previous overs. New Zealand was a bit or looking a bit frustrated. That's why there were even a missed run out. That's it. That's good bowling. That's good bowling from Pongwane to finish off the over. And it takes us to 57 for 2 after 21 overs.
And we'll have changing commentary. Seems like Tian van Vuren might be done with his initial spell, where we'll have the likes of Okuhleqele coming back in for his second spell now. Started off really well. He's bowled 5 overs for 11. Had a good initial spell where you bowl the back of a length delivery.
It's been an absolute joy watching Tian van Vuren. What a way to show your selection to the team. Coming in, wasn't looking like a wicket was going to come, and then all of a sudden it gets two deliveries as well for Tian van Vuren, constantly asking questions of the batters. It was absolutely beautiful bowling from the left arm seamer.
Oh, beautiful stroke there, but met with great fielding there by the Proteas. But went through for 4. Sorry, my bad. It seems like the ball was stopped by Jason Smith. I was about to compliment him for great fielding.
It was a vicious strike from Curtis Heafy. Ever shying away on his line there with Leqele, way too wide. He dove correctly, Jason Smith. It was just so hard hit. I'm sure by the time he landed on the ground, the ball was on the boundary.
Another stroke there by Tian van Vuuren, clipped to fine leg for a single. Rejects the second. You spoke about Tian van Vuuren, a man that you were calling for a lot in the previous game with South Africa were maybe a little bit short on the seamer side of things. And he's answered your call in this game. Picked up 2 early wickets. He's gotten South Africa to a great start.
Just brings something different. He's big, he's tall, he's strong, left arm, hits the deck so hard. He has deceptively quick pace. He rushes you before you could think, gets that extra bounce because of his strength and because of his just overall skill. So smooth when he runs in. Won't forget the first time I saw him, I'm like, who is this guy? And so it's very good that given the opportunity, he's taking it with both hands, especially being that left arm seamer, bringing something different in the lineup.
Yes, and we've clearly seen that difference this morning from him. Bowling tight to the bottom, cramping up the right-hand batsman, and very aggressive with his approach as well.
But Mohamed Abbas, he's going to come in, but he's being patient here. 6 from 23. So much hype around the talent of Mohamed Abbas. Needs to show it in a different format here, rebuilding this partnership as 2 quick wickets got lost.
Yes, important for him to... Oh, beautiful delivery by Oakley Cele. Back of a length delivery, just nips away from the bat of Mohamed Abbas. Mohamed Abbas just pushes at that, but slightly pushes at that one.
That's what happens when you hit the correct line here from Ogutlekele. Draws the shots, the ball was shaping in towards him, which drew the stroke, but after it pitches, it just continued on, straightening with the arm. So dangerous once you get that bilateral movement going, and Ogutlekele using it well. 62 for 2. And we're getting close to lunch now. That's why Marcus Ackerman is bringing in his attacking bowlers.
Yes, attacking bowlers indeed. See the change in bowling in Cody Yusuf coming in. Cody Yusuf will want to back up the bowling of the previous partnership in Tian van Vuuren and Mhlali Mpongwana, where he started really well. Together initially, Cody Yusuf and Okuhle Cele. Cody Yusuf will want to continue. Beautiful delivery there that catches the outside edge of Curtis Heafy. Just stops short of the second slip there. Skipper. Mm-hmm.
He asked a lot of questions. Cody Yusuf bowling to Rhys Mariu in his first spell, going just above 3 runs to the over. But the competition between he and Rhys Mariu, the first 2 overs was very simple. The first 3 overs was a lot of leaving and a lot of temptation from Cody Yusuf. But then going into his 4th over, Mariu started attacking him. Yusuf started attacking in retaliation, short balls. We saw some full deliveries, and with all those variations, just let loose a couple of runs as Mariu was fighting back. But it's a very good showing here from Yusuf so far. And Heafy, though, is holding strong.
Yeah, holding strong indeed, and he's shown a lot of patience. As much as he's been asked a bit of questions early on. A bit foolish there by Cody Yusuf. Met with a straight drive there, straight to the captain, Marcus Ackerman. Puts in the work again into that ball.
And still, sun hasn't peaked out. It's still pretty cool. So there's less energy usage for the bowlers. They can retain a bit more because They're not fighting against the strong wind and the crazy sun. But they'll need to just continue doing this. This is good. They still have the 2 sleep fielders here for Curtis Heafy, and he's playing his strokes. So if he just keeps to his areas here, Cody Youssef might get some purchase.
Yes, purchase indeed. And Cody Youssef has to be patient here and keeps on hitting those lines. We've seen there is opportunities. We've seen quite a few balls drop short of fielders, beating the bat. So there is opportunities for bowlers to pick up wickets here. It's just a matter of consistency and bowling those lines consistently. Nice delivery there by Cody Youssef. Back of a length. Just punched there by Curtis Heafy through the covers. And yeah, coming from Joburg side this morning, there was a bit of rain coming through, and seeing the clouds building up now. There was a bit of sunlight initially when we arrived here at the stadium. And now we've seen a bit more cloud cover. It's gone a bit more darker, I must say. Just behind now, if as you look towards behind the batsman of Curtis Heafy, there's a bit of clouds building up that side. Conditions that will be favourable for bowling. South Africa will welcome these conditions where it's a bit cloudy, where the ball will nip a little bit more than usual in these conditions. As we come to the end of the 23rd over, 62 for 2.
Decent comeback from Cody Youssef. Coming back with a maiden over to just tie it down versus Curtis Heafy. Here's in no rush. Curtis, 65 from 72 deliveries. But the job is cleared. Make sure that he sees through the rest of the session. Having lost these 2 wickets, New Zealand will feel like the game and the session is still in the balance. 62 for 2. South Africa, if they get another one, it will definitely tilt into their favour, though.
Without a doubt, it will tilt in South Africa's favour. It's very, very much balanced at the moment, but maybe slightly towards South Africa's favour, especially how the momentum is at the moment. A bit wide is there for Mukushikere to start off with. He's 6th over.
I wonder how long Mohamed Abbas is going to be able to just keep within himself and not rush to score runs. Because that was a rather seductive ball from Okuhleqele to just go on for a flashy drive. So how long is he going to keep it out there, Okuhleqele? And can Mohamed Abbas remain patient?
The question will be more so, how long can South Africa be consistent for in terms of bowling those areas? Because it's easy to say how patient can Mohamed Abbas be, but if he is given those boundary scoring options, it will then be easier to score off. But if then South Africa bowl the way they've been bowling and consistently, and then to ask different questions of the bat of Mohamed Abbas, different stroke player as well, you'll have to manufacture shots. You might force that false stroke, might not time the one, as we saw in the previous over, where beat the outside edge of his bat. Exactly what you're talking about there. How long can Mohamed Abbas be patient with those deliveries that go a tad bit wider? And we've seen the plan here from South Africa is bowl back of a length delivery, tight to the body, and then just give that one just to see the batsman if maybe you'll play a stroke from it.
It's a mindset thing, because eventually, as a batter, even though you want to survive, you really want to score runs as well, especially in the modern game that we play, where scoring runs has become more paramount than surviving and preserving your wicket.
Beautiful stroke there by Mohamed Abbas. Just leans on it, plays it through the backward point region, just past Jason Smith. Nice stroke there. Fed a delivery where allowed him to play that stroke a bit fuller.
That's the issue. It's that length. It's right up there. It's floated up there from Okuhleqele, inviting the drive. There's no threat to Mohamed Abbas's edge or stumps. It's a pure half volley. they're just airing in that length. If he pulls it back, he bowls the same ball that beats the bats from Abbas.
Mohamed Abbas just drops a short for a single. And it's proven this morning in this pitch that you bowl back of a length delivery, you will ask questions of the batsman. You will nip it away, maybe just past the outside edge. But as soon as you err a bit fuller, you give that scoring option, that boundary option. Most boundaries you've seen here, outside of the boundary that you saw from Reece Murray that was punched behind point early on in his innings, outside of that, most boundaries have come off the fuller length delivery. And something that South Africa will need to correct.
Can't overcompensate in that correction as well. Becomes a very fine line between a good length and a short length. It's a fine line between a good length and a full length. Just demonstrated by that over. Ball before beats the bat, the ball after is too full, is driven for 4. So the margins of error, very little. 67 for 2. But you rather go slightly fuller than you want to go slightly shorter. At least it's going to be, if you're slightly fuller, you still bring the stumps in play, you still bring the pads in play, you still bring the front foot of the batter in play. If you drop it too short, you don't even give time for the ball to move around or to do anything with the surface. So doing well, bowling it much shorter, much fuller, ball beats the slip fielder. It's going to be a hard fielding chance, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, hard fielding chance it is indeed. Cody Yusuf finds the outside edge there of Mohamed Abbas. It's cheeky boundary, I must say. As you look at that. Oh, just beats the outside edge of Mohamed Abbas. And trickles way for a boundary.
Jordan Herman stationed at second slip. One of the better fielders in the side. But that ball just exemplifies the situation. You much rather prefer to be fuller because you bring so many more wicket-taking options in play than you drop it shorter. And that's why it's also a little bit harder for the runs to be scored, because once you drop it short, it's free-flowing.
Exactly that. Short and then pulled away. Just before the boundary, Tien van Vuuren pulls it in, and New Zealand get 3 runs off that one.
Don't want to give them opportunities. That one was just hanging in front of the torso. Mr. Mlaba, the groundsman, did say that it sometimes is a little bit slower on day number 1. And you'd expect that a short ball, especially from a skiddy bowler like Yusuf, will rush the batter. But that one just felt like it stuck. And Abbas had so much time to play it. So you really want to just get closer to the batter.
Indeed, get close to the batter. But I must say, Bendulo, I must say that as much as you are speaking about the fuller length delivery, that is a challenging delivery to face for the batsman, but equally as much as not the shorter ball, but the back of a length delivery, that area in between the fuller and the back of a length delivery, I feel like it's been the most challenging length today. We've seen batsmen struggling to go forward to that one, back, and also you found that it's also hitting that green tinge there on the pitch, and it may be extracting a little bit more movement than the fuller length. Too short there by Cody Yusuf, pulled into the mid-wicket region. Mhlali Mbongwana reels that in, and courtesy if he picks up 2, and that takes him up to 27 runs.
See, the ball was much better directed, that from Cody Yusuf, a little bit shorter, right up to the shoulder length, but I feel like that lack of pace allowed Curtis Heafy to get on top of the ball. Played it really well, Curtis Heafy, to keep it down, especially with that extra bit of bounce and efforts from Yusuf.
Oh, lovely delivery there by Cody Yusuf. A nice follow-up delivery there just after a short ball. Bit back of a length delivery, base the outside edge of Curtis Heafy.
Wonderful setup from Yusuf. Look at the feet. The feet were gone from Curtis Heafy. And that's the importance of the two previous deliveries that he bowled. Bumping it short, pushing him back onto that back foot. And if we had to look at that replay again, understanding that his feet were taken away, you'll see that he just pushed at it with his hands and his feet were never activated. It's a really good setup from Yusuf that didn't get him his wicket though.
Nice delivery again to follow up by Cody Yusuf. Nice tight line there by Cody Yusuf, which brings to the end of the over, the 25th over, 76 for 2.
He's been bowling well, Cody Yusuf. He's been bowling really good. Bowled his 8 overs, only gone for 29 in his 3 maidens. We've seen 25, and that'll be the end of session number 1 here at Willowmore Park. It's been pretty fairly balanced.
Yes, I was about to say, fairly balanced session. New Zealand just lost the 2 wickets. South Africa obviously picked up those 2 wickets they will be glad to pick up. And New Zealand, they maybe be the non-happier side in this first session. Lost 2 back-to-back wickets, but they've put the innings together really well with the likes of Mohamed Abbas and Curtis Heafy now with their partnership building up slowly. But maybe South Africa, the slightly happier side of picking up those 2 wickets and also with a much better run rate in terms of their bowling.
Partnership with 35 runs now between Abbas and Heafy. And it is like that. 76 for 2. Tiaan van Vuren came in and he broke the deadlock. We apologize for the empty graphics. But he came in and he broke the deadlock. Tiaan van Vuren getting 2 of those wickets. The important one of Reece Mariu, who is the guy you want to take out. He was gone for 30. Bevan Jacobs, he didn't last a single ball. Tiaan van Vuren cleaned him up straight after the drinks break. And right now, Curtis Heafy and Mohamed Abbas are fighting strong. 25 overs gone. It's 76 for 2. We're going to be taking a lunch break for 40 minutes. Going to be coming back straight afterwards. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be enjoying it here too for more cricket in this first day of the second unofficial or test match between South Africa A and New Zealand A. Lunch, done and dusted. Mohamed Abbas, Curtis Heafy, still out there for New Zealand A as they've lost 2 wickets for 76 runs. It was a long, tough start for the New Zealanders, but Rhys Mariu eventually started finding a good range of strokes until this man came into the attack. Tiaan van Vuren, left arm seamer, bowled an absolute cracker, stifled any area for Rhys Mariu to play. It was edged to the wicketkeeper. BJ Jacobs, not having a memorable tour, could only last a single delivery through Tiaan van Vuren's next ball after Rhys Mariu, castling him. And so he brings us back after lunch.
A lovely start there by Tiaan van Vuren. I like this start here, and I like that South Africa have chosen to start with him. A man that was very threatening in the first session. Picked up 2 wickets there early on into his spell, in his first spell. 2 overs, second over, he picked up back-to-back wickets. The wicket of Rhys Mariu and BJ Jacobs back-to-back. So it's interesting how he starts here. South Africa will find him very important to the second session in terms of getting this New Zealand order down.
It's going to be a true test as well for Tiaan if he can continue that consistency throughout the course of the day. As a big fast bowler, you normally have about 4 to 5 spells throughout the day, and given how the captain uses you, whether you go for 3 over spells up to 6 to 7 over spells, so every time he comes back, he can't waste time trying to find his range. He must just come back and land it on the money, and he's done just that.
One place where I can fault him in this first spell, when he bowled really well, was that he bowled that back of a length delivery that worked really well from him, which was tight, which beat the edge quite a few times, and few deliveries were left that were quite tight. They were really asking questions. But there was a point where towards the end of his spell, I don't know, maybe he got a bit tired, but he started bowling a bit fuller, started searching for wickets where he really didn't need to do that. And I honestly would love to see him here to just keep on bowling that tighter length consistently, and because he's been so threatening in that area.
Was that back of a length delivery from the exact same end that got Rhys Mariu. And then he's able to change it up so well and go back to that stock delivery. And that was a good ball.
Important here for Curtis Heafy and Mohamed Abbas to restart, come back from a break. It's important for them to take their time in terms of getting themselves in, watching the ball carefully again, playing the ball under their eye line, being control of their stroke play, and leaving really well in this initial spell here after lunch.
Their defensive play was immaculate. That first innings prior to Tiaan van Vuren coming in, they were able to leave well, they were defending well, and they only scored runs when runs were there given by the bowlers.
And not much runs were given by the bowlers. Yes, there were loose deliveries, maybe here and there, very few. And it's really forced them to manufacture shots in this innings.
We saw just before the end of that session a couple of big booming drives coming from both players as South Africa was just keeping it very tight and then baiting them with wide deliveries, asking for the drive. But they still prevail. 19 from 33 from Abbas. 81 deliveries for Heafy. He's batting at a strike rate of 33 for his 27.
It was definitely a clear plan from South Africa. We spoke about it just before lunch. The plan that they had to bowl, exactly what you're talking about, where they were bowling tight and then there was a wider delivery, beg your pardon, where it was a bit wider. And it's exactly the plan. And I think they're continuing with exactly the plan that's worked, which keep it tight, apply that pressure, and then just give that one ball that just makes the batsman think they can play a shot at it. And still, that delivery is still very important. It has to be a good delivery. It has to be a delivery that's in the right areas to make that plan work.
Too short. It's going to be a long chase for Cody Yusuf, who's been bowling. That looks like a decent stop from Cody Yusuf, but touches the fence. It's going to go over for 4.
Bit too short there by Kuhlikele to start off with. Not how he would have liked to start off. And we've seen on this pitch that the shorter ball, you have to be really targeting really well in order to get it right. And there, Curtis Heath, you met it really well.
Change of ends as well for Kuhlikele.
A bit leg-sideish there from Kuhlikele.
But he was doing well when he was bowling from the chalet end. Kuhlikele was hitting that back of a length or slightly fuller of that back of a length, but the ball would rise so nicely towards the waist of the batter. And because coming from that area or coming from that end, you get more grass coverage for that back of a length. It was popping up very nicely. And so he put some question marks on the batters, which is why he's been in good control.
Going past him this morning and just having a short chat with him, myself and you, Bendula, he seemed very excited to get going this morning. He had a big smile on his face, and it's usually something that you'd love to see from fast bowlers, being excited to come out and bowl and really, and you would be really fresh coming to this game. Didn't play the previous test or previous game, the first unofficial test game, and he looked very excited, and I want him to convert that energy into here as well.
Wonderful gentleman, great personality. Okuhle is always smiling, always engaging with fans. He enjoys where he's at. He really enjoys where he's at, and it's always better if you are hitting your marks as a bowler and you're in good rhythm. And it's this man who's causing them issues here, South Africa, Curtis Heath. He's holding so strong, and the longer he holds out there, can't help but feel the bigger the ball will become for him. And the bigger that ball becomes, the more runs will flow for him. He's looking for 2, ran the first one very hard. They keep it to 1.
Talking about running hard, the previous game, it was the blueprint of the New Zealand batting, one of the blueprints of their batting in the previous game. And they ran really hard, applied a lot of pressure to the South African fielders, especially when the ball was just slightly going into the gap. They never missed the opportunity to run a 3, a 2. And when they did that, they did it at high intensity, which is really important when you're running between wickets.
You must do it at a decent frequency as well, where you don't allow the bowlers to just bowl at you and then you get stuck in one end. So it's good movement here. Couple of singles and a boundary to end the over. It's 83 for 2 after 27.
Yeah, you talk about being stuck in one end, and rotation. What rotation of strike does for the batsman is that they share, in particular in the partnerships, that you share the pressure, especially when you have bowlers like Tian Van Vuren bowling really well. As soon as you start rotating the strike, it doesn't allow then Tian Van Vuren to build up pressure on one end to one batsman, which brings a different challenge for the bowler.
They're both right-handers, but Curtis Heafy, slightly taller than Mohamed Abbas. It's the small nuances that need to be adjusted for. Where a good length for Curtis Heafy, you can see how tall he is. A good length for Curtis is not a good length for Mohamed Abbas. So it's just slight tweaks where you need to place the ball as a bowler, where you can keep that threat coming.
Exactly that rotation of strike, important. And when Ben Wooler is talking about what, in terms of what's not a good length for Mohamed Abbas and what's a good length for Curtis Heath, is that with the different heights of the different batsmen, that when batsmen are generally taller, they've got a much longer reach in terms of where they play. So, and then when you're a bit shorter, it's also the reach is different. So that's when you have to adjust your lines as a bowler to the different type of bat. As much as they're both right-handers, they do bring that different variation for the bowler as well.
I'll tell you what I like the most. We are in over number 28, and South Africa still keep a very attacking field. You still have two slips, you still have your gully, you still have your backward point. Now they've even thrown in a short leg for Tian van Vuren, just his extra bounce and pace. And that shows that South Africa still believe that there's a lot that the bowlers can extract out of this surface. Still believe that they can still get edges. And they are hunting for them.
And where the shot comes from is from those tight deliveries that have been bowled on the body, where it's really dried up the runs from Tian van Vuren's end. And what happens is generally when you're being bowled dots balls over and over to you, you generally, when you see that ball going a bit wider, your eyes light up and you see an opportunity. And that opportunity usually brings the fall of your wicket if you don't execute it correctly.
Very exceptional work from Tian van Vuren here.
Beautiful shot down the ground there by Mohamed Abbas. Just really leans onto that straight down the ground pass, mid-off for a boundary.
Rare mistake from Tian van Vuren. Overpitches the ball, definitely a half volley. Nice and straight for Mohamed Abbas to drive through. Beats mid-off, Cody Yusuf. It's going to be a boundary. Partnership now worth 47 runs between Heafy and Abbas.
Another beautiful stroke there by Mohamed Abbas. Punch off the back foot. Oh, lovely stroke that goes for a boundary. Cody Yusuf couldn't get to that.
Cody Yusuf getting teased twice. Ball runs through to the boundary for 4. That brings up the 50-run partnership between Mohamed Abbas and Curtis Heafy. Very nice stroke from Abbas to bring it up. He's been patient. He's going to need to be even more patient and allow the bowlers to give him more of those that he can score. His partnership is 51 from 88 deliveries. Extremely useful for New Zealand. Okuhleqele bowling from the Ekurhuleni and having long conversations with Marcus Ackerman. It's going to need to have those conversations. Wants to get wickets in his own board. Okuhleqele. And I wonder what the pressure must be like for players. They're getting a chance to play, and knowing that sitting outside, you have Topo Murek, who's basically your direct replacement, and he's been performing so well for South Africa A since with the West Indies tour. So you know you are coming into this game, you have to perform as Ogutlacela.
Yeah, no. South Africa is very blessed with the talent that we've got in the country, and it keeps that pressure on all the players.
And it's coming from all different parts of the country. Looking at Tsepo Moreki, got selected whilst he was playing for the Lions, but now for the Western Province. So he brings in a different flavor, predominantly in the coastal region. So your coastal fast bowlers will have a different approach to their game, juxtaposed to a high-felt bowler. So they're all bouncing off these ideas and each other and collectively becoming better players in this setup.
Yeah, good ball there to by Taylor. Yeah, no, you're quite right, Endulo. The talent that the country's got, maybe slowly but surely will end up being like the rugby team. We can put up 2 squads at any given stage. But it's good to have this talent, and it keeps everybody on their toes, knowing that if I fail here, there is someone else to immediately take up the spot.
And on top of that, Colin, a very transformed side as well. Looking at the top 5 batters, you have 3 of them being players of colour. You look down to the bowling attack, you have all of them almost being players of colour, Tiaan van Vuren being the exception. So it's good talent, it's good representative talent as well, where young kids can look and say, hey, I see someone like me, I can also become that kind of player. It's a great stop from Marcus Ackerman.
Yeah, great stop indeed from Marcus Ackerman. Marcus Ackerman has always been a good fielder, even at school level when he was still at St. Stedians. He was always a sharp fielder, and that's one thing he's taken up to even at this level, even when he moved when he left that Lions region going to Dolphins. It's something that is taken with him. That fielding has always been a brilliant, and he prides himself in the fielding, and you can see it when he does once in a while misfield, which is rare. He becomes very, very hard on himself.
I think it counts better as well when it's your captain who's throwing themselves around. It's 94 for 2 after 29.
Yeah, leading from the front. That's what you want. That's what you want. You want a captain who can lead from the front and be an example to the rest. But just coming back to your point, Pendulo, it's good to see, and all those players are players who are performing. They've got the experience. They've played. I mean, Cele was at one stage with the Titans. He's got an experience, even though he's now back home with the Dolphins, originally from that region, but has moved across. I mean, Tiaan van Vuren played for Warriors as well. So there's some experience. The Cody Yusufs, we've mentioned, Senior Kleshile, as young as he is, looks like he's been around for years, because he actually started playing for Warriors at a very early age. I mean, at 19 years of age, I remember watching him score 100 at St. George's Park at a very, very young age of 19 years, at senior level, at professional level. So these guys have got the experience. We spoke about Mbongwane earlier on when I was up here with Kamva, that he bowls, but the other part of him is that he can bat.
One of the skills that this man has with the ball as well, Tiaan van Vuren, he can give it a good bash at the bottom and lower part of the order. And what's really good is that when the system identifies you and then you try your best to keep working, it doesn't chuck you away just like that. Snetemba Kleshile has had some lean seasons where he did not make some showings in the SAA side, but the moment good performances start flowing and the selectors see what they want out of these players, they are able to bring back on the side and remain in the fringes.
Yeah, definitely. And the beauty about it is all these guys, the Van Vierens, the Qashiles, the captain himself, Marcus Ackerman, all these guys have come through the system. Sinokwane, same. I remember he was still with Northwest when he played in that Lions Academy and moved up and they've played also SA under 19. So it's good to see these boys coming up to now this level at SAA level.
Driven on the up by Mohamed Abbas. Must be careful for that not to carry to the gully or to the backward point. It's a dot ball.
Yeah, dot ball is very important at this stage. And you can see with Hifi, he's been around now for his 31. He's faced 92 balls. And I'm sure that before the instruction, because you could see in their play that the instruction was, let's not try and lose any more wicket. Let's go all the way to lunch. Now the key is to see how they will be approaching this session in particular after lunch.
And it's the first couple of overs which are very important because you're still working yourself back into a batting tempo because that break does really mess it up for you a little bit and you need to come back and you can't just play the way you were playing as before. And so they're doing well here, Mohamed Abbas and Curtis Hifi. They're not rushing anything. And they're respecting good bowling until they're able to score.
Yeah, definitely. And another impressive part about Hifi is when you look at what he was doing in Poch, the way he was playing, slightly changed. He's willing to face more balls now.
South Africa A are happy with that. Jan van Vuren, he seems happy with that. Mohamed Abbas, second time now he's driven on the up. The ball just slightly being aerial, so he needs to be careful. Might be speaking again with just slight lack of pace on the surface. Doesn't help that the sun is not out.
Yeah, this will be the test. This is these are the sessions that you want to knuckle down and play. Yeah, you really need to knuckle down in these sessions and play and make sure that New Zealand wouldn't want to lose some wickets now. They would want to pile up some runs and have these guys staying on the crease for as long as possible to keep the South African team out there on the field for as long as they can. And that over finished there by Van Vuren. The total score is now 94 for 2 after 30 overs.
We saw the effect of keeping the team out there for as long as possible in that first innings of the first unofficial test match. 357 for 1 after day 1. Then they batted for 2 more sessions in day number 2. And you could just see the South African batters when they came out to bat that they're not as sharp, it's not as fresh. The wickets that were being given away were pretty soft. You know those small brain fades where the ball is down the leg and you're like, oh, I can clip this for 4 and all of a sudden it's being caught behind. So you could tell that it's tired legs, it's tired minds, and it's worked for them before. They'll try to do it again.
Yeah, amazing what the sun will do to you when you're on the field for as long as possible. For a long time, that the sun will take its toll, especially with fielders and batters. They would want to go. That's why most batters. Yeah, good ball there by Kellen. Good fielding there. But yeah, as I was saying, Pendulo, that's why most batters you find after fielding, when it's their time to bat, they quickly run in to the change room to just quickly take a cold shower just to refresh so that they feel slightly fresher than they were just fielding, because that sun could be heavy. The South African team, one thing they've got for them now in their field is that the sun is not that out and there's a bit of a breeze. So this is perfect times that you want to be fielding in these kind of conditions.
And these are the exact times you want your fast bowlers to be running in and charging. Never know what the wind and what the conditions can do for you, but also you are losing the least amount of energy from them. You are saying it's not that hot, There's a nice cool breeze. You are not running into the breeze because it's a crosswind as well. So that's why we haven't seen Tsepo Ndwandwe as yet. Because normally we see that spin bowler a couple of minutes before lunch.
And that there, Bendulo, could be quite the trick or the idea, just to change a bit of bowling here and put on some slower bowlers, put on some spin bowlers. Let's see what they can do, because so far Abbas and Hifi haven't looked threatened with the seam, because they've spent some time on the ground here batting, and they've faced these seamers for some time now. So they've sort of like settled, if we might do. Yes, they're not scoring at a higher run rate, but they've settled. They don't look troubled.
It really is just Tian van Vuren on the other side, who's just bowling at the top of his work here. He really is just bringing something so different. Even the people in the comments on YouTube are saying, hey, this Van Vuren kid is giving us problems. And rightfully so, you must respect the good bowling. But Uhlekele on the other side is doing well too. I guess it's good if they're not looking troubled and they are not scoring, if you are a South African fan. Because it would be really problematic, Bracolin, if this was the situation, they're looking trouble and they're going at 4 or 5 runs to the over. But they're keeping it in check here, South Africa A. It's 94 for 2.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's good. It's good. It means it's a good comeback from South Africa. I mean, after the stint or the match they had in Poch, to come out here, it means there's been proper game plans. They've made some homework, and they've picked up 1 or 2 things to say, okay, let's change this and come and apply it here, because they would have learned a huge lesson. One thing about teams batting for long and scoring big runs, there's lots of lessons to be learned there, because you pick up a lot of things in just that session on its own, or in just that game on its own.
In the toss earlier on, speaking to Joe Carter, the captain, says that he's pretty confident coming in here because it's a surface they've played on before. Like we said, this was the track that was used for the third 50-over game where New Zealand won that 50-over match. And so running with the confidence of winning the previous game, he says that they're no longer thinking about that now. They are here, they are in this game, but that confidence comes in anyway in your head. And since you're playing in a surface that you now have a better understanding of, it kind of shows. Apart from Tian van Vuren, they've really had the measure of the other bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. And it helps if they've now got that little bit of background, bit of info, because they've played here those 3 games on this ground. So they'll sort of have an idea of how the ground will be like. And I'm sure one thing they'll appreciate is here in Benoni is not as hot as it was in Poch, because there the sun can hit you. Here it's a little bit better, but like you say, they've played on the strip before, so they bring a bit of that experience and bit of knowledge.
Wonderful stroke from Mohamed Abbas. Tian van Vuren draws the stroke. Abbas obliges willingly. Wonderful drive for 4.
Yeah, the old club cricket lingo. They'll say stand and cake. You don't need to run for that. You just hit and have a look at it, running all the way. There was not even one fielder who chased it. That was a brilliant shot there.
A little bit of width from Tian van Vuren. Not something he's been doing much of, but it was a great shot from Mohamed Abbas. Played it with so much confidence as well. Goes again. Same shot, same result. A little bit riskier this time, but New Zealand with that reach 100 runs. Great shot from Abbas.
Yeah, great shot. I don't know if that's a sign that they spoke maybe after at lunchtime to say maybe they need to pick up, because just before they went on lunch, that run rate was about 2.8 runs and it's picked up a little bit to about 3.2. But a beautiful shot net by Abbas. He hit one through the covers earlier on, if you remember, before lunch. Beautiful shot. And the beauty about his shots is he's not looking to hit it hard. You know, he's just going there, textbook shots, and just hitting it through the gaps.
That's the length. That's the length. Immaculate delivery from Tiaan van Vuren. He has been the thorn for New Zealand, and he continues picking up the wickets. Sensational length. Beautiful line. Mohamed Abbas is gone.
Yeah, beautiful bowling that from Van Vuren, the young man. Great bowling. No need for that shot from Abbas. You've just gotten 4 runs, 2 boundaries. There was no need. You've had enough in that over. Greedy, and I thought that shot was maybe unnecessary. If he could have just left it, he could still be batting, because you could see he was picking up his form, and had beautiful shots. But great comeback from the young man, Tiaan van Vuren.
Brain fade from Mohamed Abbas. It's beautiful from Tiaan van Vuren. The bravery to bowl a ball like that after being hit for 2 fours in a row in the same area shows the mindset of the man that he wants the wicket, because that could have easily been another boundary, but he pulls that length back. Mohamed Abbas does not adjust for that change in the length, and he takes the edge. Incredible bowling from Van Vuren, deserves those 3 wickets, and it brings in another dangerous batter, Mitch Hay.
Yeah, no, quite right. Very good ball from Tiaan van Vuren, and good comeback. If you any other normal bowler, you get hit for 2 fours, you sort of lose it as well. But he managed to keep his head, keep his calm, and go back to that length that has been working for him, that got him the previous two wickets. And then now he's the only man. I mean, the whole team 3 wickets down, and they all belong to him.
It would be so awesome to see that wicket again, because it was a very well constructed wicket from Tiaan van Vuren. Many batters would leave that ball alone. Welcome to the pitch, Mitch Hay. Van Vuren is on fire. He takes the wicket of Mohamed Abbas to end over number 33. It's 102 for 3. It's over number 32, rather.
Yeah, he welcomes him with a beautiful ball. If you look at the replay there of that ball of Abbas, there was really, after those 2 fours there, you would have advised him that he did not need to play that shot.
Love observing and just engaging with some of the comments. If the comments on YouTube are about the cricket, because more often than not, they are not. But right now, someone was asking, what's the purpose of scoring 30 of 100 balls? You need to be scoring runs. And that's exactly why you need to have some temperament and patience, like Curtis Heafy. The moment you start scoring and you feel like you are overconfident in your strokes, and you actually spoke about this, Colin, earlier on, that it's the confidence that becomes your downfall. And that's why leaving balls like that at good lengths is important. Absorb the pressure and score when the balls are there. Otherwise, you're going to lose your wickets.
Yeah, definitely. You are going to get a bad ball that you can get it away for a boundary or runs. But there with Abbas, it was just now 2 beautiful shots. And as I was saying, remember I was talking about how beautifully he plays them and not looking to hit them hard. And the shot that he got out of, you could see that now is now becoming greedy, wants to hit another 4. And then he managed to get out.
Strokes player, Mohamed Abbas. And it's known, you've seen him against Pakistan for New Zealand. A stunning 50 on debut in blink of an eye, and another 40 to follow that on. So he had a really great come-out season, Mohamed Abbas. But it's games like these where the spotlight is not shining bright on you, where the conveners of selectors and the whole management is looking to see what can you do. Can you take the step that we need you to take? And in 4-day cricket, you just need better temperament and more patience, despite your skill. Good ball. that is a defensive shot of someone who's just arrived at the crease.
A very, very good ball. Very, very good. First, ball from Cele to the new batsman. That's what you want, and you want him to come in and be in a spot of order immediately, doubting that, confidence mustn't come in with confidence. You must put them at the question mark as always. And that's very, very fantastic bowling from Cele.
Edged. There's no third slip. There's no third slip. It would have been straight into his grasp. But it's going to go for 4 runs off Mitch Hay.
Yeah, Okuhle won't be happy with it. But again, that was just a chance. And just looking at the replay through that gap between second slip and Gali there, and rightfully so, Mpendulo, it would have gone straight into the third man's hands there. But the third slip there. But unfortunately, that's the field that he chose, and that's where he needed to bowl. But unfortunately, there was no fielder there. But it will also give the new batter a bit of nerves to come down a bit, that now at least he's opened his bank account.
Just missing his run up there, Okuhle. But Mitch Hay, one of New Zealand's better 50-over players. So it tells you that he has good shots, hungry for runs. But the moment here requires a little bit something different. New Zealand can't afford to lose another wicket in this particular session. But when the South Africans are bowling like that, it becomes a hard ask. It's good stuff here from Okuhle. Changing ends, but he's continuing with his rhythm and is still looking smooth.
Yeah, asking questions. That's what you want. Remember, this man got a not out for 71 in the first innings in Poch. And he also, you mentioned earlier when he came in, to say another good batsman coming in for New Zealand. So the confidence will be there. He knows that he's capable of scoring runs.
Simon Keane sits out today. Comes in very useful at the lower end for New Zealand. But right now it's Okuhle who bowled a great over, keeping it in check. It's 107 for 3 after 33.
Yeah, it looks like they'll continue with Tiaan van Vuuren. Not surprisingly, not that I'm saying this being surprised, because he's the man who's been on the money. He's the man who's been getting wickets for South Africa. And he's only bowled 9 overs, so he's a young man, still fresh, fit. Got to manage to get a chance to, just during lunchtime, spoke to his father, who told me that they drove all the way to come watch him play here today. So the family's all here, the father's here, the mom's here. They've come to watch the son play, and I'm sure they'll be very, very proud. Knowing them, they've always been on the sideline watching their son.
They'll be happy with the performance that he's giving here. He's really taken out that question paper for the batters. They're not having an easy exam. He's landing it in the perfect spots. Just 24 years old as well, Tiaan van Vuuren. So still a couple of years until he reaches his very best. That's going to be freaky. So his parents drove all the way from PE, Port Elizabeth from Gqeberha.
Yeah, that's a 12-hour drive that I've done it once or twice, so I know it. It shows the passion. It shows it's beautiful to have parental support. I've always said, especially at school level, I've always said to parents, parental support is it's better than any other support. You can buy your kid the best kit in the world, but if they don't have parental support, they're a bit on the back foot. And to see Mr. Van Vuuren Senior still coming at 24 years of age of Tiaan, still coming through with the wife to come and support their son. It's very, very key. That's very good.
To be honest, Bra Colin, if my son played like this, I would travel as well. Just to watch him and get the pure ecstasy of good cricket. Alas, I'm not a father yet, so I don't know the feeling.
Yeah, look, you ask us. Some of us have got sons, but you also need to have time, to do that. Good bowling from Tian. Very, very fantastic bowling from this young man.
The under-19s was involved there. If it does make it to the top, of which if he continues in this trajectory, he might, it'll just show how good the pipeline of South African cricket has actually been. There's never been a point where South Africa has not had a good fast bowler in their ranks. Short balls are hard to hit because of his stockiness as well. The balls are heavy. They hit the bat very hard because he hits the deck very hard.
Yeah, it's got a heavy ball. I mean, Heafy's been there for about 104 balls now. So if he can still surprise a man like that who's faced so many balls, you spoke earlier on that he should be seeing it as a soccer ball now. But there it shows that Van Vuuren has got that heavy ball and it comes on, it rushes you a bit. He doesn't look like he's express quick, but it does actually come onto the bit.
Oh, flashed hard. It's going to go over the slip cordon. He's making it rain here, Tian Van Vuuren. Opportunities and wickets left, right and centre. But it's going to be 4 for Curtis Heafy.
Yeah, we won't say good shot that, but 4 is 4, runs are runs. But yeah, whenever Van Vuuren comes on to bowl, there's a bit of action. There's a bit of life. You can see that he's bowling to a certain plan, and he's looking for those wickets. He's searching, and as you said, the question paper is out, and the batters are busy trying to fill out the answers.
All different kinds of questions from Van Vuuren. Short balls are hard to hit. Full balls are hard to hit. Good deliveries, they get you out. And playing with a little bit of tentativeness to end that off. Curtis Heafy, though, still out there. 36 from 106. Scores 111 for 3.
Yeah, brilliant bowling that from the young man. See them, the captain, just having a chat with him. Maybe just ask him, how are you feeling? Are you still strong? Are you still good? Are you still good to go? Because we need you here. We need you here. You look like you're the man for us today. So it looked like he just gave him a nod to say, I'm still good. It's rare that you find a bowler that will be asked a question like that and say no, especially if he's picking up wickets. So we'll see at the end of Cele, who's continuing here from the Ekurhuleni end.
Would have thought that maybe Tian was also going to get a call to the 50 over because his work for the Knights last season was out of this world. We're speaking 5 games in a row where he got 2 wickets plus. And then in those same reign of games, a score 40 and a 50. So a true exciting prospect. The 24-year-old. Look at this. 3 wickets versus the Western Province for 16. 4 versus Boland. 2 versus the Lions. 2 versus the Dolphins. 2 versus the Titans. Those are 5 games in a row from Tian Van Vuuren, going at less than 6 runs to the over. That's the kind of season he had in his 50-over competition. Took 4 wickets versus Bangladesh, emerging earlier on this year. So he is a wicket taker and also a run getter, Tian Van Vuuren. And so if it's the first time you're seeing him, just remember that name because you might see him a little bit more often.
Yeah, product of Grey High School in PE. Played in the same team as Stumps during their high school. So not a surprise that we've seen him, as I mentioned, at SA under 19 level. So good cricketer, good young cricketer.
Glorious. That is beautiful from Mitch Hay. Overpitched from Uguhleqele, but it still needs to be dispatched. And didn't he do it with class? 115 for 3.
Yeah, brilliant shot again there with just like Abbas did, just looking to play it and not looking to hit it hard. Just stroke it and place it into the gap.
It's really good work here from Mitchell Hay, not allowing the full half volley to just be taken by Uguhleqele. And then when the good ball does come, he's not looking to attack it and lose his wicket. Still very mindful.
Yes, and that's what you would wanted to have seen from Abbas after those two beautiful shots. To maybe think, let me leave that other one. But then again, somebody might say, yeah, it's easier for you to say because you're sitting on the commentary box. Once the adrenaline rushes in the middle, you just hit beautiful 2 shots. Maybe you feel like you are in the mix, and then you can hit another one.
Way good stuff here from Uguhleqele. Ball just nipping back into the right hander. They'll come for 2 because Fine Leg is the only man patrolling there. They take 2 runs. Very good stuff.
Not confident that shot. A bit of an inside edge, going to not where the batter intended it to go, but 2 runs nonetheless.
He's had a good return here, Uguhleqele, coming from the Ekurhuleni end, changing them up. But Cody Yusuf, he's warming up now. So they still won't be at Tsepondwandwa coming in. It will be more pace, which needs more wickets for South Africa. Really needs more wickets. Mitch Hay, another dangerous batter. Curtis Heafy, the longer he stays there, the longer it becomes a problem. It's 117 for 3.
Yeah, and finally you say that in Pendulo because this Mitch Hay was actually, he got out. Remember in the first innings he scored 71. It wasn't out, not out. But in the second innings, Tsepondwandwa actually got him out. So you would think that maybe the captain would have said, well, maybe this is the man that you've got in your pocket. Maybe you are the man to bowl now, since this man looks like it's easy. In fact, both Curtis Heafy as well was taken out by the wicket of Tsepondwandwa. So both these batsmen were bowled out by Tsepondwandwa. So you would think that the captain, Ackerman, would think, maybe let me bring in Tsepondwandwa to maybe just rattle the cage since these 2 guys were gotten out by him. But while we say that, we got a bit of commentary change upstairs here. And Mr. Nkamva joins me again. Oh, then there's a change of bowling from the south end, and it's Curtis that bowling that other side. I mean, Cody Yusuf, and a bit of a straight ball, but a bit of a troublesome one for Heafy.
Bit of aggression shown there by Cody Yusuf, chucking it back towards the batsman. Just reminding the batsman I'm still there. I think that I love a bit of aggression shown by fast bowlers. Something that you don't see too often nowadays, with the umpires jumping in, being told to rather not have that as often nowadays.
Cody Yusuf bowling it just outside to that leg stump, and it's clipped, and the batters are looking for 2, and it is going to be an easy 2 runs for Heafy.
Something that I really love about the game is the aggression and the energy that the bowlers show when they've picked up a wicket, But a lot of it nowadays is, I like to say, cricket's got a bit soft nowadays. Not allowing bowlers to express themselves after picking up wickets. Obviously within the right way to do it, the right way to go about it.
Cody Yusuf getting cut there, and there's going to be a chase from the fielder, but the Bulls wins the race, and Hifi gets another 4 runs from that cut, which went just on the wide side of the fielder there at Gali, and another added 4 runs, and all of a sudden Hifi's run rate is picking up, and that now takes him to 42 runs after 109 balls.
And you see that back foot punch there, just behind square there by Curtis Heafy. Beautiful stroke. It's a stroke that he loves playing. A lot of the New Zealand guys like playing that shot. A guy like Reece Mario scored a lot of runs in that region. Again, in that region.
Yeah, but this time around, he didn't quite get hold of it, and there was a bit of a slight change with the fielder there being Tian van Vieren at the boundary. They just moved him slightly across. So just Hifi just managing to get 1 run off that.
No ball there by Cody Yusuf. As you see, umpire Bongani Jele calling that one no ball by Cody Yusuf. Cody Yusuf would like to correct that as he comes in for his 9th over, halfway through his 9th over. Cody Yusuf.
The ball's a straight one, and it got defended nicely, but goes all the way down for a boundary. And Hay just picks up another boundary off that no ball. And Cody Yusuf won't be happy with it.
Interesting way how Mitch Hay played that stroke. He played it with really soft hands. Hence, you find that outside edge didn't really carry to the second slip, third slip. And that's so important when you're playing the front foot defense. So not to push at the ball. Because usually when you start pushing at it and prodded at the ball, that's when you allow the ball to carry to that slip field. And what's important about it is you just release that bottom hand.
Good ball that from Cody Yusuf. Good recovery ball. Good response from those 2 balls, the no ball and the one that got now clipped for 4. Yeah, very, very, very good the comfort that the way that he played it was always going to be a safe shot.
Yes, indeed, very safe. And Mitch Hay, man in decent touch in the first innings in the first test. He scored 71 of 115 balls. So he does show a bit of patience and a bit of aggression in certain times of his game.
Yeah, and that's the ball. Sorry, Kamva. That's the one that Cody Yusuf won't want to be bowling. That was down the leg. And again, he started with that one and he finishes with that one. They clipped him down there for 2 runs again. Very expensive over that.
As we come to the end of the 36th over, New Zealand, 131. 3 wickets down.
Yeah, when he came in, in that first in that match, in that first game, he came in at 6, and by that time, remember there were huge runs. Your opening pair had put up a good partnership. Number 3 came in and scored 57. So by the time he came in, there was lots of runs on the board. So somebody could argue that. When he batted, there wasn't that much of pressure in terms of it's different situation now where there are 3 wickets down and they've got less runs on the board compared to then. And Kelex continuing here from Ekurhuleni end, bowling to Hifi, who's been around and looked a bit aggressive in that previous over. With some runs, Hifi, who's been gone into sort of a shell, not scoring too many runs, but don't know if that was a sign the previous over, Kamba.
You know, with Mitch Hay coming in, you've seen sort of a change in tempo from Curtis Hifi. Since the fall of the wicket, Mitch Hay came in kind of in a more positive nature, something we didn't have expected, especially the way Mohammed Abbas was dismissed.
Cut short there by the batter. And the fielder's going to have a chase, but eventually the ball wins the race. And Hifi again gets 4 runs. Seeing a bit of a different Hifi now all of a sudden. Kamva, who's looking like he's going for it. He hit the 4 in the previous over, and here he is again.
Yes, another shot. Back foot punch. That region has been targeting in the previous over. He scored a boundary in a very similar area, just behind point there. And so, as I mentioned now, that he's really changed his tempo since the fall of the wicket, where Mitch Hay came and started playing more positively, scoring boundaries. And that kind of rubbed off to him now. He's also looked positive. He's also looked to score runs where he was a bit stuck for some period of time.
Yeah, and then Kele comes back. Okuhle Kele comes back with a good response after that for not looking to do too many things and just bowling it nice and straight. It will be interesting to see if Marcus Ackerman will continue with these two, even now with them just because you feel that these last 2 overs, this one now being the 3rd one, where they've been scoring some runs, that if you will seem to look to change the... Oh, good ball there again from Kele. Just missed that off stump, but good response from Okuhle Kele. But as I was saying, Kamva, it will be interesting to see if he'll be looking to change the bowling and maybe introduce Tsepondwandwa, who picked up some good wickets in Poch and also, in fact, picked up the wickets of these 2 batters currently batting.
Yes. Well, Tsepondwandwa picked up all the wickets. Not just some of the wickets. He picked up all the wickets. He was a man that really helped South Africa kind of try get back into the game.
A quick one there. Good run from between these 2 batters, Hay and Ify. Just nice forward defense into that gap and safe runs. Safe shot and easy one there.
Yeah, what a performance from Tsepondwandwa there in that first test, where he bowled a mammoth 44 overs, 44.5 overs. And only 3 meters coming in that, with 206 runs scored off with his bowling. But did not take anything away from that. Man picked up 7 wickets on debut. What a bowling performance from him in tough bowling conditions. Really didn't start initially well with his bowling, but really brought it together in the second session of the morning, and we really just brought things together for his team.
Yeah, and that finishes the over now at 136 for 3 after 37 overs. Yeah, Kamva bowled very well. And what was quite interesting was also his economy rate. He was going at 4.5 runs and over. So you would think that maybe at some stage, maybe he himself maybe could hint to the captain that maybe I'm ready, I'm the man. But I see Cody Yusuf is continuing again from that south end. And he will be bowling to Hifi, the man who's just now picked up his strike rate the last 2-3 overs. He's currently on 48 after 115 balls.
And yes, Curtis Hifi, a man that would maybe see himself as a man that missed out in the first game. In the first innings, he had a score of 32 in the first innings. A patient 32, something similar that he showed here, but couldn't convert it to any 50 or 100. And then the second innings as well, he had a score of in the 30s once again, 36 or 43, a bit quicker. Something that he's showing now, that a bit of aggression that he has.
Oh, what a bouncer. And immediately called a wide by the Square Leg Empire and Bongani Chele. The Empire calls it and it tells him that's the one for the over. Bit of aggression there from Cody Yusuf showing some pace.
That climbed up there as he bowled it, really bounced off the wicket. Really bounced really high. New Zealand bowlers will love the look of that. They've been bowling really a lot of short balls in the previous game that picked them up wickets. But the man on 48, Curtis Hifi, he'll want to convert this now. He's on 48 on 115 balls. Again, Cody Yusuf looking short. just a tad over the shoulder as the umpire Bongani Jada signals that it's the second bouncer of the over.
Yeah, Mr. Bongani Jeda they quickly had a look at his partner there, Mr. Goma, just to check if that is the one, and they immediately signaled accordingly. So that will also tell Hifi that he knows that there's no more bouncers coming in this over. So he could be camping, I don't know, on the front foot waiting for slightly fuller ones.
A nice follow-up delivery there by Cody Yusuf. Just a back of a length delivery. Not too short as the previous two. It's interesting that now Curtis Heafy knows exactly won't know exactly where the ball is going, but would have an idea that it might just be between the back of a length delivery and that fullest delivery. You'll be thinking about that 50. He's on 48 right now. Especially with what 3 balls coming to this over, you'll be thinking about his scoring options and how he can get those 2 runs. That one just shot up. Bit of an extra bounce in that delivery from Cody Yusuf. It bowled a lot of energy.
Yeah, and it's an interesting field that they've got here for Hifi now that they know he's on 48, because they've put that mid wicket deep, but he's about 10 steps away from the boundary, and you could see that fine leg is not that fine. So maybe just giving a signal that they'll be bowling a bouncer to him, and maybe that could just be a dummy.
It's too late to call it a dummy now. You've bowled your 2 bounces of the over. Anything that goes over the head again will be called no ball. So I think right now it's just going to be a matter of just really just hitting that back of the length delivery, staying and keeping that consistent line. A line that genuinely works, that's been working all day and all morning. So it's not like it's a delivery that he needs to bowl that short ball. I like that short ball being bowled as a surprise element rather than back-to-back deliveries.
Yeah, good ball that by Cody Yusuf. Just outside, not even just outside off stump, but just very, very close to that white line. Very really tempting Hifi, who might be keen to chase that, knowing that he wants to get to his 50. But that ends the over, and it's 137 for 3 after 38 overs, and that is now drinks for the players.
Yeah, so as we take drinks, we'll have a break, and then we'll catch you after the drinks break. As we come to the end of the drinks break, and we have a bowling change on the south end with Mihlali Mpongwana coming in for his second spell to bowl to the new batsman, but not so new in terms of run scoring, but Mitch Hay. Mihlali Mpongwana will want to back up his bowlers and actually maybe have an impact in this game. He's only bowled 5 overs of just 11 runs. Very economical. Maybe didn't hit his areas as much as we'd have liked to in terms of his initial first few overs, but we'll see how he comes back into the second spell.
Yeah, it immediately opens up with a good ball, better ball than he did his first time around when he bowled his first over. Remember, he bowled it down leg and it was clipped for 4. Now it immediately hits the spot.
Yeah, it was a spot that was really starting to bowl towards his last two overs of his initial spell. He initially started like bowling full, not sure exactly where to bowl his lines, maybe a bit leg sided at times, but now that area that he's hitting now, I think he's found his zone. There again in that area, just on that foot stump line, not too short, not too much of a back of a length delivery, also not too full, but just good enough to ask that questions of Mitch Hay.
Yeah, especially for, like you mentioned earlier on when he bowled in the morning, that for his pace, he needs to be bowled. That's the area he needs to be bowling at, not what we saw earlier on from Tian van Vieren, who's a bit quicker, who was bowling at back of a length. He needs to be bowling slightly fuller and just outside that off stump and tempting these players to play it.
Tad bit fuller there by Mihlali Mpongwana. Something that he does often when he's searching for his line. He tends to find that fuller delivery, which kind of gives me a sense it might be his natural length. For a tall bowler, usually you find that taller bowlers will want to go for that shorter ball, but it reminds me of a guy like Morne Morkel.
Yeah, better bowling there. That's what he needs to be doing. That's what he needs to be doing. And was that called a no ball? Did I see right? Bit of a chance there, but just pitched short to on that second slip fielder there.
Good delivery there by Mihlali Mpongwana. It's just unfortunate that he maybe doesn't have the pace for that. Maybe credit to also Mitch Hay for maybe playing with a bit more softer hands. Something that you saw from him in the previous over where he was nicked off by Cody Yusuf. But as we see there, the slip just comes a bit closer. That second slip, Jordan Hardeman.
Brilliant bowling there. Brilliant bowling by Mpongwana. That's what he loves to be seeing. That's what he would want to be aiming at. And that is a brilliant ball to finish off the over. And that's 137 for 3 after 39 overs.
Good start by Mihlali Mpongwana in his second spell. He's bowled good lines, asked questions of the batsman, beat the outside edge, got the outside edge, dropped short of the slip of. So, good start. And you've been impressed by that. And it'll be interesting how he's going to be followed up again on the other end. It's important that while he's applied that pressure in his first initial over, to be good for Cody Yusuf to back him up and just to keep on bowling those tight lines again and reapply that pressure again on this New Zealand side that have seemed to pick up boundaries and runs in recent overs. Maybe just to draw up those runs again, just to put that doubt back into the New Zealand minds and maybe pick up that 4th wicket.
Yeah, Cody Yusuf continuing again from the south end Still no change of bowler, still sticking to these pace bowlers. And the field placing is still the same. Kampa, you can still see that man at deep mid wicket, a few steps away from the boundary. So maybe now that you've still got the bouncer in your hand or in your kitty.
Oh, that one jags back. It hits the inner thigh. You can see the discomfort there with Curtis Heafy. Doesn't look comfortable at all. I don't know if maybe those ones really not nice. The ones that hit the knee or the inner thigh. As he just jags back in there. Ooh, that just grabs the knee on the inside part of the pad. And there's very little protection there. Hence you see Curtis Heafy very uncomfortable there. You can see he's trying to remove that knee now, just get a bit of function. As you see, the physios come onto the field, a bit of drinks maybe, just to put on ice on it and maybe that magic spray, just to get the numbness away.
Yeah, batters are lucky nowadays. They've got all these kinds of protection, inner thigh and all of that stuff, which is things that never existed many, many years ago. But that ball still managed to miss all of that and go hit the skin. So it's never nice. It's never a nice feeling.
Yeah, it's never a nice feeling. You don't want a distraction like that on 48. You want your mind to be as clear as possible when you're on close to a milestone.
Yeah, and it's not slow pace because Cody Yusuf is not slow. So that would hurt a bit, but he'll need to quickly bounce out of it and come back. And because his team needs him, as we spoke offline while we were taking drinks, that he's faced a lot of balls. So the team will depend on him to carry the team through.
Yeah, he's facing a man that has really been excited to be here today. Had a short chat with him this morning, Cody Yusuf. He seemed very keen to get going, keen to bowl. And South Africa were looking to him. He's the guy that has been informed the domestic league, and he's the guy that has been picking up the wickets, bowling consistently. And he's replicated that here, as much as he's maybe not picked up the wickets would have liked. But he's bowled really well. And as you can see with that ball that just jags back in, hit the inner thigh or in a knee, the less protected part of Curtis Heafy is padding or protection on the legs. But loving the energy there from Curtis Heafy.
Yeah, and the test will be now that after that little break, he must continue, focus again. And immediately both bowler and batter on the money, well bowled and well played.
Yeah, to be important for Curtis Heafy to switch on now in the moments like these where they're quite distracting at times. Having a break in play, you kind of now have to regather thoughts, get back into rhythm. He has to put that hit on his leg kind of behind him, and it might just, if it does cause a bit of discomfort on his leg, if it does cause a bit of discomfort, it might maybe affect maybe his stepping or his. But he looks pretty comfortable after that. And maybe it's just maybe the impact in the moment that creates that discomfort.
Yeah, no, the big boys. They've been hit a few times by cricket balls. So I'm hoping and thinking that they should be used to one of those, or one or two of those. He's now got an important task on 48. He needs to be carrying that innings, and maybe everybody betting around him because he seems to be the man that is in. Oh, well bowled again there by Cody Yusuf, and looks like he's bowling at more pace even now, Cody Yusuf, in his 11th over.
Yeah, Cody Yusuf bowling with a lot of energy. A lot of zip with his bowling, with a lot of zip in his action. You can see he's in rhythm. You can see the ball is coming out nicely out of his hand. outside of the bowling of Tian van Vuuren, he's been the next best bowler here today.
Good straight shot that, good on drive shot that, and it looks like it will win the race, even though Bongwana chased it, and he's the man who needs to be bowling this end. And it's just had a long chase facing that, but good, brilliant shot, and that brings up the 50 up for Hiffy, and his 52 runs comes out of 127 balls with 6 fours, and a majority of Rose runs. Basically, if you look at that, they were spread evenly.
Lovely stroke. Just a push down the ground. Pure timing there by the man, Curtis Heafy. Oh, what an innings it's been. Innings with a lot of patience. Shown a lot of patience initially in his innings. And as his innings has progressed, he started timing the ball a lot better. He started finding more gaps and picking up more boundaries. But what an innings that he started with. He's built it up slowly in his first 100 runs. He had just below the 30-run mark. And as his innings progressed now, he's found gaps and he's found ways to score runs. And what a way to bring up a 50 with just that punch down the ground.
Yeah, and Michal Mbongwana is still making his way to his mark, because he's the man that chased it on the other side all the way to the boundary. And then he had to come back again. So it'll be interesting to see this first ball that he's going to bowl after that whole run, because you could see he was struggling just to come back after that run.
Just way away from your screen. He had his hands on his hips. Good start from him, considering he just had a short sprint down the ground there to chase that ball that went for the boundary.
Yeah, no, good ball from him. I was very, very interested in how is he going to bowl the first ball. But no, it looks like beauty of youth. Still has the energy, still has the youthness in him. So that run didn't really mean anything. He managed to get back and focus and be able to bowl a proper first ball of his 7th over.
Mhlali Mbongwana, a man that is looking to still work his way back to the Protea setup. Did get an opportunity, I think it might have been late last year, Bangladesh, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And beautiful, in fact, quite lucky to get away with this previous bowler, because it was a full half volley. And sometimes when you're too much on the defense as a batter, you tend to even lose out on good balls that you could be scoring runs off. And I thought that one, had an opportunity to just pierce it through the gap and get us for boundaries. And Mihlali comes back, Mihlali Mpongwane comes back with a slightly wider one to say chase it better if you want runs. And Hay wasn't really interested and he left that one.
Nice delivery there by Mhlali Mbongwana. Just hitting that line, just ahead of that back of a length line, or length rather. Kind of asking the batsman just to move a little bit more forward and play with his bat rather than using his feet. Eagerly searching for that outside edge that he picked up in the previous over and also beat. So
yeah, good ball by Mihlali Mbongwana. That very interesting, this Kamva, because these are the stages where you sometimes win games or lose games. It's very, very important that both the batters and the bowlers focus on the job at hand, not throw anything away. The batters now don't want to be throwing wickets away, and the bowlers don't want to be giving out easy runs. You still want to, if you're not taking wickets, just make sure that you're not giving away cheap and easy runs.
Streaky run there. But yes, you mentioned how important the session is, and the importance of it is that both teams have got a responsibility in terms of the batters and the bowlers. With regards to New Zealand perspective, what they wouldn't want now in this innings is, or this session rather, to lose any more wickets. They want to build that partnership. They want to stay tight together, see out maybe that initial energy, the initial burst after lunch from South Africa, and then slowly build that partnership. And what will be important for them to build a partnership here is the runs might not be coming as quick in the boundaries, but it's important that they focus on rotating the strike. They communicate well in between wickets when they're running, and try to kind of blunt that South African attack. And then from South African perspective, it's important that they stick to their lines and start bowling consistent lines as well, in terms of wanting to pick up wickets and applying that pressure on these New Zealand batters to force that false stroke.
First attempt that we've seen, and there's going to be a chase from the fielder, and he manages to save it, and they just pick up 2 runs from that pull shot from Mitchell Hay after bowling a bouncer. Cody Yusuf, who's still continuing from that south end. So maybe that's the attempt, or maybe that's the plan with that fielder at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, that maybe we can get a chance there of a catch.
It's more so of a deep square leg-ish. Another uncomfortable delivery there by Cody Yusuf. One that just jags back into the midriffs of Curtis Heafy. Curtis Heafy will be thinking himself, what is this wrong with this guy? Bowled in one that jagged back into my knee the previous over. Now he's bowling a one in my midriffs. What is he trying to achieve? And then targeting my head as well, bowling with the bouncers.
And the interesting thing is he's still bowling it at good pace. This is his 12th over, but he's busy with his 12th over, but still bowling it at nice pace.
Nice aggressive back of length delivery there by Cody Yusuf. Following up with that delivery, that aggressive delivery he bowled in the previous ball. Showing a lot of energy, Cody Yusuf. Something that South Africa will really enjoy from him.
Yeah, he's giving it his all here. That's what you want to see, and that's what Marcus Ackerman would be happy with. That Cody Yusuf is still running in hard and is still bowling it nice and quick.
It's been a beautiful day out here in Benoni. Certain times of the day, there's been some cloud cover. But we see the skies are clearing up a lot more now. You're seeing a lot more sunlight onto the pitch, onto the outfield as well.
Yeah, the weather here has been very, very interesting. There was a slight drizzle in the morning at about 9 o'clock. And there's the pull shot. Is there going to be a catch? No, just bounces short of the fielder. And he manages to just get one from that. So maybe that is a plan, Kamva, to just get that guy. And quite right. It's actually more of a deep square leg than a deep mid-wicket. And there was a bit of a chance there, but it pitched short of the fielder.
There's quite a few of those balls that have been bouncing short, and maybe just slightly just comes off. He is a bit off the boundary already, but maybe he can just take a few more steps forward just to give himself that extra opportunity to take that chance of that catch, and maybe slightly move towards, as we can see, they're moving him over just to that mid-wicket area, a little bit slightly. He's taken a few steps across to the mid-wicket area where the ball just landed. And what I was saying is that maybe if he can just step a little bit closer, because those balls aren't really carrying at the moment. And we can see here the plan from Cody Yusuf, it's clear that he wants to bowl those short balls. He wants to target that bad region there on that helmet. Just induce that false stroke there from either Mitch Hay or Curtis Heafy.
No, you're quite right. And I think with the pace as well of Cody Yusuf, you can see that Heafy is not as comfortable and pulling that shot. He tends to pull it slightly later. Hence is pulling it towards that square leg area, because you judge a good batter when he's comfortable in pulling it in front of square, because then you know that he had enough time to pick it up there. Those ones feel a little bit rushed, but yeah, you're quite right that the fielder maybe could come in maybe a few steps in, and he might be in the money, might have a chance.
And that brought the end of the 42nd over. 145 for 3 New Zealander. With the partnership currently on 43 of 63 balls. Partnership that's found a bit of ease in terms of scoring runs, and something that South Africa have to keep an eye on. Nothing to worry about too much at the moment.
Yeah, and continuing from Ekurhuleni end is still Mehlali Mpongwane, and bowling to Mitchell Hay, who's slightly scoring at a quicker rate, not but comfortably. I mean, he's sitting now currently on 20 runs after 33 balls, except that early over when he came in, which is understandable, looked a little bit unsettled. He's looked pretty comfortable so far.
Good running there from Curtis Heafy. Pushed down the ground to the South African skipper.
Yeah, one of the best fielders on the field right now. Hit it straight to him, but they still managed to get one. Good bowling there from Mpongwane. Not now trying a lot of things, but a bit of tiredness that I pick up from the bowler. Or what do you see, Kamva? It looks like a bit tired. Maybe a time for the skipper there to think about something. Marcus Ackerman to look at maybe some bowling change. Maybe introduce a spin bowler or a slower bowler.
What I've noticed about Mehlali Mpongwane actually is that his demeanor sometimes can be deceiving. You might think he looks tired, but you find him just keep on running in over after over with the same kind of body language. Obviously, that is important that you have picked up that you want a bit of energy you see with the bowler.
Good shot and good stop there by Senokwane to save some runs. Because if it had hit that gap, it could have gone easily for a boundary. But good stop after a good shot by Heafy there.
Talking about your point regarding the bowling change, I wouldn't go there necessarily as of yet. I still like to see these fast bowlers get through maybe the first, second spell before maybe I introduce the spin change. I think they've bowled decently. They've asked enough questions often enough, and I still believe that the Pacers are still the best option to pick up wickets on this pitch at the moment.
Nearly in the gap and dive from Kele there, but just managed to get a hand on it. But they still managed to come back. They're looking for a third run, but wisely so, they decided against it. They just ran 2 runs there. Good stop there by Kele. If it had hit that gap again, I'm sure it would have gone for a boundary. In my just looking at it, Kamva, I thought, just a spin bowler from one end, you can still maintain or keep maybe your seam bowlers on the one end, just to try a little something different. And the fact that a guy like Mpongwane has taken both these guys out, sorry, I mean Ndwandwe has taken both these batters out, it might just still be sitting at the back of their minds when they see that introduction of a bowler.
Yes, definitely. That's an option, Colin. As we get a change in commentary.
Cody Yusuf yet to get a breakthrough. Well, any bowler other than Tian van Vuren yet to get a breakthrough. Seems to be a trend for South Africa A this series. First innings gets one bowler to take all the wickets. Wonderful strike from Mitchell Hay. It beats Jason Smith. It beats the fielders. It goes to the boundary for 4.
Beautiful stroke there by the Curtis Heafy, or Mitch Hay rather. Punch on the back foot through the covers. Look at that stroke. Just in the middle of the bat. All the way along the carpet for the boundary for 4.
Wonderful little punch from Mitchell Hay. It was slightly shorter than that ball from Cody Yusuf and just enough width to be whacked by Hay. Good reply though.
Talk about trends. Well, it seems like Van Vuren is the man that's chosen by South Africa for this game. The cricket lords have chosen that Tian van Vuren will be the guy to pick up all the wickets like Ntshepo Ndwandwe did in the first innings.
It was Ntshepo Ndwandwe's first class game for SAA. Tian van Vuren's first SAA game. Speaking of the player, right on cue. So I guess the trend is also circumstantial. It has to be your debut for it to work.
Beginner's luck.
Beginner's skill. It's worked wonders though for South Africa here today. But you can't use him over and over again. You can't bowl him for every over. Oi, this is where you want your other bowlers to come in to the attack. And this is fantastic bowling from Cody Yusuf.
That's the third time in 3 overs Cody Yusuf has hit Curtis Heafy. He must be thinking, why are you targeting me? First ball, nips back in, hits the inner pad on the knee. Second one as well, wraps him up in the midriffs. Again, hits him in the midriffs. It's clearly targeting. I feel like a short ball might be coming here.
And he's thugging it out here, Curtis Heafy. Was really rough. Ball nipped back in. It was pretty sharp. It's a mistimed pull shot. But sometimes this is what you want from your opening batter. Just take it all. Allow the ball to hit you if it's there to hit you, but you hit it back if it's there to be hit. You want grit. And it's a good fight here from Heafy.
Talk about opening batters and grit. Man, I know very well that could do that. Dean Elgar, he could wear quite a few and stick it out, then grind it out, irrespective of the bowling conditions. Could be difficult, ball going up and down and hitting his body, and you'll still graft out runs.
And as a batting partnership, makes a really good foil with Reece Murray at the top, who's a fluid scorer of the ball if it's there to be taken. Lost his wicket for 30 here today. However, Curtis Heafy still remains on 55. It's 154 for 3.
as we see, a call that co-commentator been asking for, change in bowling, Tepondwandwa. Man picked up 7 wickets. The first innings of his debut of the first test versus South Africa versus New Zealand in Potchefstroom. And he's coming on now on the 44th over to bowl his first over.
7 wickets for Tepondwandwa in that first match. Had a really tough time in the first day, like you said, but he brought it on to himself, if you may say. He was way full, over pitching the ball more times, bowling full tosses, and just allowing Reece Mariu and Dale Phillips to eat him up. But he tightened it up so well in the second day, bowled nearly 50 overs and took every single wicket, 7 in total. And here he is now. Unfortunately, if you look down, there is some rough that he can work with, but it's a bit too wide. It's a little bit too full too.
A little bit too full indeed, but if he bowls anything close to how he bowled on that second day, just before lunch, when he grabbed the ball and he bowled, I think a mammoth about 20-something overs, where he was unchanged with the new ball and he bowled so tidily with the new ball. And if he bowls anything close to that with that first session, that second day, he'll be a handful to deal with here because he was very consistent, asked a lot of questions of the batsman.
Drops it short. That's not how he wants to start. Mitch Hay will be glad to receive more of that. Pumps it over to the cow corner for 4.
And Mitch Hay will know very well that they wouldn't want him to settle, because once he starts settling with his bowling and hitting his areas, he's a problem. He's a tough bowler to deal with because he's got the ball that slightly turns. Drags that one a bit short. Mitch Hay climbs onto that and hits it in that corner region, mid-wicket region.
That's a bit more he wants to look for. Maybe change of pace. First over, trying to find which one works. Drops it short as he tries to quicken it up. That looks like a standard Tepondwandwa delivery. Just like that. That's his area of operation.
And if New Zealand decides to start attacking now Tepondwandwa, it makes it more difficult for the 4-seam prong attack of South Africa. It simply means that if they start attacking Tepondwandwa, it will start now making them come for more and more spells, of which might mean that there might be less pressure to come in for their third or fourth spell of the day, of which will be important how New Zealand will play Tepondwandwa here, because he'll be a very important part of how Marcus Ackerman rotates those 4 seamers.
And has shown it once that he can bowl a marathon. And it's a marathon from here until the end of the day, so if he does bowl well, the ball is starting to be dead. Just out of your picture, Jordan Herman is working the ball very hard. Working the ball extremely hard. So this is where Tepondwandwa comes in. Firstly, to quicken up the over rate so that you get closer to that 80th over. And also to ensure that your fast bowlers are constantly there. Because if he runs through his overs, the New Zealand batters don't have a break. And they have to face Van Vuren over and over and over again.
Well, talking about Van Vuren, he's coming on to bowl now. The big, stocky left armour that bowls a heavy delivery. The chief wicket taker of the day.
Looks extremely smooth coming in, Tiaan Van Vuren. And it's been just a day for him, hitting his correct areas. The last time, or the only time where it felt like he wasn't hitting it correct, was 2 4s from Mohammad Abbas. Little did we know it was just him buying his wickets. Got the ball after. Mohammad Abbas went for another one and he edged it through to the keeper, Qeshile. So it's pretty smart. Van Vuren as well.
The two new guys bowling in partnership now, Sepp Ndwanda and Tian van Vuren.
Bowling well, Heafy batting well. If he can just continue being there, look at the accumulation of runs just come by you staying out in the field. 137 deliveries for Curtis Heafy. Quite slow, but it does not matter. Those 56 runs are so valuable because if you remove those 56 runs, New Zealand are just above 100. So you want your opener to be there, kill the new ball, kill the legs of the bowler, and he's still out there.
Yeah, for sure. South Africa want to see the back of him very soon. Before that, 50 turns into 100, or not even 100. That 50 turns into a 80 plus score. It just gives New Zealand a bit of control at the top. So they want to see the back of that man. And what better man to bring on to pick up his wicket? Tian van Vuren, 3 for 36 at the moment, just over 10 overs. So he's going to be important in terms of how they go about picking up the rest of the wickets South Africa and picking up this big wicket of Curtis Heafy.
Becomes a real frustration when you can't solve the puzzle of a batter. And batters of this ilk are underappreciated nowadays, it seems. Everyone just wants to see quick scoring, big scoring, but you don't appreciate the art of constructing a long innings, constructing a big innings, anchoring an innings, seeing off the new ball, like we said, and tiring those bowlers.
Look, Mendula, to be fair, the game has changed slightly. Even in the longer format of the game, you found batsmen a bit more positive, but more aggressive in their approach to batting. But even saying that, I'm a big fan of grafting your runs and playing the old-fashioned way and seeing that ball early on first before you go for the runs. But the amount of T20 cricket has been played nowadays, the mindset of the batsman has slightly changed.
And to think that we are watching a batter who was the leading run scorer for the 50-over competition just shows you the versatility of the player. But even then, for the 50-over competition, his strike rate was at around 78, but the job was done, averaging 71 runs. So if it's needed in a white ball kind of situation, it can be there. But right now, it requires a different game from Curtis Heafy. And I think he's applying it exceptionally well, because even though it's a gritty innings, it's not an innings where it has been opportunity after opportunity after opportunity.
Talk about opportunity. He missed his opportunities in the first test, where he got dismissed in the 30s, and he must have been frustrated with that, because those are starts that you would like to convert as a batsman, and him not converting that maybe would have played in his mind like, oh, just want to get over that 50 mark line, and now his next big target will be that 100.
Too short. That's Mitch Hay. He says, I'm also here. Cracking strike through the covers for 4 runs.
Mitch Hay, since he's come in, he's looked really positive. Punch off the back foot. In between that cover region, Point had no chance.
There is some little bit of grip and turn for Sepp Ndwanda. Just ever some, but not at that length. That's a lot to be taken from that. Wants it to be fuller. That's good. 4 more times.
Indeed, 4 more times. That's where he wants to be, over after over after over. And that's what he got right on that second morning of that first test match, where he really found his consistency. And that was a subtle difference he had from his first day and his second day. His first day was a bit wishy-washy, to be to be fair. And then when he grabbed the new ball on the second day, he really found his areas.
Bowling that one a little bit quicker. So every time he tries to bowl it slightly quicker, drops it shorter. Guess that comes with just starting your spell. But also, if he finds those areas consistently at the start, since there's some little bit of grip out there, it makes his arm ball very effective, where it just continues straight on with the line as the batter plays for spin. So you see it's turning into the bat. It can just pocket it into the space heafy. So it makes room for that arm ball to be dangerous.
Yeah, they have to watch that arm ball, because he's pretty much setting them up now for that arm ball. Bowling the one that just turns away from them. Again, a tad bit shorter, which allows Curtis Heafy to go and rock on his back foot and just place that in that point region for a single, which brings the end of the over, of the 47th over. 165 for 3, New Zealand up.
It's only that first ball from Tepondwandwa that skewed the quality of his over. Dropped it way too short, a little bit too wide. It was a great stroke from Curtis Heafy, or rather from Mitchell Hay at that time. And after that, it just recouped it. So once he gets his stride going, it's going to be dangerous, because Tiaan van Vuren is more likely going to get around 3-4 over spell here, depending on how well he bowls. And so he's choosing for the first time to come around the wicket, and he'll be targeting those stumps.
Interesting ploy that he's gone for. I thought he bowled really well over the wicket, and now coming around, maybe he's just trying to cramp him up for room. And maybe bowl a bit tighter to the batsman, not allow him to play his strokes.
The slip fielders move a little bit tighter in as well, because if they're coming over the wickets, ball flying across Heafy, it's going to be so wide. So the slips stand wider. They've come in a little bit tighter now. Small adjustments. The gully's still there just in case he gets that thick edge. And a deep backward point.
To be fair, I was a big fan of him coming over the wicket, rather.
Oi, doesn't reach. Lesego Senokwane. Just asking different questions from Lesego or from Curtis Heafy. I guess it just shows that he's good on either side of the wicket.
Yeah, it proves me wrong there immediately. I was still saying that I was a big fan of him coming over the wicket, where he had two options: but the inside of the edge, inside half of the bat, and the outside half of the bat. So, and with him coming from that angle, I prefer that. But we'll see how he goes on here, how he goes about his work.
Strong gust of wind. It's rushing through. Maybe assisting Tiaan van Vuren. Gust of wind as Mitch Hay hits nothing.
What this angle does is that as he comes around, and it kind of gives that false idea that the batsman has to play at every single delivery because of the angle he's coming at. You can see Mitch Hay there kind of playing at that ball when he doesn't really need to.
Beautiful striking from Mitch Hay. Tiaan van Vuren invites the drive. Hay accepts. It's through the covers for 4.
Lovely stroke there by Mitch Hay. Cover drive, convincing cover drive. Lovely stroke. Just past mid-on.
Good placement from Mitch Hay as well. Very risky taking that on the up. because he risked popping it to the cover fielders. And it seems like he's bowling against the wind here, Tiaan van Vuren. And when the batter hits the ball, the wind is pushing it further forward. Even the birds are struggling to fly up into the sky as they run a single.
Mitch has quickly gone over to that 40 mark. He's looked really positive in this innings, Mitch. One of the few batsmen that have really scored runs quite freely here in this game. Especially with the South African bowling, which has been so tidy in comparison to the first test.
Has a career average of 48, Mitch. Still 25 years old. So it's a young squad that's being brought in here by New Zealand. They are currently on 171 for 3 after 48. Nick Kelly and Joe Carter being the two elderly players in the team, but the average age being 25 for this New Zealand A team, really bleeding in new blood into the Black Caps. And look at that, Mitchell on 40, Heafy on 58, so a recovery job with this partnership on 69.
This partnership will start to worry now South Africa a little bit. Especially the way it's slowly building up and finding momentum at different times. And they're finding those singles a lot more now, rotating the strike, finding boundaries on more regular occasions. Which will be a worry for South Africa, where they'll rather have that a bit dry and a bit slower.
Looks like it's turning indeed now for Tsepondwandwa. But still ever so short. We're talking margins of trying to get closer to the batter without the risk of being hit hard. That's good from Dwandwa. 3 overs in now. His body must be warm. Risking it again. Ashile has smooth glove work. Heafy is at home.
That was really close to the leg stump. Streaky shot, and he's played it twice and mistimed it twice. I was just asking his opening partner there, Reece Mario, how to play the reverse sweep. Man, that played it really well in that innings of 249.
Lucky that South Africa don't have to deal with that anymore. Tiaan van Vuren claiming his wicket was really good in that 249. So much so that even the fielding plans prevented him from playing those sweeps. South Africa A had to use their their square leg and their point fielder to be behind the wicket. And then they also had a short third man and a short fine leg to prevent those boundaries through his sweeps. He's not here though. Ndwanda is a single for that over. 49 done. 42 for 172 for 3. It's the last game of the tour. 3 games played. South Africa winning 2. The very first 2. In really good fashion as well. And then ever since, it's been New Zealand. That third game being played right here. New Zealand chasing it down. They played on this strip. After an emphatic win in that first game in Potchefstroom. So they'll want to sign it off in a good way here to go back home.
They'll definitely want to leave on a positive note here. Lost the ODI series, but here they're leading 1-0.
In the air. Falls ever so short. It's been doing that quite a bit now. Couple of times in the slips and gullies and now in the covers. Mitch Hay lives.
You just get a sense something is coming. As much as these two are set in their partnership, in a 70-run partnership that they're in right now, looking set, looking comfortable, but there have been a few balls that have dropped short of slip, short of the cover region, and you just get a sense something might be coming. And the man with the ball in hand at the moment is being a wicket taker today, so you best believe that a wicket might just be coming.
Feels like there's a two-pace nature to the wickets. There's times where the ball doesn't reach the batter, and then there are times where it just flies through. Saw that beautiful carry to Kleshila in that previous delivery, and it's on that back of a length region. But once you get a little bit fuller, it seems like there's a loss of pace, and we've seen several times, especially from this chalet end where Van Vuren is bowling on from now, batters just not reaching, and not timing the ball well too. So they're not reaching the pitch of the ball. So when it's fuller, it seems like it's a bit slower. When it's back of a length, it's quicker. Again, it's just popped up into the air, so that's just that thing. So it's hard for the batters to figure out how to play the ball and which pace to use.
The reason might be that you spoke about it earlier, Mpendulo, that in that back of a length area, you have a lot more grass on the pitch, which kind of helps the ball to kick off a bit, just get off a bit. And then the fuller length, it does get a bit dry in the fuller region where there's a little bit less grass, and maybe that was causing that, maybe the inconsistent bounce in the pitch, and maybe also for causing those false strokes to the batsman. Maybe the ball is also not coming on a lot better with the ball when it's a bit fuller. We have seen also boundaries being scored on the fuller length, though equally as much you've seen balls being mistimed a lot more in that region.
Because of that reason that we're speaking of, they make an adjustment here, South Africa A. They take Lesego Senokwane into short extra cover. So you'll see there's only one slip fielder, one gully, and there's a short extra cover as an attacking option. And just as the starts, Mitch Hay goes on a booming drive. Good bowling from Van Vuren.
In these last couple of overs, you can just see something is coming. Van Vuren bowling that good area, that back of a length area, and then mixing up with the fuller one. You can see the New Zealand batsman mistiming the balls a lot more with Van Vuren.
It's that back of a length. Slightly fuller though, slightly fuller than that heavy back of a length area. So it draws the front foot drive, but it's still good enough in that area for carry and bounce. And thinks not to play this one, lets it go.
I love the fielding change that South Africa has done. And I feel now maybe this is the perfect time where with Tiaan van Vuren bowling that back of a length delivery, I think it's better now. He tried it earlier in his first spell to bowl a little bit fuller. And I think now with the protection he has in cover, and we're seeing that they mistiming that fuller length delivery, maybe this is the chance where he can start bowling that fuller delivery now with the protection that he has, a deep point and a short cover.
Maiden over from Van Vuren. Well controlled. Bowling to his field. It's 50 overs gone. 172 for 3. In comes Stepan Ndwandwe. They're going to come back for 2. Hustle from Ogutlacele. Mitchane into his 40s. Hifi into his 60s.
Interesting that the approach from New Zealand seems to, they look to unsettle Ndwandwe, because they would have picked up that, he took 7 wickets in that other innings in Poch. So I'm sure the game plan now is let's unsettle him early.
And it seems like that's what they were doing for the first 2 overs, but also Ndwandwe was bowling it short, bowling it wide. But after that 3rd over, it seems like he's in a good rhythm. Previous over just going for a single. Bowling it much tidier now. It's going to be a big chase for Cele. Because of where he's bowling now, he's not giving that width. So if they go on the back foot, the ball is going to be much more in front. That's why that fielder is much more squarer to cover that distance.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Seems to be some turn as well, and it is using it well here in Ndwandwe.
Yeah, definitely. And Hay seems to have accelerated a bit. He's chasing his partner. He's chasing his partner, Hifi, because now Hay on 41. Hifi, who's been here for some time now, and he's faced now easy 156 balls. That's a serious long time on the crease.
It requires an immense amount of concentration to do what Curtis Hifi is doing. He's being resilient, he's being strong. He's only gone and stayed out there for as long as possible. He's faced 157 deliveries. He's faced over half of all balls bowled in this innings. So the players go out for tea. It's 176 for 3. And only 1 wicket taken in that session. Seems like New Zealand will go back home being the happy of the 2.
Yeah, after that first hour where in the morning, or that first session where we thought maybe South Africa would have said they won that session, New Zealand have come back nicely now, and going for tea, New Zealand would feel that they had the upper hand on this last session right now. So they will now go back and refresh and re-strategize again in terms of how they will come out to play in that 4th session of the day.
We'll sit and we wait. 20 minutes between us and that 3rd session. Come back to Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel for this 2nd and final unofficial test match.
No, you can leave it. Doesn't actually close, actually.
51 overs completed. There's a scheduled 39 more remaining as we walk back for session number 3 on this first day of the second unofficial test between South Africa A and New Zealand A. The score is 176 for 3 currently, with Mitchell Hay on 41 and Curtis Heafy, who's been there from the beginning, currently on 62 from 157. Myself is Pendulo Makubane in commentary alongside Mr. Colin Qowa.
Yeah, good to be back after tea, and let's hope that the two teams are refreshed after an afternoon tea, Bendulo, and they're looking at what happened on day 1 at Potch, where just over 300 runs were scored. You would think that maybe both teams at this stage, especially South Africa, would feel that they are slightly in more of control than they were on day 1 in Potch. So they would be hoping, maybe the instruction is very, very simple. Let's get a few more wickets today and make sure we keep them under a certain score so that we know that we give ourselves a chance.
Much more improved performance indeed, keeping the run rates at under 4 runs to the over. Mihlali Mpongwana brings us back after tea. We start off with a single in this session with Tsepo Ndwandwa, who was bowling the opposite end, looking good with his left arm spin. Hay moves to 42.
Yeah, and Ndwandwa looked like he had settled compared to his first 2 overs. The last 2 that he bowled seemed a bit settled and sort of found his groove. And hopefully for South Africa, he can do the damage that he did in Potch, but at less runs.
It's hard really to tell apart who is at the top of the game here. 3 wickets are good for South Africa, but also if we're in the third session, 3 wickets are good for New Zealand for the score that they also have. It was 2 wickets in succession. And then after that, we've had 2 partnerships going over 50 runs. This one currently on 75, the one previous to this 61. So you can say that New Zealand have fought back after those 2 quick wickets.
Dot ball there by Mpongwane bowling to Heafy, the man who is in. But at this stage, when both batters are in now, Hay also came in nicely, currently sitting on 42 and Heafy on 62. So yeah, Bendulo, you're quite right. New Zealand will feel that they've got a bit of a control of the game, and they'll be very confident now that they've got 2 batters in the crease who are both in.
With Mihlali Mpongwana coming in, we saw Tiaan van Vuren just before tea. And we're speaking with Kamva that if you're at that back of a length, you're hitting the grass, and so the ball will just kick up and fly through. But if you bowl it a little bit fuller, there's less grass there, so it's going to slow down. The Senokwane is right in front of the pitch, standing at short extra cover. And that drive shot will be encouraging, especially if he's trying to drive it on the up when the surface is acting a bit slower.
Yeah, definitely. And Mpongwane obviously has changed ends, coming in from that south end now. You would feel that coming from that end, he would like to pick up where Van Vuren also bowled well from that end, and Cody Yusuf, who started from the Ekurhuleni end, swapped ends and bowled from that side, also bowled well. Nearly got a wicket from that end, and maybe Mpongwane would also seem to, because you've got a bit of a pitch here which both sides are not necessarily reacting the same.
And in a way, when we were down at the toss, Marcus Ackerman said he would have batted first as well if South Africa A had won the toss, but he wasn't too mad to bowl first here. It looked very promising with good grass. It was gloomy in the morning. All in all, South Africa seems to be hitting their plans more consistently than in Poch, keeping that run rate in check. They've gotten 3 serious wickets. So it is as balanced as the toss suggests and as the scores suggest. 177 for 3 after 52.
Yeah, and speaking to the groundsman, he mentioned that they hadn't put a lot of water. He purposely left the grass just to make sure that the cracks don't kick in very early in this game. He said he's expecting those cracks to be later on by day 3. And the reason they left a lot of grass is because they didn't have enough opportunity to flood it with water. There was an event here that they hosted over the last weekend, so little time to prep in terms of putting on water.
Had the pitch under covers and nets for 3 to 4 days in succession to ensure that that grass grows, to keep it together. But what I find interesting the most, Bracolin, is the fact that he knows that in late day 3 and coming into day 4, the pitch will start spinning. It's as if closer to the foolish area, there was more grass shaven off intentionally to create more room for players and all different types of players to be in the game.
And Andwa, who's continuing from the Kurulani end, as we mentioned earlier, seems to have found his groove and bowling nicely so far.
Curtis Heafy, when he scored the 32 and 36 in the previous innings, it's the first time he hasn't scored a 50 in a first-class game in 3 innings. So he's been in a little bit of good touch. And you add a 50 that he scored for the Central Stags in the Global Super League. You then find yourself a quality player who's giving you a multi-format run-scoring capability. And then on the other hand, you have Mitchell Hay, who's played for New Zealand, also made an explosion in that Pakistan series. He was man of the match, where he scored 99 not out. Painful. But quality indeed from Mitch Hay and Curtis Heafy. 179 for 3.
179 for 3 in 53 overs, and there were 37 overs still expected to be bowled today. Just before that tea break, there was some little drops that came, but just looking at the skies now, it's clearing and it looks like there won't be any interruption whatsoever. Not that there has been any. It was just a slight threat, but not that much to take home.
I'm visiting the comments once more. There's a lot of talk about the grids showed by Curtis Heafy and people throwing in the names of Nathan Astle in the mix. Of course, making reference to that famous 222 that he scored.
Yeah, that's a good name to bring up. That those are proper batters, proper for New Zealand, and that's a huge respect if they can compare him to that kind of a batter.
Eleven Test centuries for Nathan Astle. So it's good that even there they are looking at their pipeline with interest. and finding players that you can relate to. It's always nice when a player comes in and they just give you that feeling of nostalgia. Like, hey man, I shall keep winner.
Yeah, and it could also be harmful because you can now start wanting to look like or play like that person. And whilst you're not, with all due respect to Hifi, if you are not as talented as that person, so you need to play within your strength and not look to play like someone else.
And as much as the admiration, those comparisons, they can just hang a dark cloud over you. We even bring it home here to South Africa. If you think of baby AB, baby AB, and everyone thought and waited for that expectation. But it feels like that mantle has been dropped. No one mentions AB when we speak of Dewald Brevis. And now he can just freely play his game without having to think that, hey, here's our next AB de Villiers. Here's Dewald Brevis.
Good ball that by Mpongwane, and also another dot ball. But yeah, you're very much right there, Mpendulo. He's now settled to his own Brevis. He's playing his own kind of game. And that comparison has slowly quieted down, which is good for the young man because he can now settle on his own game and start playing the way he's used to playing his own game. And that will, as you can see, or as we see as every time he comes out for South Africa, that he's now one of the guys that we depend on from a batting side of things.
So it's good that New Zealand A can depend on Hifi. When the opportunity to score is there, he takes it. That looked so effortless. Slightly full from Bongwana, and he guides it down straight to the boundary.
Yeah, slightly full and towards the leg side, and you see that replay, and nice and easy from Hifi. No looking to hit it hard, just stroked it nicely. Nice, beautiful on drive for 4 runs.
Shuffled across his stumps there, Hifi. Doesn't want to drive that ball into extra cover. So he shuffles across and Senokwane is right there to stop it. That's the man he's trying to avoid. He's batting well. He's on 67. 183 for 3.
Yeah, after 54 overs. And that the last ball that was bowled by Mpongwane, that's the line he needs to be bowling at, looking at his field placing.
And also these New Zealand batters love width. Anytime there's width, they're happy to go for it. But it's risky to do that when there's less pace. So shuffling across his wickets. So when he closes that pace down, when he closes that line down, makes it harder to score. But that is easy looking. Beautiful stroke. My goodness. Mitchell Hay makes a clean connection, drives it over the top for 6.
Yeah, beautiful 6. A beautiful shot that was by Hay. Effortless as well. Again, not also looking to hit it hard, just went over, leaned over it and carried over and stood up after the shot, which is what most guys, batsmen, do a mistake. They stand up before and end up getting bowled after that shot. So beautiful shot by Hay, and that moves him to 49.
It looked like he played it in slow motion. Wonderful connection from Hay to start the over for Ndwandwa. It's been a clean innings from Mitchell Hay and gets claps from his teammates. It's a well-played half-century. He reaches 50 in 64.
Yeah, effortless, chanceless 50. Didn't give away too many chances. That 50 comes up from 84 balls and or 64 balls, and you can see majority of his runs, he scores them on the offside.
Quick single. Senokwane, one of the quicker ones. It's a big decision for umpire Kuma, who thinks that Curtis Heafy made it home. Very risky single.
A good fielding there by Senokwane. And we thought it would take a direct hit, but the umpire did not even think twice. And just looking at the replay, the batsman was way in. So really a good decision by the umpire.
Head down from Heafy as well. Didn't hesitate. Trust your teammates is what Mitchell Hay did. He just ran. Heafy believed that he was going to make it, and Senokwane is really one of the better fielders out there. Very good single. But Mitch Hay, that's first class 50, number 16 out of the 42 times he's batted. It's pretty good. It's pretty good conversion.
Yeah, pretty good numbers that. Pretty good numbers that. That's exactly what New Zealand needed with those wickets down.
Averages 48, but surely with this innings, that will climb up a little bit higher. Takes that over with a big 6 and brings up his half century. 55 outdone. We are not playing up to 10,000 overs. It's 55 done, 193 for 3.
And interestingly, with that slightly expensive over from Ndwandwe, that run rate though or the run rate achieved by New Zealand is still round about there, 3.5. It hasn't creeped up to 4 or anything. At one stage, I remember it was on about 2.6, and they've been there and about in between, and 3.5 sort of being the highest in terms of run rate achieved.
That's what happens when you go into the charge and you go into the attack with strong partnerships backing you. 91 between Hay and Heafy. They've been shifting across their line of the stumps. Curtis Heafy versus Mihlali Mpongwana. He does not want to drive that ball, it seems. It is holding it up just ever so slightly, and Mihlali Mpongwana is hitting it exactly in that area, which just seems like it's not coming on nicely to the bat.
You wonder if the captain is tempted, maybe himself or the batter, the Senokwane. No ball called there by the umpire, Mr. Jele. And what I was trying to say there is the two guys, Ackerman and Senokwane, can bowl a bit of spin bowling. If maybe captain is tempted to just looking at Ndwandwe's over this side, and maybe to give the rest to the sim bowler, the Mpongwana. But then again, he's got enough seamers that he can rotate them from one end and just keep Ndwandwe bowling from this Ekurhuleni end.
It's a classic bowling lineup made up of 3 out-and-out fast bowlers, 1 out-and-out spin bowler, and 1 out-and-out all-rounder. Also has the option of Jordan Herman, who bowled well here. He bowled quite well in the 50-over competition, Jordan Herman. Even in the first 4-day match, Jordan Herman did a decent job. Comes in with his right off spin. Could be an easy foil with Tsepo Ndwandwe, or if Tsepo Ndwandwe loses it.
Not forgetting that young man, Tian van Vieren, who still rates himself as an all-rounder because he can bat as well. But I think what he's employed for in this team here is predominantly his bowling.
And hasn't he done it well? We spoke about it, and if he continued doing well, it will continue being spoken about. He's taken all 3 wickets for South Africa. I love this battle, actually. Curtis Heafy has been going out of the off stump to try and make the line straighter. Now Mihlali Mpongwane has recognized that, and he is now pushing his line even wider. He wants him to drive.
Yeah, you could tell it's just that previous ball now is inviting him for that drive. And look at now the field placing. He's got that one slip fielder, and he's got that Gali who's sort of third man, Gali-ish in between that and waiting for that drive from Heafy to be tempted to have a big drive like he did earlier on in the morning, which went over the slip fielder and went through the hands of Senokwane earlier on.
Talk about a player who learns from their lessons. It's also a part of the things that you want at the top when we talk about high levels of focus and concentration needed for a top order batter. This is what we mean. Think of Mohamed Abbas's wickets. Those are so inviting, and eventually you go for it. Yeah. Curtis Heafy has been there for nearly 30 overs now, and he knows what Mihlali Mpongwane wants out of him.
And he's looking at the field placing. I think he knows what Mpongwane wants, and that just shows the level of concentration. It just shows the level of concentration from Heafy. So this 69, you don't underestimate it. 179 balls faced, and that ends the over. Number 56 takes the score to 194 for 3, and we will also have change of commentary here upstairs, and we'll have a replacement Kamva coming in for Mpendulo. And there is no change of bowling at on the field. And Ndwandwe having a chat there with the captain, Ackerman. Maybe just a change of tactic in terms of how they are looking at him bowling. And you can still see he still has those 4 guys on the leg side with that deep mid-wicket at the boundary, doing that sweeping job or waiting for that catch if he decides to go for a sweep.
Good start by Tsepondwan. Equally met by Mitchell.
A good run. You can see there was some talking, obviously, during tea time, which is expected. New Zealand are now keeping that scoreboard ticking. They are running their ones very well now.
Talk about them running their ones really well. It's been a very good partnership between these two gentlemen, between Curtis Heafy and Mitch Hay. Currently, the partnership's sitting on 93. A partnership that's had a bit of everything, to be fair. With at times they've been attacking, and then individually at different times they've been very defensive as well, and being not defensive or watchful when the good ball has been bowled. So seeing them doing this right now has been not a surprise to me, because they've been playing like that very, very well. And maybe initially, to start off with, to be fair, they didn't really rotate the strikers much, or didn't have opportunity to rotate strikers much. But now, since the boundaries have gone drier, they've found ways to find those singles and those twos as well as they've just run now.
Yeah, no, definitely, Kamva, because you could feel earlier on in the morning their runs were predominantly coming from boundaries, and then now they are running their ones, they're running their twos, and it have settled these two batters. And currently, as you mentioned, their partnership sitting on 95.
Good single taken there, just dropped in that space between cover and point. Mr. Colin, I've got a question for you. Look, as a coach now, South African coach, you're seeing this partnership. It's 9-6, a mammoth partnership. And you know what partnerships did in the first game for South Africa? It pretty much took the game away. Yes, the pace of the game has moved a little slower than it did in the initial game in terms of run scoring. in this particular test. But as a coach right now, you're seeing what you're seeing. You've seen the bowlers that have bowled already, the changes that you've made. What is your next way to pick up a wicket right now? What is your next best option to pick up a wicket? How do you find a way to apply pressure on this New Zealand side that is settled? These two on a partnership that has really gone deep into this innings now already.
And Pongwane coming back again from that south end and bowling to Hiffy and continuing from where he left off, bowling it's wider and expecting or tempting Hiffy to drive at that, and looking at the field placing. I mean, he's got a man catching just in front of the bat there in Snukwane, and he's got that Galish or third slip, and he's got one slip. He's got a man on the boundary. He's got two basically guys on the drive waiting for him just as he drives it, and it drives it on the up and the ball stays up. There's a very likelihood or a chance of a catch.
Drops it on the leg side there. Curtis Heavy.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that, Mpongwane. That's not the line he's looking to bowl. But just to come back to your question, Kamva, I think, Wandile Guavo, the coach, very good thinking man. He thinks a lot of the cricket, the student of the game. I'm sure he's just told the bowlers, let's not change too many things. Let's stick to what we've been doing well, and a wicket will come. The key here, what New Zealand has done, is they've now rotating strike and taking those ones and twos, which relieves the pressure. And maybe one thing that they could do is maybe just change around the bowlers and not stick around with one bowler for a long time, especially from the seam end, so that you rotate and just keep it interesting.
Talking about rotating bowlers, I see just on the cover region there, the extra cover region, you see Jason Smith really warming up his arms. So, I don't know, it might get a feeling, he might have got the call from his captain maybe to roll his arm over. We saw he's a very similar type of bowler to Mihlali Mpongwane. Maybe Mihlali Mpongwane a bit more quicker, maybe a bit more movement that he has, but in terms of pace-wise, maybe very similar. And you'd probably find a very similar field setting that you have with him.
There's that swing and that cut, but this one was wide, but short and wide. And the batsman there, hey, thought, I'm not Hiffy, I'm not going to let that go. I'm going to hit it because I back it, and did not give any fielder a chance. And cutting it beautifully there, and it went over that gully to few bounces for 4 runs.
Yeah, Curtis Heafy there lays his bat at it really hard. He really just threw his hands at that delivery there. Ask no questions. It's like, if you're bowling there, I'll punish you.
Yeah, and that's the line that Mpongwane is looking for. And that 4, by the way, brought up the 200 for New Zealand, and it also brought up the 100 partnership between Hay and Hiffy. They've been batting beautifully, these two.
What a partnership that has been. As we just spoke about it now, that had a bit of everything. It started off really patiently with the likes of Curtis Heafy starting his innings really slow, and then as soon as Mitch Hayes stepped into the pitch today, it really just changed the momentum of the game, with the runs flowing a lot more since the fall of the wicket. Another single dropped on the leg side there.
And that's exactly what the coach, Mr. Wandile Guavu, won't be happy with, the amounts of these runs that are being licked, because as much as they're not getting those boundaries as often as the New Zealand would want, what they've done well these past 2 overs or so, they've been running their ones and they've been running their twos, and just that 4 was just a topping in the icing with that. But other than that, New Zealand is currently in the driving seat, and as we spoke about, and as you rightfully spotted, Kamva, there's a change of bowler now, and from a Kuruleni end.
Yeah, change of bowling there. Jason Smith taking a slow walk to his mark, thinking about his lines, going to bowl. But interesting to see if the keeper's going to be up for Jason Smith. Well, seems like they're tossing the helmet around together, him, Kashile, and Zubai Hamza, so might not be putting it on. Interesting field setting there. We have to have a look at that field setting that they'll have there. They have a cover, extra cover in place at the moment. Mid on and mid off are up. Mid wicket is moving in now slightly, carrying 2 slips. We originally had a cover that has moved to a gullish, thirdish slip at the moment. Maybe more gully now. And then you've got a mid wicket in place for him now. Put straighter, mid wicket, and a deep square leg for that pull shot. Missed hand pull shot rather. Nice start there by Jason Smith. Back of a length delivery.
Yeah, no, a good start. He's been fielding the whole day, or fielding for the past 58 overs. So he would have seen what is good, or what good lengths to be bowled. And they would have spoken about it now at tea time, that when he comes in, maybe that's the region or the line he should be bowling.
Yeah, one thing you'll get from Jason Smith is consistency. May not get pace or swing, but he will bowl wicket to wicket all day long for you. Met with a back foot punch there by Mitch Hay. Shot that is favoured throughout his innings today.
Yeah, and 2 dot balls in the start. That's good for Smith, and that's what the coach and the captain would want from him. And it's just a matter of, as you said, consistency, and just finish off. About 4 more like that, and you've had a good over.
Ooh, that one just shot up there by Jason Smith. Not something that you expect a lot from Jason Smith. Yes, he's a bit of a taller medium pace bowler, but that one shot out the pitch.
Yeah, shot out, and pace at it, and a bounce, and surprised the batter as well. I didn't know where that all of a sudden came from.
If Mitch Hay got his bat close to that would have wrapped his glove and probably shot up in the air to the gully region or somewhere in the air.
Yeah, that's the reason he doesn't want to be bowling at just that leg stump, because you beat that very close mid-wicket fielder who's slightly straightish. You beat him, you've got runs. The huge gap, and Mpongwan has got a huge ground to cover if it beats that fielder at mid-wicket, Cody Yusuf.
It would have been interesting to see that ball that shot up there by Jason Smith. If it had just been a bit tighter to the batsman, maybe force him to play a stroke. Would have been interesting to see how Mitch Hay would have played it, either pulled it but it would have definitely found him in an uncomfortable position. Again, Jason Smith getting a bit of a reaction out of the pitch. That one didn't shoot as high, but you could see there was a bit of, extra little bounce, more than what Mitch Hay expected. One of those uncomfortable ones that could just catch the edge of your bat as you try to leave.
Yeah, he's bowling at a deceiving pace, Smith. Comes in, gentle run in. It's not your Cody Yusuf kind of a run in, which is quick, and he's running in gently, and you sort of expect a gentle ball, but there seems to be some pace at it, and that bounce, bit of a heavy ballish from Smith.
Nice way to end. A maiden over from Jason Smith. Good start from him. Which brings us the end of the 59th over. With New Zealand are 204 for 3.
Yeah, 204 for 3. And remember, in the previous over before Smith, it brought up that 200, and it brought up that 100 partnership between these two batters, Hay and Hippie, who've been batting brilliantly so far. And the New Zealand team, I'm sure, would be very happy at what they are. I mean, Hay at this stage, sitting on 56 from his 77 balls faced. And Hifi is still going strong at 73 runs. And he's been here for some time now. He's been here for almost the whole innings of this New Zealand, because he came in very early. And he seems to be still mentally going strong. Concentration, very, very key in this inning of Hifi.
Yes, concentration will definitely be key right now with Cody Yusuf coming back in. Someone that he struggled with in Cody Yusuf's, I think, second spell, where he hit him quite a few times. I think 3 overs in a row where he showed a bit of discomfort with Cody Yusuf. So it's interesting to see how he plays him here now, because he didn't show real comfort playing Cody Yusuf. Cody Yusuf starts a bit leg side-ish there. Clipped on the leg side there by Curtis Heafy.
Yeah, no, Cody Yusuf, that's not the line he'll be looking to bowl. And again, as I mentioned earlier on, I mean, he's bowling his 14th over. Yes, he's taken a bit of a break, but still running in hard and bowling at a good pace. So, and as you did mention, he was the guy that got Heafy a bit worried, but he is the man they should be looking at now to maybe just let's break this partnership.
Again, a delivery that maybe Mache wouldn't be looking to drive as often. Looked a bit of a more of a back of a length delivery. As much as it did play a bit more control, but that delivery wasn't really there to drive.
Yeah, and as I said, I mean, Marcus Ackerman, I'm sure the reason is brought back Yusuf is for him to break this partnership. They need this partnership.
Oh, Cody Yusuf, oh! Just slides down leg. Bongani Jailer, the umpire, unmoved. As Cody Yusuf shouts.
Yeah, we just have to feel that there was a bit of an inside edge, but let's looking at the replay. Yeah, there seems to be just an inside edge, but the ball also just going down leg. And you could see that even Cody Yusuf wasn't that confident with the shout.
Yeah, that looked close to me, I have to say. That looked a lot closer to me. Yes, maybe there might be inside edge on that delivery as you look at that. Oh, that looks close. I don't see any bat on that.
Yeah, no, I think that the only reason if there's no bet there is if we look at that replay again, is Empire, Mr. Jailer could just say it was just missing that leg stump.
As you said, they brought in Cody Yusuf to break this partnership, and he's really started well. Yeah, he's asking the right questions, and he is the man to bring on to break the wicket. This 103 wicket partnership, or run partnership rather. There's a change in fielding. Call it a silly mid-on.
Yeah, with that fielding, and when you've got a guy there just catching next to the batter and Rwandwa there, just you can see that they're trying, maybe Cody Yusuf is trying to bowl a slightly fuller and get Hay, who's been very confident with those drives, to just have a drive at it. And he's got those 3 men in front of the bat, one just on the offside and one on the onside. In fact, the 2 on the onside, but the one is very, very straight. In fact, he has actually moved the non-striker to run a bit wider now.
Lovely energy shown here by Cody Yusuf. Going into his 14th over, towards the end of his 14th over, Cody Yusuf, that is. We'll still love to see a slip for Cody Yusuf. I know the ball's a little bit older, and maybe a little less chance of him picking up that outside edge, going to slip, but I still want to see him have that slip in, just for that, sneaky outside, especially with the ball now, or the batsman rather, looking a tad bit unsure with him.
And Cody Yusuf finishes that over with a dot ball, and that's the drives. Those are the kind of drives that they are looking for from the batters to maybe just get a chance. I actually like this thinking from Marcus Arkham, and just to change it up a bit. Let's keep the batters thinking. Let's keep them guessing. Let's not just make it standard and usual. Let's make them think and work for their runs, and that's very, very good, and very good over from Cody Yusuf.
As we see a break in play. Maybe just a change of gloves there for the pair. Sweaty palms. Must say it is a warm afternoon here in Benoni at Willamore Park. Just a quick change of gloves just to reset.
I'm sure a quick change of gloves with a message, because there would be some message coming in with those change of gloves. But yeah, you're right. Very, very beautiful. Lovely weather outside there here in Benoni, the city of lakes, the home of Eastern Storm.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful day. Clouds are clearing now. We've seen the clouds come and go throughout the day. But now, as this afternoon progresses, it has cleared up a bit more sunlight we've seen.
And we got Smith continuing to bowl from the Ekurhuleni end. Started off very well with the maiden in his first over, and immediately with the dot ball of the first ball. So let's see if he can keep up that. And at the same time, I'm sure Hifi and Hay would be keeping an eye on him, looking, okay, what are the scoring option against this bowling? Another dot ball that by Smith, and you would feel that the more he keeps on bowling these dot balls, the batters will feel slightly under pressure to score runs of him and get some runs. So they will start looking to manipulate and see where they can score runs, and that's how sometimes you get your wickets, because you take the batter out of their sort of comfort zone, because now they're looking to score runs somewhere. A good run, that good call, good early call by Hifi to get that one run. It takes him to 75. He's been around, he's faced 190 balls, and been very, very impressed with his concentration. He's remained focused. He's remained focused on the job.
Exactly where South Africa want Mitch Hay to be playing that cover drive. And the reason that is because that fuller ball has proven today that yes, it brings boundaries, but as soon as you start playing that cover drive, sometimes it just sticks on that pitch, that fuller ball. And as it sticks on the pitch, when you do drive a bit too early on it, you can chip it up in the air, and so you have that extra cover, and mid off up because of that exact reason. And they've just swapped the two players around now, Mihlali Mpongwane and Tsepo Ndwandwa, maybe just for the height of Mihlali Mpongwane in the cover region. And catch him, gone! Jason Smith, exactly what we were talking about, exactly the plan that they had. Well done to South Africa for the great thinking they have for that wicket.
Yeah, great thinking. The great captaincy by Marcus Arkaman. I mentioned that I like what he's looking to do, and it eventually paid off. And Hay won't be happy that he's gotten out to Smith, who they would seem as a part-time bowler. But very, very good catch and very good planning. You could see that it was coming. They were looking for that drive, And as you said, Kamba, earlier on, there has a tendency of, as they drive it, it stays up for some time, and he hit it straight to the fielder at mid-on, who did not even need to move. A brilliant planned wicket that great to see that the team is thinking. Great to see that South Africa is thinking. And Hay comes out, goes out now at 56 runs on the board, and he's faced 84 balls for that. And good partnership between the two, but that's the wicket they were looking for. They needed to break this partnership.
And yes, how much they need that wicket to fall. And what a better man to pick up that wicket. Jason Smith, perfect man for the plan. Slower in the air, sticks in the wicket, and perfect wicket for South Africa at the moment. Perfect timing. And that brings to the wicket Josh Clarkson. All-rounder batsman. Yeah.
New better coming in, and Smith continuing, and looking at the field placing, they haven't changed it. So it looks like they're still sticking to that plan that they're going to invite him to drive. New better. Let's see what he's bringing.
Tentative front foot defensive stroke there by Josh Clarkson. His first ball he's faced today.
Yeah, tentative to drive as well. So just caught in that defense. You could see that the intent was to drive, but maybe early days, first ball, let's look to block it. But good over by Smith. Good 2 overs from him. I mean, that over just went for 1 run, but it got the main wicket. It got to break the partnership.
And he has at the fall of the wicket. Chip in the air by Mitch Hay. Fortunately, gone. You could see what he was trying to do there. He was trying to push that down the ground, but just stuck on the pitch. Exactly what we just spoke about the ball before. We saw the ball just chipped in the air by Mitch Hay, and then again he tries that drive, and this time goes straight to the man at mid-on.
And Cody Yusuf to continue from the south end, and they've still got those 3 men in front of the bat to catch. They've got Ndwandwa there, who's straight, who's actually waiting for that mid-on, but I see he's now being moved by the captain. Is now moving to the other side of the non-striker there, and they're also now just at that mid-wicket area, but very close, and their job there is really to catch. It's not to stop ones.
Ooh, Cody Yusuf with the shorter one there. Aggressive delivery to start off with.
Yeah, not bowling to his field there. That's not what you want him, especially with that field. What he wants to is looking at is he wants to bring the batter on the front foot to drive at that ball, and then it puts those 3 guys in the mix.
Nice follow-up delivery. Nice there by Cody Yusuf. And it's an important wicket that was for South Africa, because Mitch Hay was the aggressor in the partnership, especially early on. Yeah. He is the one that really kicked off the innings of Curtis Heafy, where he started off really slow, and as soon as they came together, as soon as that happened, and you started seeing a lot of runs flowing when he arrived in the innings. So that wicket is a big wicket for South Africa, because now that dries up the runs and they can apply pressure a bit more easier than they did when Mitch Hay was around.
Yeah, and all it does now, it also puts Heafy slightly just under pressure, because now it pulls him back a bit from just scoring freely.
Oh, another opportunity there. Josh Clarkson just chips it over the gully region. Oh my word, that was so close. From another wicket there. Could have been Cody Yusuf's first wicket of the day.
Yeah, and just looking at the replay, ball short and just slightly wide, and Heafy cutted that. There was a bit of a chance, but hard chance that to be caught, and Heafy manages to cut that for 4 runs. Bit of shuffling again off the field. Now the two men who were on the onside, they're putting the man at point, or is it going towards Gali or backward point, because Sanukwan is there at Gali and you've got that first slip. So the idea is to bowl it short and wide.
Oh my word. Seems like every delivery is just almost a wicket delivery at this point. And you could just feel a couple of overs back that there was a bit of more balls being chipped in the air. We spoke about it quite a few times that there've been a bit more oohs and ahs in the last couple of overs, and a wicket did fall, and seems like another one is coming. See the one there, Josh Clarkson just chips in the air.
Now tails are up, the field is wide awake, everyone is looking. They can see that something is about to happen here, or they want to make something to happen. And this is where they need a Hifi on the strike with his concentration that is shown thus far, that he can take up this pressure, and Clarkson on the other end to just and he needs to speak to him to just say to come down. Let's bet here. Let's bet for long. Let's put up another partnership.
Another good delivery there by Cody Yusuf to finish the over, as it brings us to the end of the 62nd over, which leaves New Zealand at 211 for 4.
Yeah, good over that from Cody Yusuf. Good ball, good thinking, man. It shows that the captain is also thinking. The team is thinking. They're looking to make something happen here. Sometimes it's all good and well to just sit and wait for wickets, but sometimes, like they did with the Hayes wicket, to just let's make something happen. Let's create a wicket chance here, and putting those guys on the drive. And Hay drove it straight to the fielder at mid-on, and it was caught beautifully. And to break that partnership was key for South Africa at that stage. And now I'm sure they'll be looking before close of day today to pick up maybe another 2 or so, and then they'll know that at least they finish up on top, taking into consideration that in Poch, New Zealand would have scored 300 plus runs, and now they don't want them to get that stat.
Again, another New Zealand batsman looking to drive. Jason Smith. You know what trouble that causes?
Yeah, and if they can get Hifi now, that would be a big major wicket for South Africa, and a major loss for New Zealand, especially with him being very, very in after so much time spent on the crease. But do you also think maybe fatigue is kicking in on him, Kamva?
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of that. Maybe we have seen a bit more, maybe a looser strokes, which may be a sign of that. Just clips that leg side in between the gap there in mid wicket. They're pushing for 3. Good running there by the New Zealanders. A contest that I'd love to see right now is the one that we're about to see with Josh Clarkson. He's been pushing at the ball since he's come in. He's played with the hard hands, and he's driven with the hard hands, and he's really forced his strokes. And with how we saw the dismissal of Mitch Hay, having Josh Clarkson playing the way he's played in the last couple of overs, it'll be interesting how he plays Jason Smith, especially him being slower and not easier to hit off the pitch.
Yeah, not too much change on that on the field, so still looking to bowl it on the full and making him invite him to drive.
Oh, close one there. There's a tight leave there. If Jason Smith had a little bit of movement in him, he would have clipped that top off there.
Yeah, very tempting for the batter there, Clarkson, to have a drive at it. As we look at the replay there, yeah, if there was a bit more extra move on that from Smith, a very, very tight leave that.
Credit to Smith for his bowling at the moment. Asking a lot of questions of the batsman. Yeah, Jason Smith has found his mark early on in his spell, which is something that South Africa would have loved to have from him. Finding his mark, hitting those areas consistently early on, and gives the break for those four seamers that have been steaming in all day. So if having him now bowling like the way he's bowling, it's a bonus for South Africa.
Yeah, big bonus for them. And you ask yourself, where have you been, Smithy? Because you could have come in slightly earlier and do that damage earlier, but you are there now, so do the damage even now. So it's bowling very, very well.
There's the stroke South Africa want him seeing to play. They want to see him drive. They want to see him on the front foot. Because one of those balls will stick. And when it does stick, it's not as easy to play. And you chip it up in the air, you'll be in trouble. There's many men around the bat waiting to catch that ball.
And especially for a new batter like Clarkson, that's the one you want facing most of the strike. You want to be bowling at him. And that's the guy that they'll be happy to see him going on the front foot looking to drive.
Again, another tight leave by Josh Clarkson. Oh, he's riding his luck here with these leaves, yeah, isn't he?
Yeah, no. But very good bowling from Smith, I must say. He's now bowled 3 overs and he's only just gone for 4 runs and he's picked up that major wicket in breaking that partnership of 101 between Hay and Heafy. So he's come through and done the job for the captain and is now threatening, especially with the new batter in Clarkson.
Yeah, New Zealand 214 for 4 of just after 63 overs.
And they're sticking to Cody Yusuf to bowling from the south end and is bowling to the man who's in on 79 after 193, and that's Heafy. Immediately bowling it straight and Heafy blocking it straight to that mid-on region. And I'm sure they would want to, back in the olden days, they will open the field, Emva, when you are bowling to a batsman like this who's in, who seems like you can't be getting him out, so that you give him one in the early on and get to bowl the other 5 balls to the new batsman.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I've seen it quite a few times, especially when maybe an in batsman is facing, or rather batting with the tail end of batsman, they open up the field, and I genuinely don't like that. Nice short ball there by Cody Yusuf. Pulled nicely though, with control by the Curtis Heafy.
Yeah, big control. That's the key on that shot, that the Heafy was in control of that shot.
Yeah, so Africa's got their man on strike now. This is the wicket they want to take. This is the man that hasn't looked really sure, in particular against Cody Yusuf. Played a few questionable shots in the previous over. So interesting to see how he'll play this time around. He's a few balls into his innings, 10 balls in. Some streaky runs. He scored those 4 runs. So South Africa will want to apply that pressure, and I like the aggressive nature of the fielding that they have at the moment. That deepish mid-wicket for that mistime pull shot from that short ball that Cody Yusuf likes, and maybe that clip.
Yeah, good bowling, full and bowling to the field. So that's what you want Cody Yusuf to be doing with all these, because these guys in front of the bat that you see there in Mpongwane and you see in Ndoandwa, those guys are not there to be saving ones necessarily. They're there to take catches.
Yeah, catches indeed, and that's what South Africa will want. Another catch. They've got a slip and a gully, point, cover, mid on, mid off, up. Lovely pull stroke. Confident, aggressive pull stroke there by Josh Clarkson.
Yeah, we talked of control from the previous one from Heafy. This one with even more control from Clarkson, and he managed to hit it straight for the boundary.
Yeah, have a look at that. Convincing stroke over that mid-wicket region. Goes for 4. First boundary of the day.
Now, front of square tells you that the batter was in full control.
Oh, quick. Oh. That was a streaky single there.
Yeah, good call. Good early call by Clarkson, which is what you want at this stage, because once you are in doubt, you might be caught in the middle, both batsmen. That was a quick early call from Clarkson, and he was running to the danger end. So, very, very good call and good run.
If Okuhle had gathered that cleanly, would have been interesting to see if that would have been a direct hit from him. Would have caused, I think, serious trouble there from Josh Clarkson. I don't think he's the quickest of men. That brings us to the end of the 64th over. Leaves New Zealand at 221 for 4. And that also brings commentary change. Jason Smith to continue from the Ikuruleni end. Man, that has bowled really well since he's come on. Asked questions of Josh Clarkson the previous over. And picked up a wicket in his first over as well.
Even in that first match, Jason Smith bowled well. He came in, reeled the run rate back in, didn't bowl much, but he bowled well. Hard to get away because of that lack of pace, and the nagging good line and lengths is always attacking the stumps. That's how Mitchell Hay lost his wicket as well. Was looking to take him on. Hard bowler to take on. Could only go as far as the hands of mid-on. So if he continues bowling in this vein, that short extra cover and that short mid-wicket also comes into play, the ball coming into the right-hander. We've also seen some sharp singles being taken by the New Zealanders. Close shies, some direct hits. But they're going to need to find those singles to keep going if things get stuck, especially to Jason Smith, who looks at home.
You just almost feel that fall of that wicket is really just slowed down the run rate a little bit, a tad bit.
Wickets do that. They are the ultimate stopper of runs. You can't score if you're not out there. So Jason Smith also getting the wicket of Hay because, like you had mentioned, both of you and Bracolin in commentary, that he was the guy who was the enforcer. He was the charge up, Curtis Heafy, the anchor, and that's why he's been out there for 200 deliveries now. So it will be slow as Josh Clarkson finds his groove.
Nice fielding there by Lisejo. what I would like to see, there may be something different that South African approach, in particular for Jason Smith. Because Curtis Heafy is moving around his crease when he's facing Jason Smith and he's stepping forward and trying to mitigate any form of swing or any sort of movement and trying to get to the ball earlier. Maybe the keeper can just come up to the stumps just to keep him stuck in the crease so you can have that false stroke.
I believe that's an excellent idea. You really trap the batter in the crease, and it allows you to bowl your lines and lengths without any worry.
Yeah, and what that does for Curtis Heafy is that it makes him feel a bit more comfortable with that ball when he starts moving his feet a bit more, because the ball's not coming on really nicely onto the bat with Jason Smith. So what he's doing now, by moving forward, is generating a bit more pace for himself and that foot movement as well, which allow him to play the stroke a bit easier. Again, you see that movement again. Take 2 steps before he plays the stroke. So maybe, just a keeper can come up, keep him stuck there, force that false stroke once again.
It's a maiden over from Jason Smith. His second in his 4th over. It's 221 for 4. Yeah, he's doing real good here, Jason Smith. But in reply, Curtis Heafy has worked out that formula pretty well. And also by just getting closer to the ball, you get to the pitch of the ball and it turns into a half volley, making it much more easier to play. And because if you continuously do that and you move around, the bowler is going to try to adjust. And so when you decide to stand still, now you have a short and wide delivery that you can attack because you no longer adjusted for the bowler. It's always a game of cat and mouse happening.
Lovely well-controlled pull shot there by Josh Clarkson. A shot that he's played a lot better than any other shot he's played today. That pull stroke of the back foot. Quite strong on the back foot and shows a lot of control as he guided the ball down to fine leg.
Hasn't been really many short deliveries that trouble the New Zealand batters. All of them that have come have been welcomed. And even the ones that have been attacked, if they are mistimed, they are still played on the ground. And they are also played in front of squares more often than not.
Oh, Cody Youssef catches the outside edge of Curtis Heafy, but goes in that big gap between Gully and the keeper.
Sometimes you get those fortunes. Especially if you've been out there for the whole day. Going for a grand stroke, Curtis Heafy. Playing it on the up. He had no control over that stroke. He just threw the hands on it. There was no one in the slip cordon. But such has been his innings of control and poise. You are forgiven and you are given those lucky breaks every now and then for that 4.
Good defensive stroke there by Curtis Heafy. Back foot stroke.
Otherwise, that has just been what he's been doing. Very good defense. When he goes into the front foot, is decisive. When he goes into the back foot, he also does it decisively. It's hard what he's doing.
Bit of aggression shown there by Cody Youssef. Love to see that from the fast bowler. It's not the first time he's done that today.
He's had a hard toil, Cody Youssef. He's bowled over 100 balls now. He's gone for 75. He's yet to pick up a stick. Jason Smith, the part-timer, has come in, he's landed in the good areas and he's got the job done. But Youssef was brilliant earlier on in the morning. Unfortunately, couldn't get any.
Yeah, he's been brilliant today. can't really fault him. It's just been unfortunate that the wicket column doesn't match the effort he's put in today and how well he's bowled. But I've really been impressed the way he's bowled. He's bowled with energy throughout the whole day today. Throughout these whole 17 overs that he's bowled today, he's bowled with a lot of energy, with a lot of, grit. And that's what you want from your fast bowler. You respect him when things are not working out. You don't want him to lose that energy or that zip, as we call it for the fast bowlers.
Picked up a couple of awards in his franchise during the Lions Awards. One of said awards was the Fitness Award. Was voted the most fit player for the Lions, his club in Joburg, franchise in Joburg. And so it's no surprise that he keeps on running even after 17 overs. 226 for 4. That new ball now, 14 overs away. And we have 24 scheduled left in the game's play. 24 overs to go in the day. Jason Smith has been the perfect replacement for Tsepo Ndwandwe. You always want to have that one end as a captain that you can have full control over as you refresh your strike bowlers on the other end. And look at this. It became the end that brought the wicket by Jason Smith. Another thing to take note of is how close the inner ring is to the square. Short extra cover and short mid wickets are right on top of the square. Your mid off and mid on, if there was an inner ring, they would be very much within that inner ring. Everything is just suffocating, even though Heafy has been out there the whole day.
Yeah, suffocating is the perfect word to describe it. Tight. Gives nothing away. Just punch on the back with a point. Just for a single.
Trying to balance giving runs away and preventing runs being scored. New batter in Curtis, Josh Clarkson has been there for 15 balls. If you bring in your deep point and you keep it in the ring and you keep bowling on that offside and you hope that your point can stop those singles going down, then just keep Josh Clarkson on strike. But that gap over there is just allowing them to be able to rotate the strike and just eke out and steal singles from Smith.
Yet again, you see Curtis Heafy with that stroke there, moving his feet again in order to play that stroke, showing a lot more comfort in playing strokes when he's moving his feet. Something that South Africa have to watch very closely, especially in particular when he's playing Jason Smith. Oh, cut in between the gap with first slip and gully. Just dropped short of gully thereby Josh Clarkson. You could say maybe he's slightly in control of that shot.
Threads the needle, Curtis Heafy. It really was threading the needle. Let it come in very late. It's a beautiful shot from Josh Clarkson. Our scoreboards, they'll reconcile. That is Josh Clarkson, who's currently on strike.
Oh, almost just dug that out, that Josh Clarkson.
Good variation from Smith as well. He's constantly on those stumps. And it's when he goes slightly wide of those stumps where they are able to take these 1s and 4s as well. It wasn't too wide on the 4, not to fault him. It was just really good batting from Josh Clarkson. But now they need to find ways to stop this little stealing of runs from New Zealand.
Yes, that especially after that partnership that managed to find runs quite easily. Not easily, but consistently rather. And it's important for South as they just picked up this wicket now, just to find ways, as you mentioned now, to just squeeze New Zealand just a tad bit more so that it allows for more mistakes from New Zealand. But if you do allow them to rotate the strike to release pressure, then those difficult deliveries that stick on that pitch most likely will be left alone. So you have to give yourself the best chance, of which by doing that is by drying up the runs and allowing that, those mistakes. So as we speak on that, we see a bowling change, the likes of Okuhle coming in for I think his 4th spell or 3rd spell of the day.
It's been quite good, especially when he comes from that end, which is going to come from now, the chalet end at Willow Park. When he hits that back of a length, he was just getting nice extra bounce early on in the morning. Let's see if there's still some life on the surface, some life on this ball, some life on the bowler himself, who has to bowl to Curtis Heafy. Those were his windows of effect. And this is slightly quicker than a Jason Smith, where Heafy was more comfortable dancing around the crease. So he's going to be a bit more stuck, unless he is confident enough, Heafy, to use those feet. Otherwise, Okuhle must just keep it there.
Kuhle showing consistency again in his bowling. I love how South African seamers have operated today. I can't really fault them for how they've bowled. They've really just stepped it up a notch in this test. This new 4-prong attack, maybe 5 for Jason Smith. They've really kind of come in different with a lot of energy, a lot of consistency with their bowling, and asking a lot more questions.
To be fair, the bowlers are a bit fresher too. Tsepo Moreki, he'd played every single game right up until that first unofficial test match. Hadn't missed a beat. Tristan Lees is still pretty young as well, so his raw pace sometimes does lack control, but he takes wickets, Tristan Lees. But there is still some experience to grow in his control as he gets stronger as well in his body. And then after that, it's spinners. Lovely shot. Very good from Curtis Heafy. Just punches it straight down through Okuhle for 4.
Lovely push that is from Curtis Heafy. A shot that is played really well today. Doesn't really push at it, just puts his bat there, straight bat, head down, straight down the ground. Oh, lovely stroke there. That takes him up to 90.
So Curtis Heafy is batting well because he's doing this against a much stronger attack because they are fresher. And there's more pace where there was more grass on the surface too.
Lovely fielding there by Tsepondwandwa. How blessed South Africa is to rock up in one game and be able to have those seamers that are relatively okay in the previous game and then come up here in Benoni, rock up here and pull out an excellent attacker, likes of Okuhle, Cody Yusuf, Tian van Vieren, Mihlani Pongwana. How lucky are we?
The fact that on top of that, some of the players who are here are replacing the likes of Harold Kutsia, the likes of Gwena Mapaga, the likes of Lusosi Pamla as well. Some depth that we're talking about here. So there'll be good options for the South African management to look at.
And you just look at the current side that's touring in England. That side is stacked with boilers as well. And then to come see here and have such great options in the SAS, I just see the amount of depth we have here. And that brings us to the end of the 68th over with New Zealand 234. And that will be jinx, ladies and gentlemen. as we return from the drinks break, much needed drinks break for the South Africans, it's just a regroup. As they regroup, we see a bowling change in Jordan Harriman.
It's been quite a find, Jordan Herman. Not just speaking of his insane batting, which needs no introduction really, but his bowling too has been surprisingly good. Bowled a couple of overs in the 50-over competition. In that game where 600 was scored, he went for under 4 runs to the over, the 7 overs that he bowled. Still good control from Jordan Herman. Has a bowling action that reminds me of Mohammad Hafiz of Pakistan. Sometimes when it does that little pause and it goes sideways. Maybe I'm imagining things. But he's got good control here, Jordan Herman.
Interesting thing to take note of. Mohammad Hafiz. Close leave there as the bowler grips and turns back in. Jordan Hanron, known for his batting, but after that ODI series, will start considering himself a real all-rounder. Confusion there! Gone! Poor running there by Josh Clarkson. Misunderstood his call from his partner, Curtis Heafy.
Lesego Senokwane. He's been in the field and he's been troublesome. Direct hits, great stops. Here, it was a misfield and out of balance. Straight into the hands of Snetsemba Qeshile. Firstly, it's being mindful of the fact that I must throw it to the end that I'm blind to. He had a clear throw to the bowler. He was blind to the wicketkeeper. But that was the throw that needed to be made. I don't know how he got it straight into the hands of Snetsemba Qeshile. I don't know how he made that judgment whilst he was so off balance. It's beautiful fielding.
What brilliance that was from Lesego Senokwane. First juggles it over his head, loses sight of the ball, and immediately after that regathers the ball and throws it directly over the stumps. What field, and look at that. He hits it, palms it up, picks it up, one hand throw. Oh my word. What fielding from Lesego Senokwane, and he's been brilliant throughout the whole day.
The problem is, when you want to push the score like that, you think you have it through. And it wasn't too bad for the New Zealanders. He hadn't gone too far down, Josh Clarkson. He really wasn't too far down. But he had hit the ball so hard and so quickly to Lesego Senokwane. Senokwane's reactions were even quicker. Even a dive couldn't save him. We've already spoken about the hands of Qeshile, that they are simply amazing. Amazing throw, amazing fielding, amazing glove work, all coming together. Gets wicket number 5 for South Africa, but New Zealand will be happy. They still have Zach Heafy, and now they have Zach Fawkes, one of their standout batters as well in the 50-over competition.
Another man that will consider himself a real all-rounder after this series, which is Zach Fawkes. A man that performed really well in the ODI series. In particular in the first ODI, scored a 74, second 52. It's a man with confidence.
And the thing is, he came in when the team was in trouble. They needed someone who's going to stand up. They needed someone who was going to inject some runs because South Africa were running through that first match. He and Simon Keane was simply amazing for New Zealand A, both in the first and in the second game. If I'm incorrect, it might be the third where both Simon Keane and Zach Fawkes played together again. But they saved New Zealand countless times in that innings.
Push down there in the leg side region. Pushing for 3. Good fielding there by Tepondwandwa. Really chased that one down hard there just before the boundary.
We're playing right in the middle of the square. So there's no longer boundary, there's no shorter boundary. If anything, it's longer by a single strip. Because I'm counting 8 strips here in Benoni. So 2 in the middle. This one is on the middle left, middle right. So wherever you hit, it's a big hit. And wherever you run, it's a big chase.
Talk about a hit. Curtis Heafy, 1 stroke away from that big milestone. Ooh, nice delivery there by Wicket to start off for Zach Fawkes. Zach Fawkes fiddling there outside that off stump.
Tentative once you start your innings, especially when you get a good ball. Tries to dominate. Takes a couple of steps down the track to negate some of the movement.
Another good follow-up delivery. And what Zach Fawkes is doing, the moving around, what's going to be important for him if he continues to do that against the likes of Akutlekele, is that he'll need to make sure when he does do any sort of movement or stepping forward or backwards, he needs to make sure that that movement is way before that ball is being released, because you don't want to be found in the in-between space as that ball is being released, still trying to move, still trying to get your foot in balance.
Requires a bit of premeditation in order to move his feet. He decides to remain still there. Goes for a wild swing. Good stuff from Cele. At least he has a new bowler to a new batter to bowl to. Zero feeds from Fawkes. 70 overdone. 243 for 5.
One thing this pitch has shown for me is that even though you see that Curtis Heafy is on 96 of 211 balls, one thing you have seen is that throughout every single batsman that has come into bat here, you haven't seen none of them throughout their innings feeling like they're in, even though they've been there for either a long period of time or a short period of time. And even with Curtis Heafy, he has these balls where he does seem like he's uncomfortable at certain points of the game, and it just shows the nature of the pitch that it's not as easy as what we saw in Poch, where you could play through the ball.
Two-naturedness of the wicket. Some areas quick, some areas slow. The ball will come at a neutral pace if it doesn't bounce, though. It's worked away for 2. But once you use that surface, we had this discussion a little bit earlier. That if you, as you come closer to the batter, it slows down. As you go a little bit further, it quickens up due to how the pitch is covered with its grass. And I think that's the difficulty here that the batters need to deal with. Is on top of judging the length, you must know how the ball is going to react off that length. That's how Josh Clausen lost his wicket. He was trying to go to a big one versus Jason Smith. Wasn't there to hit, as that one was slower. and picked it up into the air, got caught.
Another single there by Zach Folks. Curtis Heafy on 97. Lisejo Sonongwana again. The man with the sharp fielding. He's really sharp in the outfield. His ground fielding is something to admire.
It's been awesome. It's been awesome throughout. Not just today, throughout his entire career. Lisejo Sonongwana, nimble, quick, fast. It ends over number 70. There's 10 left until we see the availability of the new ball. There's 9 left. Mind my correction. Curtis Heafy. He's on track for his second first-class half-century. He's batting with Zach Folks, who decides to let that go.
Yeah, so far, Curtis Heafy batting beautifully. This is his highest score so far. He scored at 36 in the first innings and 37 in Poch. So he's really, really crafted today. His best, faced a lot of balls. Spent some quality time there in the middle.
Still getting some shape, Ogutlekede. Getting the ball to move away very nicely to the right-hander. That's why we saw Folks when he started shuffling across. He still couldn't get to the ball. It just shaped away from him.
Yeah, and he's one of the, in fact, of the top 7. There's one guy who never really got going. There's Folks scoring 6 and 7 in this 2 innings. 6 in the first innings and a 7 in the second inning. So he really owns the team some runs.
Yeah, especially what he did for them in the 50-over competition. You'd expect that he'd want to give more himself. But then it speaks to the build of the New Zealand team that you're not dependent on just one player to give you all of the runs.
Yeah, most teams will tell you that it's always good to win a series, but it's good to win a series with everybody having contributed.
The fact that they have a double centurion, Dale Phillips a centurion, Curtis Heafy is looking good to be another one. Zach Folks has scored a couple of 50s in the 50-over competition. Simon Keane has also contributed. Mitch Hay with that 71. Joe Carter with a half century. The list goes on and on of decent contributions that have been made by the team. Even earlier on, Muhammad Abbas was looking good to get to a 50. So everyone is just chipping in.
Yeah, it's been a good all-round performance. Good team effort. Guys chipping in and helping or contributing towards this tour. So that's very good to see. You know, when they go back and they have to reassess and they look at how this tour has been, they'll have a few good ticks in terms of saying, no, we've had some guys performing. And these kind of performance also puts pressure on the senior guys. And it also gives them quite a larger pool to choose from, especially when there's a New Zealand side who will be touring South Africa. They would know that we've had guys who've been to South Africa with the New Zealand A side and have come here and have scored lots of runs. So therefore, that's good for New Zealand.
That tour, South Africa going to New Zealand starting in March next year. Under edge, Ogutlekele, after a hard grind throughout the day, gets the bottom edge of Zach Folks. That's wicket number 6 for South Africa A.
Yeah, Fox again failing in this 4-day format. Mentioning that he scored a 6 and he scored a 7 in his second innings in Porch, and now coming out just managing to score 3 of 12 balls. Didn't really bother the scorers that much. He'll be very, very disappointed with himself.
He was never loose. He just looked tight through that stroke as well. He just played so closed off. There was no width. There was no bounce there. He was not in the position to play that shot, it seems. And such is the good bowling from Ogutlekele, because that's a great line that he delivered there.
Yeah, and cricket being a confidence game, that's what happens. You know, you play a couple of innings not scoring, you tend to have a bit of element of doubt in yourself. Even though, like you mentioned, he scored in the white ball cricket, but coming here, scoring under the red ball cricket, not scoring, that's what happens.
It's gone, Zach, folks. A bottom edge. Ogutlekele, after 16 overs of pound-for-pound bowling, the chalet end, which he's been really good at, finally brings him reward. And it's that back of a length area that also works. Just not there.
Yeah, playing in the toilet, no foot movement whatsoever.
Well, can go have some relief as he goes back into the change room. Let's bring back Adi Ashok. Very good leg spinner, Adi Ashok. Aggressive bowler. But now they need his skill with the bat. That 300 mark slowly slipping away from New Zealand A.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, if you look at the runs that they've scored, and just before that, finishing the over there from Cele, the 72nd over, 247 on the board for 6 wickets down. New Zealand would be, I mean, South Africa would be very, very happy with themselves. And as we mentioned earlier, when they picked up a wicket, to say maybe they'll be looking for 2 more today, just to finish off, just to make sure as well that New Zealand doesn't get and score those 300 plus runs they did on day one in Porch. And here they are, not looking anywhere close to scoring that 607 that they scored in Potchefstroom.
Getting half of those runs is looking a bit tough. But that man, he's been the stronghold for New Zealand A. Currently on 97 runs. Having faced double Nelson amount of deliveries. He's going to patiently work his way towards it. Goes to 98.
Yeah, he'll be the man that they're looking at now to just say he must finish the day. He must carry his bat today. He's batted beautifully. Good amount of concentration. Spent some time, as I said, quality time, and faced a lot of balls. Never really looked troubled. He's batted beautifully, and he'll be the man now that they are looking at to start the day, and maybe tomorrow again.
And slowly we're starting to lose some light here as well, Bra Colin. The chances. Superb fielding again from Zinowane. That's a great stop at short extra cover.
Yeah, there's a game that they played here in New Zealand and South Africa before they went to Porch for the 4-day. Didn't finish on time. It was forced. It was a forced finish because of light. So you want to be around about 5:30. It becomes really dark here.
It's even evident from just the gloominess through the camera that there's no sunlight coming through. It's a bit grey. And so with 18 overs left in the day, it's 4:45. It's 4:45 local time. So not seeing that 45 minutes come through if this cloud right above us keeps on coming through and through.
Yeah, definitely. and continuing to bowl from the south end. It looks like it will be clearly continuing and bowling to Hifi, the man on 98.
There's no reason to take him out. He's been absolutely fantastic here, Curtis Hifi. "223 deliveries. It's been a long, hard toil. Seeing his compatriots fall on the other side as he stands and watches must not be easy, but he hasn't lost his focus. Currently on 98 runs.
Yeah, it tells you a lot about his mental capacity. He can concentrate and get stuck in and bat for long periods, and that would be good for New Zealand to see.
Has a career strike rate very slow, as you'd expect. I guess that's the style of player he is, and look at what value it brings to the team. He's 98. You remove that from that 248, and it's a big situation that's different. So him just being there and everyone coming in, batting around him, is helping New Zealand form this total.
Yeah, and also, Bendulo, looking at the period he came in, they were not really under pressure, but they just lost a few wickets. And
It's going to thread it through. This is going to be it for Curtis Hifi. What an amazing century. This has been nothing but class from the right-handed opener. It is the second time he raises his bat and helmet for a century in his first-class career. Beautiful stuff.
yeah, really, really beautiful stuff for the 22-year-old man from Manawatu, scoring 100. I'm sure you'll be very, very proud, and the team will be proud. And as I was mentioning earlier, Pendulo, the stage that he came in, they were not really under pressure, but they had lost a few guys who had scored runs in the previous game. So they would be depending mostly on them, and he's come in and he's done the job.
Gets an edge. When it's going your way, it really goes your way. But it's going to be a thigh pad that guides the ball down. 4 leg byes.
South Africa must be careful now not to let it slip. They've been putting some amount of pressure on the New Zealand side, and that's what they want to. They want to finish the day on that, and especially, like we just mentioned earlier, Pendulo, that they might not bowl these 17 overs, all of them today, which are expected to be bowled today. But in terms of light, they might not finish.
South Africa are trying, though. If you look at their field setup, they are trying to be as attacking as possible with the slowness of the wicket now. So most of the attacking options are in front of square. You have your short, extra cover, Lesego Senokwane, who has been the instigator of that run out. Then you have 2 mid-wickets, one who's standing at very short mid-wickets and one who's standing at conventional mid-wickets. With the ball coming into the right-hander, the expectation is to just whip one into that leg side for an easy catch. But he hasn't been giving any of those opportunities so far.
Yeah, I know our fellow commentator, Kamva, does not agree with this, but this could be that temptation for me if I was on the field to give Hifi one so that I could bowl a lot to the new batter, just to put pressure on the new batter. Yes, I know I'm giving away easy ones to Kamva, won't be happy with it, but I'll be slightly happier to be bowling to the new batsman.
Hifi has showed no signs of those threats. If he shows signs, he clears those threats. That's why he's on 100. 100 from 229 deliveries. Seems like a lost art, opening the batting in this fashion. But it still holds so much value.
Yeah, at 16:45, you were talking how dark it is, and 3 minutes later, it's gotten even darker. So you can imagine that as we are moving, it looks like this cloud is just hovering over the field, and it's not helping at all. There is no sign of sun whatsoever, even if you look outside the field just to see if in the nearby areas is there a bit of sun.
And this wind is actually blowing it over the field. And remember, in Potchefstroom, we had to go out for bad light early in the morning. And Jordan Herman had just lost his wicket. And if you go back and watch that first wicket of Jordan Herman, he had no clue where the ball was. That is in the morning of day 3. So as it gets darker, that red cherry, it gets very difficult to see, especially if it's coming at this pace.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Bendulo, but for me, I'm very, very good to be sitting here and watching the game, not being the batsman that is facing Cody Yusuf in this darkness at that pace.
Joe Carter hasn't come in to bat, the New Zealand captain. Ball was slithered wide by Cody Yusuf. That's not going to get a wicket. That brings in Joe Carter. Maybe something like that might. On and on and on. But the New Zealand captain hasn't come out to bat, so normally comes in at number 3.
Yeah, and he came in successfully at number 3 in Poch, scoring that 57. So unless there's something we don't know, it's a very, very big wonder in terms of why he hasn't come in yet.
Really stabilizes innings, Joe Carter. Hopefully it's nothing too bad, not an injury. They've already lost Nick Kelly in that third one-day international on this very ground. So you don't want to lose both your captains in the same ground on the last game of their respective formats. But Cody Yusuf employs a leg slip. He's going to go for a leg side approach now. Wouldn't even be surprised in the next couple of overs he decides to come around the wicket. Let's try and force a shot out.
Yeah, in that field placing, you can see they're still encouraging that drive. And it looks like now, based on that field placing, which is heavily on the leg side, wanting him to clip or maybe look at driving if it's not an on drive as he tries to clip it. And that man at mid wicket was very, very much close to the batter to be the guy that takes the catch, because those 3 guys, or those 2 in particular, are not there saving singles. They're there to catch.
Especially since Adi Ashok is still brand new on the crease. Oh yeah, mistakes like that can happen. Nearly chopping it back into his stumps. Lives to see another ball and another over. There's 5 more remaining until that brand new ball. It's 254 for 6.
Yeah, and I'm sure Marcus Ackerman can't wait for that new ball. And he'll be very much keen to take up that new ball. Maybe call it, bring on his quick pace bowlers to just have a shot, especially at the new batsmen, and try and see if they can pick up 1 or 2 more.
Tian van Vuren has had a long break. Hasn't bowled in a really long time. the ball hasn't been running around for him, so he's been out there. The sun hasn't been beating up, trying to keep that ball shiny. So once he comes back, when that new ball is available in 5 overs time, ooh, it's going to be fireworks, especially with the wind picking up as well.
And a bit of shuffling again off the field, and it looks like they're going to employ the same tactic of just packing up that leg side with those two fielders very, very close to the bat, looking for that clip.
Guess now it's just a matter of getting through these last couple of overs. The only two fielders out in the open is your fine leg and your deep point. So it's going to be bowling straight at the stumps here.
Yeah, that's the plan. You could see that they are looking for him to bowl it straight. And maybe a little bit fuller than that, so that he can put these two guys in the mix in terms of getting maybe a slight chance of a catch.
You have to try out so many different ideas. But when a bowler, or when a batter rather, has been out there for the whole day, it's nearing 7 hours now. As bowling units, you've surely tried as much as you can to try and get him out. It's just him who's solving all of these little things that you are throwing at him.
Yeah, you're right, Ben. He's the man now that New Zealand will be looking at to carry them, take us home. Let's finish the day with you still standing there in the crease, and maybe come back tomorrow and pile up a few more runs before, and maybe get as close as possible to that 300, or maybe just over that 300, and they'll be quite confident.
40 from Mohamed Abbas, 56 from Mitchell Hay, even the 30 from Rhys Mario at the top. He just got a really hard ball to play from Van Vuren. If you look at those scores at South Africa, you can watch and say, with good enough application, even the top 3 of the top 5 players can give decent enough contributions. The issue is that if Curtis Heafy's 100 grows to 150, now you're going to need 2 or more players who are going to contribute bigger margins for South Africa.
Yeah, no, I've been very, very impressed with Heafy. I mean, when those wickets were falling around, especially early on, he continued to stack in, and he's still there.
And he just keeps working, keeps on running. It's going to be so amazing if he does finish off the day. It will be first-class batting at the highest level being exhibited here by Curtis Heafy.
Yeah, seriously knocking at that door of the senior team with these kind of performances. You are showing your senior coaches at senior level that I'm there, I'm ready in case there's a space upstairs there.
A little fiddle from Adi Ashok. That's who they want to bowl to. But Curtis Heafy is protecting him well. It's 255 for 6, 4 overs until the new ball.
Yeah, Curtis Heafy has been batting beautifully, and the fact that he can take one of that 5th ball and just get his partner to just face one ball so that he can be at the other end when the new over starts, just shows the quality of the man, just shows you that he's at this stage, having opened the batting in the morning, that he can still be there and still be thinking in that manner. It just shows you that mental capacity of his is very strong.
Because batting with the top order requires a different style of batting than batting with the lower order batter. Can play a bit more freely at the top. have to be more cautious at the bottom, be mindful of your teammates. And you have to face as many balls as possible because you are the player who is more likely to score the most runs for the team, and you are the player who's most likely not to get out.
And you're a 22-year-old.
Oh, that is a peach from Cody Yusuf. Where did that come from?
And with that ball, here comes the sun.
Even if I was the son, I'd want to come and watch that again. Inches from the stumps. Beaten all ends, Curtis Heafy. That is an absolute snorter.
Yeah, beautiful ball that from Cody Yusuf.
But then for that ball, you get one that is short and you see that the ball is actually old. Barely got to the batter, how slow it came to him. Barely got to Van Vuren after he punched it away for one.
Yeah, this is the man that Cody Yusuf would want on strike. This is the man that he would want to be bowling to. You would fancy himself more here than the Curtis Heafy, who's now faced already 236 balls, who's seeing it like a soccer ball.
Took him nearly 150 balls to start seeing it that big. But then even still, he sees it big. Cody Yusuf finds one that can beat him. So you are never truly in.
Yeah, it shows you how much of a good ball that was from Cody Yusuf. Brilliant bowling, especially at this time of the day as well, when he's now bowled 18 overs.
Jeez, man. 236 is a lot of batting. You can see Curtis Heafy taking a little bit of a crouch. And it's been a lot of running. But Ashok saves him this time. He guides it gently down to the point boundary for 4.
Yeah, a bit naughty that from Cody Yusuf bowling it short and slightly wide, and those ones are a bit easier for batters, and especially just looking now at the replay, it was there for the taking, and actually well played by Ashok at the end.
Love how he just got on top of the bounce. He rode it, jumped, but he never lost his body position, played it exactly as you should. That's how he was able to keep the ball down, completely nullify the fielders there. It's much better from Yusuf, just slightly straighter though. If he gets that slightly wider, he's in the money.
Yeah, that's the one they're looking for. That's that clip that they're looking for, and then it puts that man in that mid-wicket catching area in the money, gets into the mix, because that's where he'll be hitting it. And as you say, if he just gets it slightly a bit straighter, you clip it there, you get caught.
It's always margins in this game of ours that we love. And those margins changed the field once more as Curtis Heafy comes on strike.
Amazing how Curtis Heafy, in terms of just looking at where he's standing very deep in the crease, so giving himself enough time, which also tells you that Cody Yusuf is not bowling it slow.
He never was a slow bowler, Cody Yusuf. He never was. 261 for 6. Comes charging in, and he never stops running in, Cody Yusuf. Wonderful progression into the international team club system, and then went into the academy system for the Lions. Played there for a long time. It seemed like there was never going to be opportunity to play at the Lions until 2 to 3 seasons ago when the team got thinned out. Players got bored, players got injured. He took his opportunity. He never let it go. He's had to move around a bit. And then he's had to go through the emerging side, had to work his way there. He had to play in the A side, work his way there. But it was truly his magnificent work in the domestic season that sealed the deal.
The guys from Delphos Cricket Club will be very happy. He's played a lot of club cricket for them. They're very, very happy to see him now at this level, and I'm sure they'll be watching this game, being proud of one of their own.
Clubs are very proud of their players who move up the ranks, especially if the player grew up in the club and stayed in the club, and the club became loyal to them, such is the case here. Delphos, a club that Gwenamapara also played for a bit.
That catching position also for Tele is still there, that mid-wicket area.
Here's some good venom. Those ones have been struggling to kick up and get to the head. But it's good stuff here, even 7 hours into the game. Still throwing it down.
Yeah, good to see. New batter in. Why must he just come in and be easy for him? Let's test him. Let's see if he can pull. Let's keep him guessing. Let's not just bowl one line where he's now comfortable. He's just come in now and hit Cody Yusuf for that beautiful 4. So let's show him as bowlers.
South Africa is starting to get more lively now as well, which is good. It's very good because once you start talking and you start cheering every ball, you as a bowler feel like there's a spring in your step as well. Even better with the new ball around the corner. So when that new ball does come, the team will just be ready for it. The bowlers will be warmed up as well.
Yeah, good bowling. Good bowling that from Klele, asking questions of the batter. Let's make him play, which is good for a new batsman. And it's good to be bowling to him. A lot of their balls, not bowling it to Hiffy. And you saw that Kleshile is signaling to his former teammate at Warriors, Van Vieren, to just say warm up. Maybe sensing that new ball is coming close, stay warm.
A wide swing from Adiashok. They're going to come back for 2, are they? You don't want to test Cody Yusuf's arm. They keep it to 1. It ends over number 78. 262 for 6. It's amazing that the bowler was going to come in to bowl now, Tiaan van Vuren. I was looking profusely before I make this statement. Plays for the Knights in the Free States, who have been relegated to Division 2. And it's an absolute shocker that he's not in a Division 1 side, Tiaan van Vuren. Next season starting on the 25th, so 2 weeks from now. And he's still going to be going down to Division 2. I think after this performance, maybe something might change.
Maybe giving him a chance here with the old ball just before the new ball comes in. I've seen guys bowl, even when the new ball is in, they'll bowl the first 2 or 3 balls within that over and then change to the new ball.
My mind got scrambled when I found out that you can take the new ball whenever you wish. I really thought growing up, you take it in over number 80 or you take it at the end of an over. Turns out you can take it whenever after that 80th over has been done. You can even take it on the last ball off the 99th over if you wish. It does not matter.
The umpires tell you early on when it comes in to say you've got the new ball, so it's the decision is now yours. When do you want to take it?
Tiaan van Vuren comes continuing around the wicket. It's going to be a nice loosener for him. I see Tsepondwando was also loosening up. He came in, he also shared that new ball. That's the ball he was really good with on day 2. South Africa got the new ball within the first 4 overs of day 2. Tsepondwando grabbed it after Tsepo Moreki, and he took 6 wickets with it.
And how they would love for him to do that here and take the last 4 remaining wickets.
Van Vuren would just ask for 2 of those. Just 2. Gets himself to a 5-wicket haul. And it would be a very well-deserved 5-wicket haul because he has been thoroughly the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, it will make that drive for the father worthwhile. A 12-hour drive, you would say, well, I would do it again.
It's really good from Van Vuren. It's very good. Unfortunate that that's going to find the gap between the slip cordon. It's going to run down to the third-man boundary for 4.
Yeah, very unlucky there. There's good bowling, but unfortunately there is no fielder there, slip fielder, so it went through that gap. And you can see that the batter there was not in total full control of that shot there.
The ball really gets to you when Tiaan van Vuren is bowling. It really does. I believe the ease at which he bowls with can fool you into thinking that he's slower than what he actually is. It does come to you. So that slip fielder goes a little bit wider, Zubair Hamza, but it's too much to cover. So Lesego Senokwane is sacrificed as the second mid-wicket. He's going to go into second slip and try to cover the area that that ball went through.
Yeah, this is a good move, I think, from Ackerman and Van Vuren. Still the new batter, hasn't faced that much.
And to be very honest, with a 78 over old ball, you don't blame Marcus Ackerman for not having 2 slips. There was no one there the whole time, and then when Van Vuren came in, he reinforced it with a second slip, basically, and a gully. But he just puts more. You can see Zubair Hamza is not standing at first slip, he's standing at second slip. Draws the drive, Van Vuren. It's going to be a long chase. Marcus Ackerman, Mihlali Mpongwana, they cannot bring it back. Good enough timing from Adi Ashok. It goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, and for Ashok, the new batter, those are confident builders. Those shots bring more confidence in him, and that's becomes more dangerous because now that's his second 4 so far, and he will be building up in terms of we're feeling more confident than before. Still faced 26 balls. It's still fairly new in the crease, but it's amazing what runs do in terms of building confidence.
Oh, good response. That's how you fight back as Tiaan van Vuren just missing the edge of Ashok's bat. It's going to be over number 79. The new ball is just around the corner. 270 for the loss of 6.
And with that break, they had a bit of a stretch for Hifi, understandably so, and a change of bowling from the south end. Mr. Ndwandwa is coming back on, bowled his first 7 overs that went for 32 runs. He's now coming back to bowl to the man who's very much in, the Centurion. Hifi was currently on 102 after 237 balls. Emva, we were saying just now offline, he's been batting since 10 o'clock this morning.
Quick single. Ooh, tight single there.
A quick single that, and a very, very tight one. Good fielding there, but unfortunately missed the stumps. And you wonder why maybe they took that, but maybe Hifi's now got confidence in Ashok that he can handle his own on the other side, so there's no need to save him. They can take as much runs as they can.
I like what South Africa done there, placing that short leg. Just keeping that batsman thinking. Ashok. Just reminding him that he needs to be careful with that front foot defensive stroke. And that back foot shot as well.
And Rwanda bowling a good ball there, just to search there with Ashok, and it's a good ball to be bowling at this stage of the day. You don't want these batters to be, especially Ashok, to be leaving anything. You want him to be playing at everything, so that you don't make it easy for him. And a sweep there by Ashok, and they're going to look for 2 runs, and they're going to comfortably come back for 2 runs. Very good shot there, very confident shot from Ashok.
A lot more than a scoop, more than anything else. That shot was. He really just kind of put his bat there to allow the ball to hit the bat rather than actually sweeping it. Good shot, nevertheless. It's not an easy shot to play with the ball turning. But this innings of Curtis Heafy, my word. 238 balls he's faced.
Trying it again, Ashok, and again, it's going to get the same result, but this time even more. It's going to get 4 runs, and it's signaled so by the umpire, Mr. Jele, meaning that it came off the bat.
Yeah, lovely scoop shot again, or glide, or glance, or let's have a look at that. More sort of a sweep there. Kind of tickles the bat, goes fine, just past the keeper. And yeah, talk about Curtis Heafy. What a performance it's been from him today. He's grafted really hard, he's taken his time early on in the innings. Took him really long to get into the game, and took his time and really took his time to find the gaps and to go aggressive. And then it was an important partnership that he had with was it Reese Mario? That was the initial partnership there where
That opening partnership. And at the end of this over, being the 80th over, 277 for 6. This partnership slightly coming into light. I mean, the partnership of 30 so far, 20 of those runs being scored by Ashok.
Yeah, I was going to say, sorry, it was Mitch Hay, the man that I was looking for their partnership with, that helped him really progress his innings where he was struggling to score runs. Mitch Hay came in and really just started playing aggressively, and then all of a sudden Curtis Heafy followed suit.
Van Vieren continuing from the Ekurhuleni end, and immediately bought back of a length to Heafy there, and bowling very well. And that new ball, very, very close now, just around the corner for the team to call it.
It's actually available.
Yeah.
It's the 80th over. It's surprising that South Africa hasn't taken the new ball. Maybe still allowing Tian van Vuren to warm up. But would expect them to take it to really trouble the batsman of the bat of Curtis Heafy at this time of the day. Curtis Heafy, you could see, was stretching just before this over. That mini drinks break we had, and now bowling that new ball now would be probably just about the perfect time. Maybe a lapse in concentration is already probably looking to go back to the dugout. It's about 9 minutes away from the end of play. Is genuinely would think that a batsman would rather be wanting to be out back in the dugout at this time of the day. Maybe a new ball might be nice for just a short burst.
And it beautifully played and fantastic fielding there from Mpongwane. Very, very close to the batter, and he made some good save there because even the field at the boundary started running because he was thought it's gone past. But some brilliant fielding from Mpongwane.
Yeah, Mpongwane put that whole big frame of his across there on that pitch. Really did everything to stop that delivery. At the end of the day, after bowling a lot of overs, and to put in that sort of fielding effort is impressive. How good is this from Van Vuren? From Tian van Vuren. At the end of the day, and he's still coming in, steaming in. On his 15th over, and he's still bowling like he's bowling his third, fourth over the way he's running in. Young man, young legs.
Yeah, still nice and fresh, still fit. I'm sure he would love to have a new cherry in his hand, but we're watching the captain, the Marcus Arkaman, in terms of what's his tactic or what's the idea or the plan with that new ball.
I tell you, there's one thing having your parents over to a game, but to have them over and traveling all the way from Kabeja, you want to impress them. So it's probably that energy. A lot of it was fueled by having, family around, and I know what that does to a young sportsman. Having your, someone supporting you there, it just gives you that extra edge, because not that you necessarily have a point to prove, but you just want to really make those people proud that come out and put time to be here for you. And I'm sure even if those legs are feeling tired, you'll have that extra bit of boost, bit of energy, knowing that there's that support there for him.
Yeah, quite correct environment. Knowing the young man growing up, his father was very, very involved, taking him across to EP under 19, even earlier under 15s, under 17s and under 19s, and even to the academy side, transporting him up and down, fetching him from grade school, bringing him across to St. George's for practice or games. Parental involvement has always been there from the father. So it's nothing new, but I'm actually not surprised that he's come all the way here to see his son playing at this level.
Yeah, it's a nice journey to witness as a parent, I'm sure. You're able to see your son progress to this level. Proud parents they are, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. Ndwandwe continuing from the south end, bowling to the Newman. Well, don't know if I can still say Newman has faced 33 balls for his 20 runs now. He's now got the start. So once you get into your double figures, you've got the start, and now you've got the opportunity to kick on. And maybe the instruction as we took that little break could have been that these two must bat all the way must face all the remaining overs.
Still really good bowling here from Tsepo Ndwandwe. Right at the end of the day, still bowling those consistent lines, still asking questions. Adi Hashok just dances down the wicket there just for that front foot defensive stroke.
Some intent there. That double step from Ashok shows that there's a bit of intent still that dogfight left in Ashok. So, but maybe the day or the time of the day is what's holding him back.
Marcus Ackerman there with this, a naughty throw on the stumps, testing his accuracy.
Yeah, and the reaction from Kashila there, typical naughty keeper style there, that looks like there was a chance. Or give the impression that there was a chance.
A little bit of appeal. Naughty appeal, yeah. Good over by Tsepondwanda.
Yeah, very good over by Tsepondwanda. And we'll just keep our eye on both the captain and the bowler, if there's going to be any take of that new ball, or it looks like they're sticking to this old ball. They're working very hard on that ball, Marcus Ackerman and Ndwandwa earlier. I mean, Mpongwana was also working on it. They're trying their best to keep it in the shape that they want it to be.
Yeah, that him working on it just gives you the sign that maybe they're not been thinking about the new ball for today. Might be thinking maybe rather have my four-prong attack come in early morning, fresher, steaming in with a new cherry in their hands, rather than now and might potentially just waste it and leak a bit of runs.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, as you can see there with the captain, seriously working on that ball. So there's still something in that ball that he's hoping for. That's why all the effort being put in shining that ball. Oh, again, Mpongwane again with a brilliant save. And in fact, some of the fielders, some of his own teammates thought it's a catch. And rightfully so, one of his teammates going to him to just say, well done on that. Another brilliant save. Had it gone past that, had it gone past him, that was guaranteed a boundary.
Yeah, it's those moments, those little moments that just change the momentum swing in games. Those boundary balls that you think as a batsman, you've got it, you've timed it sweetly, and you just want to see it run to the boundary and it doesn't go. Just do something mentally.
Change of approach from Tiaan van Vuuren, now just coming around the wicket to just change a little bit of an angle to the batter, Hifi, who would have faced majority of Van Vuuren coming across from the other end. Now is just changing to come on the other side of the stumps.
Oh, Van Vuuren picks up the outside edge of Curtis Heafy right at the end of the day. Just drops short of the second slip. Agonizingly close there. But Tiaan van Vuuren. Curtis Heafy just jabs at that one.
Yeah, Van Vuuren just coming over the wickets, and I think the aim or the plan there is to just go across the batter. But Heafy there just found the gap within that slip cordon for 4 runs.
Right at the end of the day. Just a minute to go till the end of the play. Might just be the last over with 3 balls to go in this over. What a wicket to be to pick up right at the end of the day from Tiaan van Vuuren, a way to end off his day. A day that would probably be to South Africa's favour if they would pick up this big wicket of Curtis Heafy. An evenly balanced day. I must say.
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, if you compare to what happened in day one in Potchefstroom to where they are now, they'll be very happy. There's lots of improvement. There's 6 wickets down. They've kept them just under 300. So it's pluses for South Africa. At the same time, having said that, New Zealand, I mean, with Heafy, who's been brilliant for the whole day. The men started batting 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's 5:30 now, and he's still there.
Yeah, so these are the two men right now that have really carried both their sides. The likes of Tiaan van Vuren, who's bowled amazingly well, especially in his initial spell where he picked up 2 back-to-back wickets and really got South Africa into a good position where they could apply pressure. And then he had a stubborn batsman, Curtis Heafy. What a performance. He really grafted this morning. I see a fielding change. South Africa adds a slip there. There was 2 slips and 2 gullies. Extra cover in place. Mid-off in place. Trying to sneak a wicket. Oh, would have been close. Would have been the perfect ending to the day's play. What a day it's been, ladies and gentlemen. You've experienced some great entertainment today from either ball and bat. Highlights of the day with Tiaan van Vuren picking up 3 for 55 after 16 overs. And really backed up by his team as well, for the rest of the bowling unit. And you had the beautiful batting of Curtis Heafy. 250 balls of 108 runs. Performance that he can really be proud of. Really took his time initially to start his innings. Was very watchful to start off. And then as he progressed and got into the partnership with Mitch Hay, picked up his run rate. Then as the day went on, he was just really the glue for the New Zealand side, where he kept everything tight for New Zealand. As wickets fell around him, he was stuck, and he really goffed it for his runs. And as his team claps him off, they surely can be proud of him. And yeah, man, what do you think about the bowling in South Africa?
Yeah, just firstly, I think a very, very good sportsmanship from Hamza, the batsman, recognizing batsman, just shaking Heafy's hands just to say well done for the day. I mean, the man has batted beautifully. As we said, is 250 runs. I mean, balls faced, batting the whole day and scoring those 108 runs. But for me, I think Van Vuren, the young Van Vuren, was for me the pick of the bowlers. He did that early damage when he picked up those 2 wickets in 2 balls, just to put a bit of pressure. But as you mentioned, that Heafy was on the other side and he managed to take the team through. But the guys did very, very well and bowled beautifully in terms of just making sure that they keep that score better than what they had, that start that would have been seen in Potchefstroom. So very good bowling from the young man, Tiaan van Vuren.
Yeah, as we wrap this day up with New Zealand 282 for 6 after 83 overs. What a day we've seen, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the end of this day, and we'll surely entertain today, and we will close today's play, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for day 2 of the second unofficial test versus South Africa A versus New Zealand A. For myself, Kamvanyikana, Tumpendulo, and Mr. Colin, we thank you for being here with us and enjoying this day's cricket. See you tomorrow morning.